Sword of Coming Chapter 895. 27,000 word chapter. The update is a bit late. The light of the mountains flickered and the moonlight gradually rose. There is a light in the sky in the world. A Peijiang river that winds into the sea is full of water. There are 16 large and small docks along the river section for the mooring of ferries on the mountain. Business is prosperous. Every dock is surrounded by water and built with small towns, the size of which is as big as xuanhuan. In the county town, after nightfall, the lights are like daylight, martial arts halls are lined on both sides of the bank, and there are many rivers and lakes. Wu Tan has traveled far to other continents for more than 20 years, and now he has gone to the barren world. In addition, this martial sage is too indifferent to accepting disciples. So far he has only received one disciple from the mountain. Therefore the only martial artist in Tonggishao is only there is one Yi Yunyun left, which gives Pushun a very high reputation now. One continent boxing is only in Pushun. And Pushun Yunkatang really deserves this praise. Every year it teaches boxing in Lixia and Lidong according to the ancestral rule. Except for the secret method of Yunkatang which is not taught, the rest are not hidden. They are willing to come and learn. All martial artists of different disciplines give in to each other. At the same time, every Pushun Wufu who goes down the mountain will hold 3 public martial arts performances, learn about martial arts or feed others. If a foreigner of the same realm of martial arts wins, you can win a full house and was invited to be a guest at Yunkatang as a guest. It seems that the bright moon in the sky pampers the water here, and the river is covered with bright moonlight like a galaxy on Earth. The night is quiet, the river breeze is slow, the scenery is pleasant, and the heart is relaxed and happy. A tourist boat going down the current, there are only 2 floors above the deck, one dwarf. As long as there are passing cruise ships passing by, it is often the situation where others bow their heads and look up. At an open-air tea stand on the 2nd floor, Qin Pingan asked a tea lady for 2 pots of mountain tea, a pot of yunwu tea and a pot of Laotsong narcissus, and she gave some cakes and fruits for free. The fairy tea lady just tried her best to promote this narcissus tea, saying it is a famous rock tea from a fairy mountain in Aquarius Island. It is extremely difficult to obtain. The tea tree is 100 years old, and it can be said to be old after 1,000 years. Therefore the price is expensive. Guests feel the taste is average, but if you say something bad you can get a 50% discount on Luchuan. Seeing her posture, if she doesn't order a pot of Laotsong narcissus she probably won't give me a snack. With a smile on his face, Qin Pingan is another evildoer made by fellow Dong Banqing. Spring water, tea, xinjiao fermented wine, tea and wine utensils, all the things that have been famous in Beipingzu for a few years, especially those that are not cheap, it is estimated that at least half of them are inseparable from Dong Shuijing. Tea is of course a good tea. Su Yuangxia's unengraved landscape travel notes specifically recorded this kind of old fir daffodils. The problem is that older brother Su could drink the old fir daffodils. The price of tea is high and low in the local area. Think about it. In the end, I just moved a place with the intercontinental ferry, where a pot of tea will sell for 2 snowflakes. Even if it is really thick-skinned, the tea tastes generally, but the boat is discounted in half and I still need one. Snow money? To do business, Dong Shuijing, who is very talented, had to start in the Ascension realm. Qin Pingan took out the last piece of Zhuowang Dan from the Green Tiger Palace from his sleeve, and swallowed it with tea. There is no need to doubt the follow-up medicine of Qinghu Palace. There will definitely be 1 or 2 furnaces of Yui pills delivered to Shindu Mountain soon. With the immortal Lu's way of life, not to mention Qin Pingan himself, together with the next sect in the next few hundred years, they will not worry that sitting and forgetting the pill will not be enough. In Lu Lao Shengxin's words, it is a good thing for his own family, of course, it is to keep close to his family first. It's okay, Luapa Mountain and Qingping Peak will reciprocate themselves. In the future, the aura of Qingjing Mountain will only be more abundant than when Qinghu Palace was at its peak. After 3 more docks, about 200 miles of waterway, you can reach the gate of Pushun Yunkatang. Pei Qian asked, Master, Yunkatang Wufu went down the mountain to feed others, can we learn from Luapashan? Qin Pingan nodded, of course I can learn. Chao Qingqing said, the premise is that the style is good, the martial artist on the mountain is strong enough, and when dealing with people down the mountain the words cannot be too casual. How to put it, the boxing is in the ring, and the boxing is outside the box, otherwise it is clearly taught. Be serious and cautious in feeding your fists, but just because 1 or 2 sentences are wrong which makes people misunderstand you will become nasty. If you don't say smashing signs you will continue to disputes and you will get enemies everywhere. After a few decades, you will be isolated by the rivers and lakes. Get up. At that time, we are obviously out of good intentions, but when we turn around we will be vilified. No one can stand it. If one party dislikes the other party's lack of conscience, the other party feels that the other party's imposing manner will be disgusted with each other. Pei Qian said, "Our family style is not good?" Chao Yingqing smiled and said, "Everything will stand in advance and nothing will be abandoned if you don't." Qin Pingan took a sip of tea, nodded and smiled, "Everything is good. What kind of tricks is this? The first disciple and the proud student are indeed good. The river breeze is fine and the waves are sparkling. After the winter, even if it is on the boat upstairs, the tourists will not feel cold. This is due to the thick roots of Pushan, which makes the surrounding mountains and rivers. Even when the snow is melting, the atmosphere is still warm, like a natural earth cage stove. The Yi family of Yunkatang is also a recognized big landlord on the mountain. He has a lot of land deeds. Even the 2 small mountains and 2 big lakes are actually the private property of Pushan." The 4 people gathered around the table and drank tea. Qin Pingan raised his legs and took out the dry tobacco rod. It was made of ordinary green bamboo in the mountains. The cigarette holder came from Longshu River. It was carved from a white jade stone, and a bag of golden shredded tobacco was pinched by Qin Pingan. Small group. Old man Shuiyang smokes dry cigarettes. There are only 2 situations. Either you need to think about things with your heart and think about the long-term and near worries together, otherwise it's like now, there is nothing to think about today. Xiaomo borrowed a bright moonlight while drinking tea, while flipping through a book of literati's notes and novels dedicated to writing that's strange and faint. There was an illusion about this Peijiang. Because on this main road of Peijiang in Yanwei and Yanwei, a historic water temple was built to worship the Donghai women and Qinghong. The most surprising thing is that there are different temples, but the local people it is a joint sacrifice to 2 gods of water, which is a bit similar to the gods of the earth and the gods of the earth in some earth temples. According to the book, the water empress who built the temple at the source of the Peijiang River was formerly an East Sea dragon girl. She liked writing and ink since she was a child. He often leads the maid of the dragon palace and transforms into a lady of the mortal world together, travels the Tonghai Peijiang by boat, and asks the borrower to help copy the contents of the book, and treasure it in the Dragon Palace boudoir book building so as to show off with her peers. Unexpectedly, he provokes the coveted beauty of a land mountain monarch, and ordered the interception at the entrance of the sea. Let the mountain's subordinate King Honghongjun take the lead, overturn the dragon boat, and after the mountain monarch succeeds, the golden house hides the Jiao and imprisons the dragon girl in Pei. In the boundary of Jianghuan, a palace was built for her. Every time the dragon girl cried, Peijiang would cause floods. Every 10 years, Shanjun had to allow her to look at the sea from the temple where Peijiang enters the sea and feel homesick. Feelings? Xiaoma toasted and drank the unique Yungwu tea from Pushan and Peijiang, and said with emotion, "Hate the mountain monarch, coveting beauty, abuse of public equipment, poor dragon girl, and hard to return home." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Xiaoma, you can walk alone to the Qinghong temple into the Haikao. Anyway, it is only 700 or 800 miles of waterway. It will come in a flash. What is the truth? I saw the 2 parties at the same time and I knew it in person." Xiaomo said, "Wait for the sun to finish talking with Pushan, then Xiaomo will see if he has the opportunity to visit Qinghong temple." Pei Qian said, "Different from Mr. Xiaomo's notes on the mountain, there is actually a different version of the legend on the mountain, saying that the dragon girl was originally to escape the marriage, and she did not want to leave Peijiang because she had long loved the Qinghong Jun. If you belong, please ask the monarch to act together. The monarch has mercy on the pair of hard-fated mandarin ducks, but as a mountain monarch, it is inconvenient to tear his face with the Dragon Palace forces, plus the Qinghong monarch under his command, the golden statue of the not enough. It's not right to be a householder with the distinguished dragon girl. The Dragon Palace is powerful and pays attention to bloodliness. This marriage is absolutely not allowed, so I have to be a villain." Chao Qingqing nodded and said, "This statement is more reliable." Xiaomo suddenly said, "In this way the mountain monarch is respectable, and the dragon girl and the Qinghong monarch are gratifying. Although they do not have the status of husband and wife, they are indeed inadequate, but after all they are far better than the distance between them. The river and the sea are always separated." Chen Pingan smiled and didn't speak, just vomiting a cloud in a leisurely manner. If the millet grains are here, there must be more talk. The Pushan Yunkatang where the group is about to visit, in which the Wuxia line is similar to the Legong Temple on Aizhao. Although it is famous for one continent, it is a small boxing type that is inherently difficult to open. The threshold is high. Du Yen, a person who learns boxing, wants to enter the room, and his boxing skills are profound, which is not easy. The incense of Pushen Yunkatang is a bit similar to the half-descendant jungle of Buddhism Taoism. Yunkatang has always been surnamed Yi, just like Yunku Fudi has always been surnamed Jiang. Yi Yunyun likes to wear yellow clothes, so she is nicknamed Huang Yiyun. Previously, on the Tonggishao mountain, 10 people from the history of Izhou Wudao were selected. There are only 2 people alive except for Wu Tan, the Wu Xing who wears a bamboo sword and a wooden spear, and Yi Yunyun who likes to wear yellow clothes. 1 man and 1 woman, 2 martial arts masters, so far have no records of fisting. Just like the well water does not offend the river, each fought in banjo. It's just that the former likes to walk alone in the arena, coupled with the reputation of both praise and derogation. Naturally it is not as good as Huang Yiyun and Pushen in Tonggishao. In private, the monks on the mountain actually complained about Wu Tan, because the first person in martial arts did not care for or care about his family. After a great battle was fought, from beginning to end, he only gained fame in the mountains and rivers of Biezhou, punching fiercely, killing demons constantly, and watched the mountains and rivers of his hometown become ruins. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, this Senior Yi, the last time I met at Huang Heji, it seemed that it was just a bottleneck of anger and basic foundation. Even if I barely rank among the 10 people, the ranking should be at the bottom, at most. In the 8th and 9th state it shouldn't be the 6th highest." On the Shanshui Mansion News, there are many immortal teachers who are fighting for Huang Yiyun. They feel that this ranking is too low and should be ranked behind Wu Tan. Pei Qian feels that this kind of thing is trivial. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "If you add Master Yes Jade Pure Realm Cultivation Base, it will be ranked 6th, and the problem is not big. But if you only use martial arts to discuss superiority, as Pei Qian said, Wufu Yiyunyan's rankings are all hanging in the bottom. This kind of thing, to put it awkwardly, is that today's people will not speak when they bullied the ancients. On the other hand, Wu Tan is ranked 4th, but it is not a big problem. And the originator of Pushen Yunkatang, the Tianzong wizard who created Pushen boxing with 6 immortal pictures, was actually ranked 5th. This terrible martial artist, Yi Yugu, ranks 3rd in the Yi family's ancestral shrines where gods are enshrined and worshipped according to the time, and he is also revered as the unmoving ancestor. This person once made a great reputation in the Middle-earth god continent, and later he had a very bold evaluation: "I was alone, too jazzy-fisted against the 3 continents." The so-called Sanzhou is the hometown of Tonggizong, plus the Aquarius Island and Baijilu Island in the north. As for the Aquarius Island at that time, it can only be counted by La Zhuangding. In Qin Pingan's view, if nothing else, Yi Yugu had not yet reached the last level of the end of the martial arts at the peak of martial arts. It is estimated that because he could not break the bottleneck of the return to true level, he once walked the world in exchange for a great atmosphere. Yi Yugu, but the effect was not great, and he had to transfer to the Yupu realm and the upper 5 realms as a monk. Yi Yugu would naturally have a longer lifespan, use water to polish his skills and slowly improve his physique. Looking for opportunities to make further progress on the road of learning martial arts. It's just that Yi Yunyun only wears yellow clothes, which reminds Qin Pingan of Little Treasure Bottle. I don't know who Huang Yiyun is involved and what kind of admonition is involved. Qin Ping's thoughts drifted far away. His own Shindu mountain Qingping Jianzong, unlike Shangzong's Luopa mountain, had an additional Jianzong suffix. But from the current point of view, Chui Dongshan intends to make the next sect a behemoth. Swordsmanship must of course have it. This is the foundation of a kendo sect that has not moved for thousands of years. It is just that there are more various types of chi training. This is the luxuriant branches that a large mountain sect should have. There are hundreds or even thousands of people on the larger Zongmen mountain, such as Xingyang mountain. The god sect of Aquarius Island has a middle-ranked Qingtan blessed land, and there are even as many as 2,000 disciples of the sect. Some of the major sects of Zhongtu Shenzhou, plus the Xiazong and the hilltops of the Vassal, can be as many as tens of thousands of people, of course, could not be all gas trainers, accounting for the family of the mountain fairy master, as well as the servants, servant girls and kitchen servants of various peaks and fairy houses. Roughly divided into the ancestors of the Patriarch Hall, the inner gate, the outer gate, the Miyagi, the imperial city, the outer city, and the surrounding vassal hills, which are the same as the capital, are the land of Jianghu. If there is the next sect, it will be similarly built. A companion capital. Few people in the mountains are like water without a source. But if the mountain gate does not have a few high-level Taoism inheritance, it is a tree without roots, and it can't retain the cultivating celestial materials, and it's also difficult to have a lush atmosphere. Just like the Taoist technique of praying for rain next to Qin Pingan's self-buried Heshui temple, it is most suitable for the cultivation of immortals, and there are even several kinds of introductory techniques and immortal techniques passed down by the ancestors on many large mountains in the world. It can help the disciple to open up as soon as possible. After becoming a chi practitioner, they can also enter the cave realm as soon as possible. They can climb fast and have steady steps. This kind of fairy family secrets and Taoist secrets are known as opening the door and leading the way. It directly determines the depth of a fairy family sect, which can attract a large number of monastic embryos to break the boundary hand in hand in the early stage of climbing. And similar to praying for rain, it belongs to a kind of mountainside Taoist method, which can avoid the hidden danger of a sect from being blue and yellow. In fact, if Chen Pingan really wants to do everything he can, there is an immediate solution and a shortcut to take. The white-haired boy in Qilong Lane, who is still only a disciple of unrecorded handyman, has inherited most of Wu Shuangjiang's memories, except for some secrets of the unspoken dissemination of the old palace. He has some reservations and was regarded as unique by Wu Shuangjiang. The secret technique forbids the memory like a mountain, but in the miscellaneous learning, it is still very impressive. So the white-haired boy himself is like a half-year-old Taoist secret library, but Chen Pingan is neither willing nor appropriate to open this mouth. The predecessor was Xuanhuan, the natural transformation of the heavenly demon except the palace made. After all, he was just a guest at Luapa Mountain. Whether it is Luapa Mountain or Qingping Jianzong, there is a long way to go, and the future can be expected. There was a woman at the side table, frowned slightly, waved her hand to dissipate the smoke. She had tolerated the man next to the table for a long time, and the smoke swayed in the wind, which made most of the tea fragrance on her side less. It's just that she shouldn't talk too much about this kind of thing, just like drinking in the same restaurant. If anyone makes a loud noise, it's also a loud voice at her own wine table. Chen Pingan noticed the woman's movement and hurriedly put away the dry tobacco rod and cast an apologetic sight at her. The woman smiled slightly and nodded in greeting. She thought about it for a moment, and then held a cup of tea in her hand as a gift. After all monks on the mountain were traveling outside, and it was already very rare that the green shirt was willing to show weakness like this. According to some Shanshui Mansion newspapers that came to other continents, if it was in that Beiju Luzhou, if the other party didn't shoot the table, it would be considered polite to say, "What are you looking at?" So today's monks from Tongyi's Hao, even if someone travels across continents, they will first choose South Pajuo Island, and are never willing to take the initiative to go to the northern two continents. Probably discovered that the Qingshan guest was as timid as a mouse, and he was definitely not the genealogist who was born in the great immortal family. Therefore there is a table of tea guests not far away, a tall and powerful man with Kong Wu who asked, "The little girl has a good tone, who is given the qualifications to dare to make random points about the ranking of these mountain martial arts masters? Really rich, who would choose this small broken ship to enjoy the scenery along the Peijiang River?" This is not the case for his group. He was born in Tianhuang Noble and has a successful cultivating master Yuan. In order to understand the suffering of the people, it would be no problem to directly sacrifice a mountain rune boat to travel to Peijiang. And the man, as a rebel, was a 6th-level martial artist who was only half a step away from the title of Grandmaster, and he was also an admirer of Huang Yiyun. Of course, he couldn't bear a young woman talking nonsense over there. With such a big tone, why don't you go and ask Huang Yiyun for a fight? Don't say it's Yi Shanzhu, you can't even see it. It's the disciple of Xue Fuzi, her direct disciple, and you will have a questioning, so don't be beaten and cry. Pei Qian said indifferently, "Teacher and inherit." There was a handsome young man at that table who seemed to be the leader. He held a folding fan close together, and hung a pocket and lovely peachwood sword and fan pendant with golden silk thread. He smiled and asked, "Dare to ask the girl what her name is and who she learned from?" Pei Qian said, "Why don't you ask for your name if you meet by chance and meet by chance?" The man who was the first to speak couldn't understand the old-fashioned words of a little girl. The teacup knocked on the table heavily and smiled angrily. "Who borrowed your courage to talk to Master Yuan like this?" Pei Qian squinted at the person and said with a smile, "Fist and kick." The man laughed angrily, pretending to be angrily, "Who taught such a fierce lady?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Me." Earlier, at his own Yiyundu, who was just under the name of Lingbai Mountain, Qin Pingan casually made a crappy excuse, saying that he had caught something and changed his mind to start. Turning back alone, using the cloud and water body, walking to the prison used by Lingbai Mountain to lock up the training of airmen, and meeting the guy who dared to wipe the money in the shop. He did not charge the money and taught him to go out for free. The simple truth is that the eyes must be well managed. By the way, I asked about the origins and roots of this group of people. Originally belonged to the prince of the old Daxia dynasty who was in the troubled restoration of the country. The royal family like them was ordered to go out to make money for the royal family. There were as many as more than 20. On a secret mission, to recruit those old genealogy masters whose hilltops were broken and displaced, as well as Yamazawa Yeshio, and the green forest heroes who fell into the grass. Their own court does not care about their origins. Heroes do not ask where they come from as long as they are willing to nod their heads. Take a trip to the Beijing city, record files in the Ministry of Rights, and register in the household tribe, and you will be able to ascend to the sky in one step and immediately become the worship master of the Daxia dynasty, eat royal food, gain official status, and enjoy the blessing. Probably the immortal master who traveled down the mountain at the table had never seen such a chat, but found it interesting and less annoying. There were already people around who couldn't help laughing. Among them, the two women at different tables, Chubwa Inying, affectionate, look at the same person by appointment. The person they peeked at was Chao Sunny. What a handsome man, gentle, and a bookish man. As for the other two men who were at the same table, they were not bad, especially the man with a hasta and a long coat. It was a pity that they were a bit older. The younger brother named Yuan clenched a folding fan in his hands, then clasped his fists in his hands and smiled, "Don't mind if you don't mind." Chen Pingan raised the teacup to the table, indicating that it would be okay. The cruise ship is near a dock. Since the boxing is in Pushan, Wufu from a foreign country who wants to be famous for boxing is of course only in Pushan. There is a water ring built next to the dock, and a large yin and yang fish picture is paved with black and white stone on the mountain, which is extremely strong. There happen to be two long-established masters of the arena, both of which are martial arts of the golden body who can be called masters. The two sides met here to discuss their fist and kung fu tonight. A middle-aged martial artist with inferior skills was hit in the chest with a two-handed cannon hammer by an old man. By coincidence, the man who flew out, hit his back directly on a passing colored boat, and the old man fisted. It was extremely heavy, and the man couldn't fully relieve his energy. A boat was hit and left the water instantly, flipping several times out of thin air. Tourists on the boat and dumplings usually fell into the water. There is no need for Master to speak. Pei Qian's figure is no longer visible at the table. She touched the big ship about to fall into the river with a single palm, and gently pushed it to stabilize it on the river surface. Those who fell into the water in the Peijiang River were again dragged by a series of fist gangs. Like being dragged by their collars, they brought them back to the boat. Pei Qian pressed his palm again to break up the turbulent waves that had been swept by his fists, so as not to affect his cruise ship. Returning to the cruise ship, before taking a seat, I saw the two martial arts, one stepping on the river and the other on the shore ring, holding a fist with him in the distance to thank him. The middle-aged martial artist who was stepping on the water and stopped with a sincere expression, invited Pei Qian to come ashore. Pei Qian just clasped his fists, so he turned it down. The immortal master of the plucked genealogy began to fidget, especially the man who had had some chatters with Pei Qian. Until this moment he really understood what is a teacher, a fist, and what is a meeting without asking for names. This little girl turned out to be a martial arts master in the far travel realm. Chen Pingan joked with the table of immortal masters. "You don't want to take care of it." The younger brother named Yuan was a bit awkward and relieved. Just say that the two women who had fallen in love with Chao Sunny at first sight, and the man in the blue shirt who didn't look at the hostess, seemed not too old. It is a pity that in the Pushan area, any fairy master is forbidden to open the mirror. And Pushan Yunkatang disciples practicing in the mountains must concentrate and not be distracted, and will ban all kinds of landscape residences. Therefore, the previous ban on the Tianxia Dibao in the Confucian temple had almost no effect on Pushan disciples. Only those disciples who had gone down the mountain would feel a bit regretful. The family rules are heavy and the door is strict. Pushan inside and outside dare not violate the prohibition. Chen Pingan landed in a dock, and there was still more than 20 miles of mountain road to go away from the gate of Pushan Yunkatang. And that Pushan itself is actually not a big mountain, and the scale of the mountain may not be as great as the mountain of the crown prince of a small country. In fact, the group of people led by Master Yuan should have disembarked here, carrying a secret letter from the emperor's imperial pen to discuss important matters with the Master Shui in Yunkatang. It's just that the younger brother hesitated, and he still planned to disembark at a dock ferry and take a detour to see more scenery. Xiaomo was carrying a bamboo box on his back, holding a hiking stick and lightly tapping the green bamboo stick. He smiled and asked, "My son Yun Xiaotang is a martial art and martial arts school like this, is it rare?" Chen Pingan smiled and pointed to Pei Qian. "You have to ask her. Pei Qian has traveled more continents and has more knowledge." Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. There were so many continents that he had traveled. He just walked along the way absent-minded, so he had to have it, but the master would not, he would double it. If you make a half-price discount yourself, master doubles it, but it's a big difference. Just seeing Xiao Mo waiting for his answer, Pei Qian had to say, the number of cultivation paths of the Yunkatang disciples is not very common in Haoran, but if Pushun disciple succeeds in forming a pill, or becoming a golden martial artist, unless you are a first-class genius and get permission from the Patriarch Hall, you can continue to walk the two roads at the same time. In addition, you need to choose one of the two, you can only focus on refining qi or martial arts. In the divine continent of China, there is a sect with a small number of people on the mountain. Without exception, the ancestor sword repairer will be a Fulu monk. There is also a sect in the history of Jinjiazu, which is similar to Pushun, except that there is one more alchemy skill, but the mountain gate was barren. The monster clan is gone, and now there are less than 10 disciples left. There is only one earth immortal. Their ancestors and teachers have all died in battle, and even a guardian is gone. They want to restore the old glory of the sect. It's hard. Pei Qian once fought side by side with them on several battlefields from south to north in Jinjiazu. She had also rescued the young earth fairy who had the ambition to die. Qin Pingan explained, this is because there are many piles of Pushun boxing which are very ingenious and have a long history. They are derived from the 6 pictures of immortals handed down by the ancestors of Pushun. Choosing the piano, chanting with a high priest, and fishing the moon with a bamboo basket. Therefore, the martial arts of Yunkatang has been passed on from generation to generation, coupled with the continuous improvement and supplementation of the mountain masters and ancestors of the past. With the rest of the pile frame in the fist technique, there is the saying that, the pile comes from the picture and the fist goes to the picture. Such a sect, as Pei Qian said, looking at the entire Haoran, the world is not too much. Although the monks walk on 2 roads, they are physically tough, and the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, but the disadvantages are not small, such as the cloud cover not far away. In the foggy Pushun, Shugao is higher, but it has not yet been able to become the Zongzi head immortal family. In fact, Pushun has had 2 opportunities in its history. One was the founder of the mountain Yiyugu, who entered the Yupu realm that year. After leaving the customs, go down the mountain to visit friends, and go to reminisce with Xuanhuan, the best friend of Yuguizong. It's a pity that this trip down the mountain resulted in a terrible disaster. For some reason he was conspired by an expert, but Yiyugu was seriously injured and returned, but he did not say who it was until he died. Even with the ancestors and the descendant disciples, it seems that not mentioning a word. This is another unsolved case on the mountain that has been puzzled for thousands of years. It is only now that Tong Yezhou has started to turn over the old accounts, and it is said to have noses and eyes as if he has seen it with his own eyes. It is said that it is the ancestor of Tong Yezong who has a narrow reputation and is worried that once Yiyugu will enter the fairyland. With a stop-bound boxing technique, Pushun, who has been in the mountains for less than 100 years, might be able to directly wrestle with Tong Yizong. Therefore, Du Mao personally went out and intercepted the dead hands secretly, and finally made Yiyugu fall into a terrible state. Within a few years of returning to Pushun, he was seriously injured and died. Another opportunity was Yi Yunyun. Outside the end of martial arts, she was still a relatively unremarkable Yupu-level monk, but was delayed by that battle. After Yi Yunyun reached the 5th level, she was only in Pushun. Zhu Shirtang casually raised a mouth, and did not allow the members of the Zhu Shirtang to disclose this matter to the outside world. Now he does not want to report the matter to the Dafu Academy. Obviously, at least in the near future, Pushan has no plans to join the sect. It seems that Pushan is always a little bit so interesting when it comes to entering the sect, God's will. God is not beautiful? As if to compensate, the 7th fairy picture that Yi Yunyun had obtained not long ago is extremely precious and invaluable. Chen Pingan listened to Jiang Shangzhen emphatically mentioning it. It is a wall-to-wall picture with a rank higher than the 6 pictures from the ancestors. Moreover, before leaving Haoran world, the chief Zhou also left a special letter in Luopishan mentioning this matter. According to Jiang Shangzhen's letter, the origin of this picture is extremely unusual. It depicts a monk wearing a robe on the back, but wearing a Taoist crown, holding a jade wat and facing a mural. There are paintings in the painting, and on the mural there is a rubbing of an ancient bronze tripod, and thousands of ancient seal characters densely packed. Pei Qian suddenly smiled and said, "Master, since Sister Huang Ting has returned to her hometown, when shall we look for her?" She still had a good impression of the female crown sister. The face is cold and warm anyway, it is very different from Sui Right. Chen Pingan said, We will go back to Shindu Mountain first and then go to Xianxia together. Walking on a secluded road leading to Pushan Mountain Gate. Chen Pingan couldn't help taking out the dry tobacco rod again, squinting to think about things. Why Pushan was able to escape in the ruined mountains and rivers of a continent, this is actually a very intriguing thing. On the mountain from Fuzhong to Tapingshan, even if it is the Yuguizhong, although the ancestral industry will not be cut off, there are not a few living people left in an ancestral hall. Until now, every time it is discussed, half of it is still empty. See, at the foot of the mountain, the only one who protected the country and continued the Daquan dynasty, the frontier army died in countless battles, but they could only retreat step by step, and finally barely defended a mirage city without losing. Only Pushan seemed to have just fought a few painless mountain battles, the thunder was heavy and the rain was small, and a few big military account monsters watched from a distance. For some reason they had a tacit understanding and they did not really deal with Pushan. Shock. Otherwise, Yi Yunyun would not have thought of going to the Daquan dynasty to fight. According to Cui Dongshan, it was Wen Hai who had high hopes for this unremarkable Pushan. Chen Pingan clearly understood that it involved pure Wufu's dead end and the reopening of Shinto in the world. But today's monk Tong Yezhou intentionally or unconsciously ignored this matter, only as the shelter of the ancestor of the Yun Chaotang Yi family in Pushan, Hongfu Qitian. Near the mountain gate, Chen Pingan put away the dry tobacco rods. This thing is still not used to it, choking others, even more choking yourself. It seems to be more difficult than drinking. Xianxia Zhu Mountain, Longmian Mountain, on the top of the mountain where the Zhushatang is located, also known as Mind Point. There is a female crown who is a foreigner who is here to cultivate. After asking the sword, she still didn't leave. Nail an ancient sword into the ground on the top of the mountain, as if this way, the top of the mountain became her territory. It's just that even monk Xiao Longqiu had to admit that the woman asked about the sword's posture. Fengshen was chic. Fortunately, Xiao Longqiu has blocked the news as much as possible. In addition, there are not many immortal schools in Tonggishao today, and there are not many newspapers on the mountain. Otherwise, if this is spread out, outsiders will laugh out loud. Different from Haoren Bezu, Tonggishao is notoriously blocked, like an old antique who is depressed but arrogant. That's why Jiangshangzhen became so lively. Fuzhong and Tapingshan, two large sects, now only one person remains like a single seedling. Huang Ting, the female crown, stood on the edge of the cliff, leaning the sword in both hands, looking up at the moon. She is among the Yupu realm in the colorful world. There is good luck there and there are many opportunities, but this kind of blessing from heaven for her has been accustomed to her since she was a child. Anyway, when I was a child there was a wandering expert who passed by the Taiping Mountain, saying that she was a lucky man. The previous sword split the mountain and water restrictions of the mountain protection formation, and another sword severely injured Xiaolongqiu Shanju, and the last sword split the Patriarch Hall in two. She hung her sword in the air, and only 2 words with the stunned monkey Shan. Who will pick up the sword later, be careful of the dead. But if anyone can take the 3 swords, I paid for the repair of the Patriarch's Hall at home. Of course no one dared to take the sword. This Tapingshan female crown, Huang Ting. She is one of the most legendary female nuns in Tonggishao in the past. Yuqiu Zong Jiangshang is really lucky, and the blessing of the Huang Ting of the Taiping Mountain is also known as one continent and double by. Huang Ting's sudden return to his hometown this time made the entire Xianxia a big surprise. Because the gate of Tonggishao was opened at the beginning, leading to the new world of refuge, the Confucian Temple set a 100-year deadline at that time, and then the door will be opened on time. That's why Huang Ting's abrupt appearance made Xiao Longqiu caught off guard. In fact, a foreigner walked to the Tapingshan site before and made Xiao Longqiu aware of something wrong. When Huang Ting appeared to ask the sword, he was completely dead. Nowadays, when discussing matters in the Patriarch Hall, it is not thinking about driving people, but discussing how to make amends with the female champion sword repairer of the sect, so that he is willing to move out of the Patriarch Hall, even if he doesn't leave the heart and move a place. The Yuaning monk Xiao Longqiu is really in charge of now. He originally planned to take the position of the new official with 3 fires to help the division occupy the Taiping Mountain site, gather the remaining Taoist rhyme, and add some of his own natal objects to try to recreate a moon mirror, both public and private, is a road benefit, which is more practical than building a wild garden for people to visit. Huang Ting looked around. Xianxia was surrounded by the water country Zigua, and the mountain was enshrined in the left and right sides. It was a rare moon-picking ape that was not a genus that moved the mountain, and a big scorpion. In addition, in the jurisdiction of the mountains and rivers, there is a giant blue and a big catfish. There is no official title of the court, and he has named himself the Great Sage of the River and the Great King of Huangshui. I just heard that during that big battle they all ran away, the battle ended and they all returned. It's just that Xiaolongqiu didn't care about these two. Shui Bo Yuama felt that the two golden pills would not flow into the field of outsiders, and it would be good to be a decoration. Xiaolongqiu's treasure of Jinshan is a Guyu gourd. The female mountain lord who suffered a sword from her is known as Master Qingshuang. It's just that it's her junior who is really in charge now, who is very talented and has a bad temper. The reason is very simple. One sword cut through the ban on the landscape. Master Qingshuang, who was in retreat, did not hesitate to break through and took Huang Ting's second sword. On the other hand, the man seemed to like to watch theater more and he is stealing now. Happy. After all, senior sister Shanju has been in retreat for a longer period of time since she came to this. No one who has been a child in 40 to 50 years, she can't think of returning to her original state. This person has a destiny, a fishing rod, which seems to be able to make a round of bright moon in the water as bait. It is similar to the Dragon King basket. Today the only monk Xiaolongqiu who dared to approach the hut is a young female monk named Linghu Banana Fish, with the name Shu Shu. The monk's Dao name in the mountain is like the word for the man and the crown under the mountain. Chi practitioners can't have it casually, they have to be in the middle 5 realm of the cave. Both parents are monks Xiaolongqiu, a pair of couples in the mountains. As the only daughter, the little girl naturally loves her very much, but they all died in the battle outside the mountain. They shouldn't have to die. I heard that there are old friends outside and must be rescued. Maybe in the eyes of many people, even in the eyes of Xiaolongqiu's own monk, this is looking for death by himself, which is simply ridiculous. But Huang Ting didn't feel ridiculous at all. That's why the little girl named Linghu Banana Fish came here to be a guest. A green snail hung on the girl's waist is a magic weapon for shouting the mountain. It is a bit like an exorcism to the mountain, but it can only be done to train the mountain, to the mountain and the land. It is not as powerful as the latter and can expel the mountain. Drive the mountains into the sea. This Xiaolongqiu seems to have trouble dealing with the mountains. For example, there is a boiled stone platform on the mountain, and there is a rolling mountain river outside the mountain. The only interesting thing is that in ancient times there were 2 immortals who played against each other in the mountains. Matsushita only left a game of residual chess. Huang Ting has been there for a stroll, and it is indeed a bit of a doorway. She turned her head and saw the little girl approaching here, and when the other person approached, Huang Ting walked towards the hut, and the little girl followed with a great tacit understanding. In the hut there was only 1 bed and 1 stool. After the winter, a brazier was added. A bag of charcoal was placed in the corner. Huang Ting sat on the edge of the bed with his feet on the edge of the brazier, leaning forward, holding the tongs and flicking the charcoal fire. Linghu Banana Fish squatted aside, reaching out to keep warm. Huang Ting said, "Is there a stool?" Linghu Bananayu got up and moved, sitting on the bench, sitting opposite Huang Ting's fire. Huang Ting said casually, "Linghu Banana Fish, a burnt and mushy fish? What do your parents think of giving you such a name?" Linghu Banana Fish smiled and said, "Sister Huang Ting, there are ways here. After my mother was pregnant with me, one day she dreamed of a faint pond under the shade of a bunch of banana trees, and a fish floating up. When he got to the shore, Yue raised his head to look at his mother and talked. Both father and mother thought it was a good omen and there was a name like me. Nowadays in the mountains, the elders and colleagues will deliberately avoid her father and mother not to say, of course it is kind, afraid that she will be sad. But in fact, she doesn't think too much, even feels, father and mother are such a good person, why don't you say a few words? Must be too happy and sad. Like now." Huang Ting asked, "Aquarius Island in the north, there are Da and Xiaolongqiu, do you have any connections with you?" Linghu Banana Fish looked blank. Ha! She was the first time she heard that there was also a Xiaolongqiu on the Aquarius Island. Huang Ting asked, "Would you like to go to the Taiping Mountain to meditate with me?" Linghu Banana Fish thought for a while, shook his head and said timidly, "No more." Huang Ting was only on a temporary basis and casually said that the little girl didn't want to let it go, jokingly, "You don't have to worry about marrying anyway. The latest Washinshan Rouge list in Yunku Foodie, the little girl in front of me is just one of them." Linghu Banana Fish was a little embarrassed. He raised his head and glanced at the female crown elder sister in the light of the charcoal fire. The other party looked much better than himself. Huang Ting pointed to a saber hanging on the wall and smiled, "Different from you, I am Jianxiu. My face is not pretty but I can't eat it." As for the saber brought back from wuxialover, she picked it up from a secret site. About Mo is the immortal soldier and enlightened, he automatically recognized the Lord, lit up a sword light and went straight to her. At that time she was just following a large group of immortal masters to watch the excitement. Seeing those middle 5 realm gods are in formation and what they are, busy and very hard, and she is just bored and relieved at that moment in the colorful world, a golden core immortal, she dared to start a sect. In addition, Huang Ting also accepted a little girl as an apprentice there, like a local child born in a colorful world. It's just that I didn't bring them back together this time, and took the children to Feixiangcheng to take care of them. After all, in that colorful world, there is actually a mountain on which the 3 characters Taiping Shan are erected and sealed. Within 1,000 miles, the monk will not enter, otherwise he will ask her about the sword. The reason why he was able to leave Wuxia Tianxia as an exception was because Ning Yao, the number 1 person in the world, found her somehow. At that time, Ning Yao was also accompanied by an eccentric girl, holding a green bamboo stick, and writing a hand ink stone around her waist, which seemed to be called guizhuzhio. The little girl speaks very interestingly. She claims to be a direct disciple of Master Hermit. She has average sword skills and strong boxing skills. Ning Yao told Huang Ting about the recent situation of the Taiping Mountain in Tonggishao, saying that Qin Pingan had disrupted xianxia's plan to occupy the old site there. He also said that if Huang Ting is willing to return to his hometown and help Guizhuzhio protect the road in the long river of time, as a thank you the Confucian temple will not stop it. Here the Taiping Mountain is under the sect, and Feixiangcheng can help take care of it for 100 years. Huang Ting looked at the woman with the sword box back who seemed to be discussing with him. It's really hard to be the first person in the colorful world. At that time Guizhuzhio said loudly, Master cherishes it. Then the girl lowered her voice and said, Madam, don't worry, I have arrived at the Luapa Mountain in Aquarius Island. If I find those humizi, I dare to entangle the master repeatedly, then don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. The little girl made a gesture of wiping her neck. Ning Yao touched the girl's head with a gentle expression and smiled, Your master, you are not afraid of anything, and you are most afraid of something. I know exactly what happened. It was not until that moment that Huang Ting passed Guizhuzhi's 3 successive titles and was surprised to discover the truth. It turned out that Guizhuzhi's master was the hermit of Jianghu Great Wall, that is, Luapashen Qin Pingan. Huang Ting knew that if it weren't for Qin Pingan, and because Ning Yao couldn't make a difference with him, there was no need to waste a piece of merit at the Confucian temple. Looking at Ning Yao's face and eyes, Huang Ting finds it very interesting. Are you Ning Yao? Can you be such a woman? But this may be a woman just like it. Willing to become less like yourself for someone. Linghu Banana Fish lowered his head and said timidly, Sister Huang Ting, Grandmaster asked me to ask you something. I dare not refuse, nor do I dare to tell you. Huang Ting couldn't help but think for a while and said, It's okay, just tell him, I will leave when I'm tired of staying here. Linghu Banana Fish nodded vigorously. Now that there is an answer, there is nothing wrong with it. Glancing at the innocent little girl, Huang Ting sighed, and made an exception and repeated inquiries, Really not following me? Linghu Banana Yu shook his head gently, bent down, stared at the charcoal fire in the stove and whispered, I have to go to the grave for my parents every year. I can't do it if I go to Taiping Mountain to practice. Huang Ting nodded, humming. Taiping Shan is now alone. Wherever you are, Taiping Mountain is where you are. Being in a foreign land, I just feel lonely. Back home but lonely. In the middle of Tonggishao, a small country that had just restored the country in the county seat of Liuzhou where it was governed, after the war for so many years, it has finally recovered a bit of anger. At the supper stall, a scholar and a fat man sat at a table, each eating a bowl of hot snail noodles. In fact, along the way from autumn to winter, the 2 of them are 2 ghosts to be precise. They have also seen the grain-carrying convoy crossing the river by the water mill at the foot of the mountain, the old man carrying a long pole on his shoulder, there is a pheasant hanging. Food is the heaven for the people and the old cow is by his side. Tian Zhejian said that this year was a good year. The 2 bowls are actually not small on the supper table at the moment, but they are especially small compared to the bowls of Bio Palace. The fat man shook his head as he ate, this cinnamon, almost meaning. The sour bamboo shoots didn't use the yellow mud tip in the spring bamboo shoots, not to mention the soaking of sanjiao. It's not as good as the Mui Shuifu where he was a guest. The scholar tapped the chopsticks on the tabletop lightly, it's almost enough. A big bowl of snail noodles for 5 cents is cheap and good. What do you want? The key is that this fat man's mouth is broken like a mother-in-law, and he has almost 2 bowls and depending on the posture he can have another bowl. He took a fat man with a pseudonym Gusu, suddenly stopped his chopsticks, raised his head, reached out and wiped his mouth, and then wiped it on the bottom of the table. I'm so suffocated, what's wrong with you on the previous crossing? Who did you see? Or did you catch a big fish that slipped through the net? It's obviously a good thing and it's not that pretty lady, why can't you share? Yes, it's not as good as the others. Xianxia raised his hand, planning to check out. The fat man was anxious and yelled, "Why, the gap between the teeth is not filled, I want to have another bowl." Xianxia ignored him, but when he paid for it, he directly gave 4 bowls of snail noodles. The fat man had a full hiccup and he was still a little eye-sighted. If he left it, he could be promoted. Xianxia sat with his arms folded, eating the second bowl of snail powder by the fat man in front of him. This guy is really rare. It is said that when he was young he was addicted to gambling, forgot to sleep and eat, was idle and did nothing. Before this fat man usurped the throne and established the country, he personally used a chessboard to kill people, and he was also unknown on the street. The woman of his identity slapped her face to her face but didn't fight back. Can say some sour words, say that the beautiful young man with a golden whip went to leap on a green horse. At that time, the spring clothes were thin and the apricot blossoms were blowing all over his head. Just like this moment, it can be said that the person is extremely hungry, and as soon as he works he will eat deliciously, eat and drink well, and sleep when he touches the pillow. Sleeping can be at ease, not to mention that you will no longer miss the big girls you see during the day. Even the emperor is not timid, there is no time to think about those who have or not. Xianxia whispered, "It is a very bitter saying to cure all diseases." The fat man rolled a large amount of chopstick snail noodles. It smelled stinky and it tasted fragrant. He curled his lips. No matter how bitter it is, I still have to obediently accept my fate. The water has roots, the mountains have ins and outs, and people have birth, aging, sickness and death. Since it is the rule set by God, we have to bow our heads without bowing our heads. Besides, I am not a scholar of you and I don't pay attention to the sorrow of the world, and the people are always hard. Take a 10,000 step back and say, my future generations will have a bad reputation. But back then, when I was the emperor sitting on the dragon chair, the people of my family craned their necks to let the monks of other countries chop. Do you think they dare to chop? So let me say, the Dali Song family in the north, at most it's the realm I made early that year. Xianxia smiled and said, "This kind of bold rhetoric is worse than the rest." Gusu grinned, "What about being that human face? I can't tell you wrong. In fact, the 2 sides should have gone to Dafu Academy a long time ago. The reason why they changed their route, circling the water all the way and then around the mountain, swaying here, what else could be done, was not the idea of Master Xianxia. Gusu doesn't have the ability to fortune tellers, and I don't know what Xianxia is thinking. When he was an official before and didn't wear dragon robes, the former emperor, who was more moody than himself, would bring in a fortune teller from time to time and ask them to tell your own fortune. When will you die? The fate of the fortune-telling gentleman can be imagined. Dafu Academy was rebuilt on the old site. The new head of the academy came from the Linlu Academy of the Dai dynasty, Qinglongzhou, and was the real name of the demon clan of Huang Tingguo's eternal water dragon. When the fat man finished eating, Xianxia took him to a county town god's temple. The yamen was brand new and he was a new county town god. Gusu asked, "Brother Zhong, why don't you go directly to the Xuanhuan? It really doesn't work. Our brothers will go to the county Chenghuang to be awe-inspiring. Because the governorship of the state and the government are located at the same time, the governor's office, the government office and the county office are all in the same city, and there are still 2 Fugwa counties in one city, or they can be regarded as a pair of difficult brothers and sisters, according to the officialdom. Doorway, this is called Sansheng's unfortunately known county attached to Gua. Sansheng committed evil to attach to Gua's provincial capital. Similar to Fuguo's county magistrate, Chenghuangi in one place is in a similar situation, and it's even harder to become an official. When they wandered around the city during the day before, they heard some gossip. It is said that the 2 Fugwa counties here have been fighting for the title of first county in the past 2 years. The ranking of Fugwa counties is generally based on the historical length, but the famous counties such as Xuanhuan and Renhe seem to have priority. Now Xianxia's status is aloof, similar to the kind of imperial minister who helped His Majesty the Emperor patrol the world and help the army and the people in the barnyard official history. Even if Xianxia doesn't have a serious Fengdu official body for the time being, but like it is written in a novel, he can hold a Shangfang sword and he can cut it first and play it later. Therefore, compared with the local ministers of Xinjiang, he has greater authority because Xianxia can do things cheaply. Xianxia stood at the door, entered in no hurry and suddenly said, "I received a secret letter earlier." Gusu rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. "Why, your friend, besides interrupting Xian's Hanqing, has he done something extraordinary?" Come on, let's talk about it and see if you can scare me to death. Zhong Kuei laughed in his heart and said, it's nothing, it's just that someone robbed half of the Lulua River, and then emptied Toyua Mountain in one fell swoop, beheaded an ascending demon, and jointly migrated to Mingyue outside to the Qingming world. Gusu laughed and said, I thought it was such a big deal, that's all. The fat man wiped his forehead, but fortunately there was no sweat. Brother Zhong's friends are my friends. Since they are all friends, what kind of realm do you want to talk about? Let me say, your friend, the more handsome you look, men have to be like this. At first glance it's not so good. But it can make others look more and more exciting. Gusu gave a high thumbs up. Zhong Kuei, it is still possible for you to make friends. In this matter, I am indeed inferior to you. I have to give you a sincere thumb. Seeing Zhong Kuei's smile, the fat man rubbed his face with his thumb. His looks, when I was young he had to give him 3 points. This fat man obviously started to make up for it. Before, I thought that the young hidden official who could abduct Naninya to be a couple would be a big trotter who was sure to be good at rhetoric. He was a master who had a bad stomach and couldn't eat coarse grains. As a result, I heard about these great changes in the wild hinterland. Gusu then contacted Zhong Kuei and the content of the conversation between the big demon Wu Chao. The fat man thought with his ass, knowing who did the series of activities. Even if it wasn't Qin Pingan who handed the sword in person, it was the young hidden official who took the lead, so he immediately turned around. This kind of hero who has never met in 1,000 years, I must help me to recommend it when I look back, let alone call me brothers and sisters. Even if you call him brother, I don't lose heart. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, he'll see you soon. Looking back at the street, Zhong Kuei suddenly changed his attention temporarily and smiled, find a place to drink. The fat man patted his chest and said, old rules I will check out. Zhong Kuei looked at the fat man. The fat man said angrily, the new rules I will always check out in the future and I will agree in advance except for drinking flower wine. Otherwise, in accordance with his Uncle Gus's consistent aim, he should not be greedy for generosity, and when a ghost is not greedy for boldness. Zhong Kuei asked with a smile, I heard that you have always treasured the 13 lines of Jade editions? The fat man turned his head and sighed fiercely, which historian's lard is heartbroken, splashing my dirty water to ruin my reputation. Zhong Kuei patted the fat man on the shoulder, if not, I would advise you not to see my friend, just stay a little longer, he is very vengeful. The fat man's eyes turned sharply, and he began to weigh the pros and cons. Zhong Kuei walked to a roadside wine shop, and after taking his seat, he began to drink in silence. Smart people are willing to do stupid things, good people can do feats. What is a night is a river and lake flowing in the bones. Tonight is refreshing, there are guests and wine, taking advantage of the day's breeze and clear moon. The night was heavy, and when they arrived at the gate of Pushen Yunkateng, Qin Pingan and the 2 concierge monks reported their identities. However, compared to the last time, he has the identity of Shindu Mountain. The concierge had obviously been greeted here. He had only heard of Chao Mo, and asked Xianxia Chao to wait a while and immediately convey the matter with a bluebird charm made of origami. Chao Mo took a look, a little familiar. This esoteric messenger talisman in Pushen, a woman riding a blue bird. Soon 2 people rushed to the mountain gate to greet the distinguished guests of Qin Pingan. Xuanhuan, a martial artist in the remote travel realm, this old man has a clean appearance and a refined manner. Wearing a Luan scarf on his head, he is floating out of the dust with ancient meaning. So even though he is the master of martial arts, he has always been respected as Xue Fuzi outside the mountain. Xuanhuan followed an old Yuanying monk with a fairy wind and bones, holding a whisk in his hand. The last time he defended the road, Xuanhuan had already met with Chao Mo and Zheng Qian when he traveled to Huanggeji in the blessed land of the Cloud Grottos. As one of Yi Yunyun's direct disciples, Xuanhuan and the chief of the Jinding Temple dedicated to Luing, and both are the apologists of a large group of young people. Master Yi Yunyun wanted to ask Chao Mo about a boxing, but that Chao Mo claimed to be a junior, and declined the question of boxing. After listening to the master, that Jiang Shangzhen said that his friend Chao Mo was this person, and he refused 3 times in a row. But since the other party was Zheng Qian's master, Xuanhuan didn't think it was Chao Mo's delusion. Not to mention that it was an expert who was taught by the other party. He was able to kill the quartet on the battlefields of Jinjiazu and Ao Pingzhou, killing countless demons and saving people. What's more, this disciple also had 4 games with the Duan Chao Ci Wen Quan. Xuanhuan's feat, even if he was a martial artist in the far-flung realm, he didn't think he could do something similar to that of a disciple of others. He only talked about the question about Chao Ci's questioning. It is estimated that Chao Ci would not be willing to make a move at all. When Xuanhuan was on his way down the mountain, he saw Chao Sunny and the Xiaoma holding a hiking stick at first sight. Xuanhuan held a fist and apologized. "Master Chao, my master and a friend have gone on a trip. They are not on the mountain, but they are not too far away. The Ancestor Hall has already sent a letter with a flying sword. You can return to Pushan within an hour." On the side, old immortal Master Yuan slapped a whisk. The chief saluted and respectfully said, "Tanrong, ancient wooden sandalwood, water is full of melting. Nowadays I am Pushan Zhanglu and I pay respect to Chao Xianxia." It's not that the old immortal master is easy to talk and he gives a big gift when he sees people. In fact, in Pushan Zhu Shirtang, Tanrong is notoriously hard to talk. Huang Yiyun, the owner of the mountain, does not care about things, so Tanrong cannot be a villain. Moreover, few of the masters of the disciplines of the fairy mountains in the world and the sect are good-tempered. It's really Pushan and the Master Chao who has a good face, owes a sturdy favor to the gods. A former faxer from Lu Yong of the Jianghu Palace took the initiative to visit Pushan and sent 2 stoves. Yuan, a fairy money was confiscated. According to the owner of the mountain, it was the Master Chao in front of him who helped Pushan and Jianghu Palace match the bridge. Chen Pingon clasped a fist and smiled. It has long been known that Tanzhong LV is the master of gold and stone on the mountain. The collection of seals has shed thousands of seals. The younger generations must take this opportunity to visit the Tanzhong LV Tianjin Wanshishai. I never thought that Master Chao would be so good. The smile on Tanrong's face is even thicker. It's important to know that this old Yuanying has 2 the most itchy parts in his life. One is half 100 years old. He is a golden-bodied martial artist, so he once personally engraved a pair of private book seals. Moreover, Tanrong has a very rich collection of seals. Tanrong led the group of guests from Xindu Mountain, and went to Pushan's hospitality place with Yufeng, which is located on the Sea of Clouds near the mountains Zushitang. Yunkatang will choose this place only to entertain the distinguished guests. In the depths of Baiyun, there is a towering old tree with verdant greenery covering several acres and surrounded by a circle of white jade railings. The disciples of Yunkatang, regardless of men and women, have many talents, and almost everyone is proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. I had a very happy conversation with the Master Chao on the way. At first I thought that the other party was talking about Jinshi together. They were just saying some kind words that would make the relationship closer. Unexpectedly, the more they talked, the more they fell in love with each other, and they talked about something few people knew. Xianxia, the other party's Zhang, no comments, often in one sentence, very insightful, by no means an expert word that can be said by looking at a few books on imprints and holding a Buddha before going up the mountain. Xiaomo just wanted to understand another truth. With 18 martial arts, he would never be idle, he would always be useful in time. Pei Qian glanced at someone diagonally as if saying that my master would do it, would you? How to be a proud disciple. Chao Qingqing had no choice but to miss that junior sister Guo for no reason. Guozhuzhou is here, the biggest headache is Pei Qian. Every time 100 flowers bloom on the tree and 1 flower blooms, there is an exquisite and lovely woman who appears in it. They are all the genus of flowers and plants that have been successfully refined. The unique scenery of the immortal family on the mountain is quite exhausting. Not to mention that even Tanrong and Xuanhuan can't see it if they want to. Patriarchs of the past dynasties of Pushan have always respected those little guys and should not disturb their cleansing at will. Therefore the little guys are very temperamental and often neglect their work. Once the flowers bloom, they will lie there and stay motionless, but they will make a joke. It's not that we have never experienced such an embarrassing situation. I can't teach, am even more reluctant to beat and scold. What else can I do? You must know the last time the 2 distinguished guests visited, but Sun Yuan, the old lord of Yuguizang, led the new Lord Jiang Shangzhen and joined forces visit Pushan. When the flowers bloomed last time, there were countless curses one after another, and there were even many charms or akimbo or jumping, spitting at Jiang Shangzhen. The new sect master, who was arrogant, rushed around, picked up the rein in both hands, and licked his face, thanking him again and again. Finally, I put on the sentence, "Good rain knows the season, and it happens when you meet me. Such a distinguished guest, it is better to come less." So before Zhang Tanrong went down the mountain, he made a special trip to greet him in advance, and he had to say ignorantly that today's distinguished guest, Chao Mo, although he was the last guest of Yuguizong, it has nothing to do with that Jiang Shangzhen half a coin. Then the old Zhang Li was worried that he would be self-defeating, and then solemnly said about the 2 furnaces sitting in the Qinghu Palace and forgetting the pill, and the deeds of the Zheng Qian. The little spirits looked attentive, and they had longed for it long ago. White clouds are like lichens spreading in the sky, bright as day. Beside the dozens of white jade stools arranged as astrology, after Tan Rong and the other guests were seated, the old fairy took out a small bronze chime colored like jasper from his sleeve and tapped it 3 times with his finger to make it clearer and more melodious. From high to low, the flowers bloom in the next time. The women in the flowers are graceful, dancing or playing the piano or playing the flute. They sing rumors and ancient sayings. They are about 1 finger long and they are all gods with crescent eyebrows. The clothes are smoky, the skirt sleeves are wide and long, the fragrance is swirling, and the scene is exquisite and immortal. When the vision was over, Qin Pingan got up and held fists to thank the immortals who lived in the ancient trees. Of course the 3 Xiaomo followed up. Among them was a pocket-sized woman with a white jade seal, wearing a quaint and true crown. Her eyes flowed, she had clear hair, she moved a few steps, stood beside the petals and asked, "Master Chow, listen to the sandal palms. Do you come from Yugyu sect? Do you recognize the old Jiang who has made great achievements in battle?" Tan Rong was immediately worried. It was just this kind of thing and it was not easy to remind Chao Amo in his heart. However, Qin Pingan had already understood that when he went out, especially in front of women who said that he and Jiang Shang are really friends, not stupid, so he shook his head and smiled. Chao Amo is just a stubborn Yugue zonking. Where? It's fortunate to be able to recognize sect Master Jiang, which is impossible to climb. There is only Zhou Feizhou in my house at Luapa Mountain, and there is no Jiang Shangshan. The woman seemed to be skeptical, and in the end she just shook her head and said, "Man," she didn't continue to ask more. Pushun's wine is more famous than Yunwu tea, and is known as Xiabai Huaneng on the mountain. Pushun is not short of money if they only give it away but not sell it. It is more than 70 places outside Pushun that rents for mountains and rivers, so Pushun's ancestor who manages money has always been the easiest. In the previous meeting of the Patriarch Hall, after discussing the issue of rent collection in various places after the Great War, Yi Yunyun was concise and gave only 2 words: forget it. Yi Yunyun is generally not involved in specific general affairs, and she always acts as a shopkeeper to make money and spend money, but every time she shows up she has always said nothing. If the mountain owner speaks, there is no need to discuss anything. Pushun expressly expresses his words. Whether it is a famous mountain, a large mountain, a river, a lake or an ancestral temple, as long as it is a legitimate successor, it will be rent-free for 100 years. Waiting for Yi Yunyun to return to the top of the mountain, Tan Rong once again thanked Master Chow for 2 furnaces of yuan. If it weren't for the old money fan who's busy buying a few new hilltops now, or this time Master Chow's visit to Yunkatang, he would have to bow and thank him before he was willing to thank him. Several direct disciples were all assigned a Yui Maru, which made the matter of breaking the boundary either more sure or more eye-catching. Qin Pingan smiled and said that he was just helping out, saying that Pu Shan planned to buy a furnace of Zhuowang Dan, and did not expect that Qinghu Palace would send it out at the end. It is estimated that it is because of the old Lu that he sincerely recognizes Pu Shan's style, otherwise the buying and selling prices are affordable. Of course, Tan Rong and Xuanhuan knew the truth, but the other party deliberately said that, and it was a glamorous thing to help Pu Shan carry the sedan chair. The 2 parties casually chatted with Wu Tan's great disciple of the mountain, the Wufu Guobailu of the Golden Body. Xuanhuan did not hesitate to praise this junior, and he was sure that Guobailuo's future martial arts achievements would be very high. The key to a 20-year-old golden figure was that he had taken the 2 characters of the strongest twice at a young age, and was in martial arts. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Guobailu must have an unlimited future." Pei Qian was sitting in jeopardy, expressionless. Whether it is a pure samurai or a monk on the mountain, they all agree with it now. That was led by Chao Xiai of the Daduan dynasty, and he was alone, leading the way in the forefront, riding on the road of martial arts. In addition, behind Chao Xiai such as Jing Qian from Aquarius Island, Yu Yufu from Zhongtu Shenzhou, and Guobailu from Tonggishao, these people who have received the word strongest in the past 2 decades are considered to be the best. The young generation with the most gold content, after all, is the strongest realm in the 2 worlds, Howren and Wild. Xuanhuan hesitated, but gave up the idea of discussing fist skills with Zheng Qian. After all, he was a distinguished guest. Before the other party and his party saw the master, they had a fight with others which was not ethical. Besides, this is a questioning without suspense. Xuanhuan really didn't think he could go through 20 tricks under Zheng Qian's hands. Can you survive 10 tricks? You have to try it to find out. After all the gossips, the mountain owner still did not rush back to Pushun after the 3 rounds of wine. It was later than expected, so Tan Rong had to take Chao Xianxia and his party to his own Chenjin Wanshis High. Ordinary guests don't want to set foot here, One party cherishes the Tibetan seal like a hero looking at the sky with blank eyes. The book is like a beauty, why bother to show the blind to the blind? When Pushan Zhonglu said that the Yinpu of the Baijiangxian and the Yinpu of the Zhenxian were not included, I was very sorry. I just said that I have already greeted the stewards of the 2 intercontinental ferries from other towns, and I must help myself in the hilltop of Iazhao with a lot of money, including the travel expenses. Anyway, the price is no problem. One of the veteran ferry stewards who had been to the upside-down mountain, whenever he talked about the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would always say, the new hidden official, and never called the last hidden official. Feiyang said that although he could not discuss face-to-face with the new hermit, but later in Chunbanzhai on the upside-down mountain, the chair he was sitting on was only 2 chairs away from the throne of the hermit. After discussing with Xiao Yunyan, Yan Jianxian and Nalan Huansai, he touched the back of the chair and felt immortal. Don't laugh at Tan Zhongli. At that time I just got up a little slower than that. The shameless colleagues have to line up in the end. What a spitting speech. Pushan's Hanglu couldn't laugh or cry. Of course, I knew the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was just more news, but it was nothing. Tanghishao has always not asked about the affairs of the world or other continents. But after all, Tan Rong had no choice but to behave, smiling and nodding. When the other party said not to laugh, Lao Zhongli could only really straighten up his face and not smile. In the end, the old steward started to brag about not making drafts, saying that if you had asked for the 2 prints earlier, I would discuss with the new hermit, and it would be possible to give them away for free. What happened to Tan Rong at that time? Continued to nod and say yes. At this moment, the old fairy master didn't notice that, except for the calm-looking Master Chow beside him, all 3 guests looked strange. On the edge of the Pushan area, in a water temple at the source of Peijiang River, in an elegant and quiet wing, there is a woman in yellow clothes drinking tea with 2 friends. It is the kind that is sold from Aquarius Island. The Lao Tsong Narcissus in Benzhou frowned when she drank it. She had already used Peijiang first-class spring water to make tea, but it still tasted like this. Whoever set the price is in the eyes of the money. The other 3 in the house are all women. One of them is the host of this shrine. The goddess of water, who is commonly referred to as the Women of the East Sea by the ferry master on the mountain, has the surname Ko and Xietsu. If it weren't for Huang Yun nodded to drink this foreign town rock tea, she was really embarrassed to take it out to treat guests. Yi Yunyun came to the ancestral temple this time to talk to Ko Xuanxiu about the specific matters of crossing the river. Because it is the Peijiang water god, there is no reason to walk the water in Peijiang, so it is meaningless, so Yi Yunyun had negotiated with the Daquan dynasty before. Then, the selection of the buried river where the old Dadyulong Palace was located was the Emperor Yao Jingji personally came forward to chat, and it went smoothly. Lu Ro, the of the buried river water, the master of the Bio Palace, also discussed it very well, and soon wrote back a letter from the Mirage Palace, just 2 words, welcome. Opposite Yi Yunyun, there was a slender girl sitting in a pink silk dress, wearing a crane cloak. She looked at the appearance of just a young girl, but she was an extremely senior Yuaning in Tong Yezhou. It is the contemporary master of Bailong Cave, named Su Qingzhu with the name Runyue. Beautiful appearance, desolate expression under the woods atmosphere. Su Qingzhu likes to walk barefoot since he was a child, and has the weird habit of lifelong socks without shoes. The reason why Pushen Yunkatang participated in the Peachleaf Alliance was that she was the lobbyist of Du Hanliang at Jindingguan, but only for one reason. Su Qingzhu persuaded the original unwillingness to be mixed, and his friend Huang Yun on this matter. Tong Yezhou needs a boundless martial artist who is willing to punch, regardless of the cost and the consequences, to deter the monks from other continents. Su Qingzhu had been a guest in Pushan before, and had been there for a long time, because she was going to retreat soon, and the success or failure of breaking the border is unknown. The last woman, the youngest and the lowest in Taoism, is Yi Yunyun's junior, Yi Zuanji's son. Yi Xuanji, the ancestor of this young female cultivator, is Yi Yunyun's elder brother, and she has been in charge of Yun Kaitang's treasury. As long as Yi Xuanji is away from home, she is accustomed to wearing a dragon girl xiang dress robe and a string of pearl bracelets on her wrist. When she lifted the tea bowl, she lifted her wrist, glanced at the treasure hand and smiled secretly. Because that Mrs. Tan Dan, who is now the lord of the land and water transport in the world, let Lu Shuaking speak out, there are no more beads in the mansion, no one is left. Therefore this kind of pearl hand shining even if it has become a swan song. So now in the mountains the price of handmade shining has skyrocketed, more than quadrupling the original price. It's a pity that she emptied her purse and then borrowed money from the same door, and only bought 3 bunches of palm pearls. Therefore, the ancestor who is now the god of wealth in Pushan is embarrassed to say that she spends money indiscriminately. Su Qingzhu said, I need to go back to the mountain to retreat, so I can't protect the canal from the side on the shore. Ko Xingxiu raised the wine bowl, which was still an imitation flower cup from Aquarius Island, and said with a smile, How dare you let the cave master protect the road? If you can still blaspheme in the future, please come back to the cave master. Su Qingzhu, who looked deserted, also smiled and raised the well-made teacup, to encourage each other. After drinking tea, Yi Yunyun didn't let Ko Xuanxu go with him. The three of them went out of the temple and walked along the bank of the source of Peijiang. Su Qingzhu touched Yi Xuanji's head and asked with a smile, Xuanji, it's rare to go out with the owner this time. Have you secretly bought the mansion newspaper? Yi Xuanji glanced at Huang Yiyun, who was both the owner of the Yi family and the owner of the Pushan Mountain. Did not dare to say. Yi Yunyun said, As long as you don't bring back the Shanshui mansion newspaper you've seen back to Pushan. Yi Xuanji opened the chattering box and talked to the mountain owner and Senior Yunyue about a lot of strange and interesting things about the northern Aquarius and Beiju Luzhou. For example, I heard that the Beiyue Piyun mountain of Aquarius Island is about to host a night banquet. It's a pity that the news of the Shanshui mansion report of my own Tongyi's Hao is too late, and many things on the mountain are based on false rumors. Otherwise, it is just copying the contents of the mansion report of Aquarius, so it is the second or even the third road dealer. For example, until now Yi Xuanji didn't know that the Zhuquan Pingma Zong Zhuquan at Luzhou Skeleton Beach in Beiju had already stepped down as the sect master. There was also an unknown expert who was born during the discussions in the Middle-earth Confucian Temple. He claimed to be a Nen Taoist. He was invincible in Taoism, and his skills were so messed up that he beat an old Feishing with no power to fight back. Another immortal in the Jiozhen Immortal Hall, the Mandarin Duck Zhu, who was also in the land of right and wrong, was asked by a young sword immortal of unknown origin. The former almost died. Of course, there is also the unknown mountain called Luapa Mountain. A visit to Xinjiang Mountain, the sect of the same continent, caused a great movement. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a mountain collapse and a crack. Hearing the ceremony, Su Qingzhu finally laughed and said, Yunyun, by coincidence that young mountain lord seems to be named Chen Pingan. He is about the same number of climbers as you. He is a monk and a master of martial arts. Yi Yunyun had obviously heard about the name of the other party and shook her head. I said it was about the same, but it was actually a lot worse. The other party was not only a trainer but also a sword repairman, but also a similar to Fengshui Temple greatsword immortal Wei Jin. It is the Yupu realm who has been in the 40s. If I just follow the statement on the Dibao, if I can ask for a fight with it, the chances of winning are not great. Su Qingzhu tweeted, Such words don't make Huang Yun's back hurt anymore. She then looked a little bit angry. People are more than popular, you will get 2 furnaces for nothing when you go out. Look at me, if you don't move at home, you provoke the Lord Fu Yin from the Dequan dynasty surnamed Yao. Yi Yunyun has always been straightforward. This means that there are fewer people in the house and there are more people in the house. There are many people in the house and it is easy to talk wrong. Su Qingzhu was so angry that he reached out and twisted Yi Yunyun's arm. Yi Yunyun ignored her, just a faint sadness between her eyebrows as if she was more worried than Su Qingzhu. Among Su Qingzhu's direct disciples, there was a child nicknamed Linzi, named Ma Linshur. This little went on a trip and made trouble. First, he was in the Mirage city of the Dequan dynasty with a one-armed lame. After making a big fuss, I realized afterwards that it was Jingqing Fuyin, the younger brother of the Empress Dequan, and the princess from Yiping. Later, he clashed with a group of people in the blessed land of Jiang's cloud grottos, which caused Yuqi to be kicked on the ground by a child who claimed to be nicknamed Invincible Little Xuanhuan. The crushing force of the fight back. An immortal cultivator who was only one step away from the immortal Dragon Gate realm, gave a child who practiced boxing a severe lesson. But here in Beilongdong, after a meeting in the Patriarch's Hall, I didn't have the slightest thoughts anymore. I wanted to go to the root of the question and ask who to blame. As soon as she was the master of the cave for many years, it was troublesome, not to mention that she is now at a critical moment of retreat and trying to break the border. It is best not to touch the red dust on the mountain. In addition, Beilongdong is even more afraid that a big trouble will get worse, and for the sake of face, hurting the inside will only outweigh the gain. Whether it was a county king and capital city Yin of the Dequan dynasty, or Yunku Fudi, the man who stood beside Yi Yunyun at that time took a mouthful of Sister Yi, so frivolous he couldn't even let Yi Yunyun say anything. Has been able to explain things very well. What's more, there was an unfathomable white-clothed teenager beside the boy at that time. In his words, he did not put the white dragon cave in his eyes at all. The lover who had entered the cave realm when he was less than 10 years old, was forbidden by her. He practiced in the mountains and looked at a very honest child. He did not think about the mountains before he became a troublemaker. It's not that Yi Yunyun deliberately sprinkled salt on her friend's wound. But the hidden worries of my own mountain, it is indeed bigger than the sky. Some inside stories, let alone outsider Su Qingzhu, even the girl Yi Xuanji didn't know. For example, Guo Bailu, an extremely talented and extremely young martial artist with a golden frame. Not long after the opponent left the Pushan territory, he encountered a silent assault, which was extremely dangerous. It was only when Jiang Shangzhen was struck by it that Guo Bailu was able to escape the unsuspecting disaster that was originally destined to be traceless. With Jiang Shangzhen's realm and means, he couldn't really take the assassin down, and the assassin seemed to have used an extremely clever way to die. After that, Wu Tan received the cross-continent flying sword from Pushen Yunkateng, and immediately quietly returned to his hometown of Tonggishao. He originally planned to have a fist with Yi Yunyun. It was only rejected by Yi Yunyun. Although Wu Tan was surprised, he did not force it. It wasn't because of the incident that disciple Guo Bailu was attacked, he had to anger Pushen, far from it, but Wu Tan felt that he just happened to be on the way. Thanks to Jiang Shangzhen's early reminder that she was worried that she and Wu Tan would fall into a trap together, Yi Yunyun did not agree to the long-awaited Wu Tan questioning boxing. After that, Yi Yunyun began to secretly sort out that vein, a picture of a fairy facing a wall, only seeing the back but not the face of the person in the painting. Quite a bit of a feeling of fate and time are reversed, beyond the world's tolerance. Therefore, external rumors say that Huang Yiyun of Yunkateng in Pushen is preparing to retreat, and she has since put aside martial arts, devoted himself to cultivating Taoism, and wants to find a realm of immortality. Yi Yunyun suddenly said to herself, "Why don't Pushan just follow the lifting of the ban? It seems that the situation can't help us pretend to be deaf and dumb." After all, Tong Yezhou is no longer the Tong Yezhou with the eyes above the top. Back then, except for Middle-earth's middle and lower continent, now it has become a big joke. And from now on, it is destined to be laughed at by the rest of the 8 continents for centuries and millennia. In the past, in the xianxia dynasty, when the local officials met the officials of the capital officials who went out, there was a saying that they saw the third-level officials. Today, Tonggishao, seeing the monks from other continents, especially Aquarius, seems to be in such a situation. How awkward and frustrated. Yi Yunyun turned her head and said, "Lunyue, I wish the retreat a success." Su Qingzhu laughed at himself. Even if you are lucky enough to be among the 5 realms, what can you do? Whenever a dwarf has ever seen a show, it's just as long as it is. At the little Aquarius island in the north, when the war was fierce, Dali was able to stop the barbaric army with the power of a single country, so that the 2 sides have been fighting from the old dragon city to the central Dadu. It was only after the water came out that outsiders were shocked to discover that it was such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Yi Xuanji suddenly whispered, Grandma, the Di Bao said that Qin Jianxian from the Leopushan mountain is also dressed as a jade hairpin, and that young mountain master also has a disciple named Pei Qian. Haha, Jing Qian, earn money, pay money, lose money? Yi Yunyun stared, read more, practice diligently and say less silly things. Yi Xuanji stunned immediately, drooping her head, oh. Yi Yunyun raised her hand, twisted a blue bird talisman, opened the origami and took a look at the content, put the talisman into her sleeves and said to her friend, Rap Moon, there are guests on the mountain, are you going back to Pushan with me? Su Qingzhu smiled and said, forget it, it's almost time to visit the mountains and the water, I will go straight back to the house. Yi Yunyun thought for a while, he'll take a distance and let Xuanji go back to the mountain first. Yi Xuanji received the decree of the grandma's grandma, and immediately returned to Pushan in a hurry. Traveling north with Su Qingzhu Yufeng, Su Qingzhu smiled and asked, can you ask who it is that you have to rush to entertain guests overnight? Yi Yunyun smiled and said, it's the noble guest who can send 2 pots of Yui Maru from Qinghu Palace. Logically speaking, I should actually be greeted at the gate of the mountain. Su Qingzhu was full of joy. I changed my mind and I will go back to Pushan with you. What is the appearance of Master Chow? How old is it and is there a couple? Yi Yunyun said, keep on going. In the end, they said goodbye to Su Qingzhu thousands of miles away, and the speed of the 2 sides was not fast. After all, this time the Bailong Dong master was about to close his life and death. But even so, she still had to return to Pushan earlier than Yi Xuanji. Because when Yi Yunyun said goodbye to her friends, she let go of her hands and feet, and replaced her with a terrible martial artist who traveled far and wide, rushing all the way, thundering in the sky. The Pushen hospitality place has been replaced by a Tingyun Kanyu pavilion on the top of the cliff. Qin Pingan only allowed Xiao Emo to enjoy the scenery in a white jade square outside the pavilion. Pei Qian and Qiao Sunny had already stayed in 2 adjacent mansions in Xianfu. Qin Pingan and Huang Yiyun had an open heart-to-heart conversation. Some straightforward words, self-reported identity. Luopishan Qin Pingan is about to establish the next sect in Xindu Mountain of Tonggishao, and invites Senior Yi to participate in the sect celebration in the beginning of spring next year. And Jiang Shangzhen is the chief worshipper of Luopa Mountain. Yi Yunyun didn't have any doubts. It was no wonder that Jiang Shangzhen was so close to the green shirt in front of him in Yunku Fudi last time. And why does Chao Mo call himself a junior? Because he is only a young man who has only been under the mountain. When she was shocked, she became more determined. Not only did she need to lift the ban on her Shantao Dibao, she would also buy a few more Dibao with other immortal mansions in the future. That little fairy money should not be frugal. In the past, I was worried that the disciples of Yunkatang would be distracted. Nowadays, there are many things in the outside world of different continents, and there are so many things openly and secretly. How can the future Pushen Yunkatang not be distracted? Yi Yunyun looked solemn and asked, does Qin Jianxian want to lean on the next sect and join forces with Yu Guizong, so that the south and the north should meet the outside and in our Tonggishao, to establish a mountain rule where the heroes bow their heads? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, Luopishan doesn't think about it, but maybe some future actions will make outsiders feel like this. As for Jiang Shangzhen, he is only our chief worshipper of Luopishan, but Luopishan and Yuguizong do. There is no interest entanglement. Yi Yunyun frowned slightly, but she didn't think the other party had said a few nonsense. The fools on the mountain can see that in Tonggishao today the shopping mall is like a battlefield, and it is a battlefield for soldiers. Otherwise, what do those intercontinental ferries come to Tonggishao for? Just say that Su Jun, the sword fairy who drives the mountain crossing, would not like to stay on the top of the mountain and drink the northwest wind every day. Qin Pingan continued, what I call this outsider refers to both the native monks in Tonggishao and the Aquarius monks from my hometown. In short, there are no exceptions outside of Mount Shindu. Yi Yunyun took out 2 pots of her own wine and tossed them to each other. She raised her head and drank the wine, wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand and asked, if Qin Jianxian can really speak out, it will be easy for him not to be human inside and out. Both sides are not pleased, so what is Qin Jiangxian's picture? He is never born to like to be fair, right? Qin Pingan said, if the next sect wants to grow, of course money will be earned. Of course the site will be contended. Shindu Mountain will definitely look for cultivating embryos in the future. It will be like that chess, you eat me and I eat you, or exchange each other's pieces. In the end, no matter who wins, both sides will be a piece of chess. Yi Yunyun asked with a smile, so it's more like a game of Go? Unless Qin Jianxian and Xian Dushan slaughtered the dragon, then the loser can still have a lot of chess pieces left on the board? Talking about things, Huang Yiyun is actually a well-deserved national player on the mountain, but she rarely plays chess with outsiders, and her disciple xuanhuan, who is known as one of the top 10 on a continent outside the mountain, can be found in her master's place. On the other hand, xuanhuan has never won a game. Qin Pingan heard the words without saying a word, just smiled and raised the hip flask, drinking with Yi Yunyun separately. Yi Yunyun drank wine. She was really straightforward. Excuse me, Qin Jianxian gave me a precise sentence. Qin Pingan nodded and said, just as Yi Shanju said, and our first sect master has extremely high chess skills. Even if you look at the entire Haoran world, they are all well-known masters. Yi Yunyun asked, it's not Zheng Peiqian? Could it be Qiao Sunny who is the trainer? Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled, neither, he'll know when Lord Yishan attends the celebration in person. Yi Yunyun hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Qin Shanju, I still have to say something bad. Why do you want to reason with a foreigner? You are even willing to embarrass your hometown? Tigers in the mountains harm people, and it is even more hateful to be a tiger. Yi Yunyun absolutely did not allow her Pushen Yunkatang to be led by the nose unknowingly, and eventually made any action that violated her original intention and conscience. If today the young sword fairy who is about to own the next sect cannot really convince herself, then Yi Yunyun will even double the price and convert it into a large amount of fairy money, and will return the 2 furnaces of Yuiwan with Qinghu Palace, and will never let him Pushen has any connection with Xian Dushan. Qin Pingan was silent for a moment and said in his heart, Mr. My family, the land of 3 continents including you Tonggishao. Just as Yi Yunyun was about to drink, she hurriedly put the flask away and said in shock, "Mr. Qin Jianxian, is that Mr. Wenxing who has regained his status as a priest in the Confucian temple? Do I dare to talk nonsense about this kind of thing?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The ban on the report of Pu Shandi, Lord Yishan, can really be lifted. If nothing else, the news from the mountain will be a sum of money from the gods. After all, we are not just worrying about it. Chief Zhou, who spends money, earns money with his conscience and doesn't want too much money to press his hands on." During the discussion in the pavilion tonight, the other party didn't say a word of nonsense. She never thought that Yi Yunyun would endure it. After all, she couldn't help saying nonsense. "Aren't you the younger brother of Cui Guosher?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Of course it is." Yi Yunyun smiled suddenly, "Mr. Qin, it's better to be in a hurry, let's not do the next round. If you win, let alone participate in the next celebration, I will give you Shindu Mountain honorable guest." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Forget it today, there will definitely be a chance in the future. It may also be necessary to play a few games with one of my proud disciples who claim to be Mr. Yi Yunyun regretted seeing that the other party seemed unwilling to play chess, but it was always difficult to hold the opponent's hand to talk, because there was no such kind of landlord friendship in the world. I have to blame myself. I'm not famous for playing chess. Maybe it is because my opponent dislikes his poor skills?" When she turned around, she asked her disciple xuanhuan to teach a boxing game. The old boy played so many chess games outside the mountain without telling. "Who did you learn chess with?" Qin Pingan asked. "Lord Yishan, can you let me have a look at that picture of the immortal face on the wall?" Yi Yunyun nodded, took out a scroll from her sleeve, and gently tossed it to her opponent. She only discovered the two people's position in a small pavilion, the furthest distance apart. Qin Pingan hung the scroll in front of him, and put the flask in his hand aside, and then put his fingers together and gently wiped it. The scroll slowly spread out, squinted and examined it carefully. Qin Pingan did not look up, and continued to slowly spread out the extremely long scroll. He had just finished reading the preface and asked in his heart, "I heard Jiang Shangzhen said something before, saying that after the Lord Yishan entered the Yupu realm, the reason why he failed to complete his ancestors' long-cherished wish, to help Pu Shanming to become a sect, this seems to involve a secret?" Regarding this matter, Jiang Shangzhen didn't say much. "Just let me go to the door and ask the Lord Yishan in person in the future." Yi Yunyun said, "Before the ancestors passed away, there was a last word left to the descendants of the mountain masters to pass on from generation to generation, and it could only be passed on orally. Before the Tonggizong closed the mountain, Pushun was not allowed to join the sect." Qin Pingan raised his head and said, "The assassination of Guobailu seemed to be a surprise to the other party. The young man was shocked but not dangerous, but it was actually Jiang Shangzhen did it." Yi Yunyun was a little surprised, but she quickly wanted to understand the joints and smiled. "It is indeed his usual style. If you do a good thing you will be scolded." If it weren't for this, Yi Yunyun might have agreed to Wu Tan's questioning. Wu Pan asked the boxing, but there is no saying that there is no end to it. This is also the source of this martial sage being criticized. The shot is too heavy and the martial ethics is lacking. Those who are famous for asking the boxing and receiving the boxing are all there was nothing to end. One of the great masters who had been with the territorial Wufu in the past was even directly shattered because of the weight of the fist. Guobailu, his extremely high-ranking disciple of the mountain, if he really cuts off martial arts under the eyes of Pushen Yunkateng, I am afraid that Wu Tan will understand the righteousness and ask the fist, no matter how important it is, it will not be light. Once Yi Yunyun was seriously injured or fell into the martial arts, then Yi Yunyun, who had this immortal face wall picture, had only one choice and she turned to concentrate on practice. Yi Yunyun put down the hip flask, raised her hand and made a circle, and paused several times during the period as if a series of key points were intertwined, starting from this wall picture and finally this fairy picture. Yi Yunyun, who dared to calculate this way and was able to calculate it like this, was a martial artist of the ending limitation and a jade pure realm kicker. Yi Yunyun, at least the fairy started. At the same time, Tonggizhao now has no ascendant realm. Du Mao and Sun Yuan are all dead. Jiang Shangzhen briefly ascended to the ascendant realm, but fell into the realm of the battle, and Wei Ying was still just a fairyland sword repairman. The last time the Cloud Cave Blessed Land met Jiang Shangzhen, Du Hanliang, the master of the Yuanying realm of Jindingguan, was mentioned. Earlier Yi Yunyun met Du Hanliang in Tayedu of the Dequan dynasty. The two parties didn't talk much. At that time, it was more of a good friend Su Qingzhu who was talking with him. Jiang Shangzhen had been in Huangheji before and had reminded Yi Yunyun to be careful of two things. The origin of the face-to-face picture. Wu Pan's questioning box, Jindingwen Du Hanliang. The spear was directed at Du Hanliang. In fact, Jiang Shangzhen had nothing to do with Yi Yunyun at that time. If he really wanted to find a stable path, he would have to kill Du Hanliang directly. Yi Yunyun had determined the ins and outs of this picture before, and there was nothing wrong with it. Jiang Shangzhen said that if there is no problem, there must be a big problem. He even said that if Chao Amo didn't show up, he would follow him and hide in the Pushen Yunkatang to help protect the road, to see if he could find out one or two things that are guilty of mischief. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen patted his chest vigorously, swearing, and vowing to say that Sister Yi just wait. Soon Du Guanju, who is as good at breaking the realm as himself and better at suppressing the realm, will be Yupu realm. Jindingwen, alternate for the sect. Du Hanliang ranks among the Jade Pure realm, and Jindingwen ranks among the Howran sections. The shape of the sky and the earth, the seven appearing and two hidden, the law of the sky and the earth, together in this formation. The golden dome is used to view the mountain top, which is made into Tianshu. 9 furnaces cook the sun and the moon, iron ruler and thunder, and dawn refines the water of the 5 lakes, night fried Big Dipper. In the big formation, Du Hanliang's realm is equivalent to a fairy who leads the battle to kill. In the north of Tongyi's Hao, completely invincible. It can replace the Tonggizong with withered incense, become the leader of the fairy family of Banjo Mountains and Rivers, the veritable mountain king with the Peach and Leaf Alliance as the body, leading the group and competing with other continents outside, but in fact the inner and the southern Yugue Zong Yao Yao confronted, raised a large array, ascended to the sect, strived for luck, gathered the situation, and finally was equivalent to taking Banjo Shanha into the bag. Qin Pingan seemed to see Yi Yunyun's thoughts and smiled. Du Guanju is a hero and a big deal. At Chunshan Academy, Qin Pingan mentioned this to his husband. There is nothing taboo about talking to him. Qin Pingan directly talked about the guess in his mind. Jindingwen and Du Hanliang are very likely to have seen One Hai in their early years. Careful. The old scholar scratched his beard, but in the end he could only give a saying, watch the changes, and let the closed disciples pay more attention to it. A picture of the wall, the scroll has been laid out in front of Qin Ping and Qin Pingan hesitated. Master Yishan, I have a guess. It may be nonsense and it will be a bit offensive, so I hope Master Yishan has heard it. Yi Yunyun smiled and said, Mr. Qin said so straightforwardly. Although this person is Jiang Shangzhen's best friend on the mountain, there is a suspicion that things are gathered together, people are divided into groups. But after getting along twice, Yi Yunyun still knows the general behavior of the other party, and she is not the same as Jiang Shangzhen, absolutely not like he likes to get in touch with flowers. There are a lot of prefaces, postscripts and seals on this fairy family scroll, but they are all fakes, but the handwriting and seals are almost imitated. There is a postscript which is taken from the Taoist priest in the valley. Qin Pingan can guarantee that this line of poem is where the battle is or one of them. Qin Pingan said slowly, it's very possible that someone is hiding behind the scenes, waiting for the Lord Yishan to throw himself into the net and stray into it. Turn your head. If you make a less appropriate analogy, all the postscript seals are collections of characters, allusions and even more obscure methods. In the final analysis, it is a sinister formation, which may eventually be refined into a deceptive hui. True poetry, then the person behind the scenes will be able to float to Pushen's secret room. The other party is like an out-of-the-box demon who has been released from the ban, and has long been eyeing the Lord Yishan. It will only wait for you to take the initiative to open all the restrictions on the picture scroll. Then you will not know what you are. Guessed, that person can forcibly form a Taoist companion with Yishanju. For a moment, there are some words that Qin Pingan should not say too blatantly, such as dream of clouds and rains, joy of fish and water. Although the family home is tricky, it's a side-by-side approach, but it's not an evil way. The monk will not treat this technique as a scourge. But this one of course is an exception. The layered array method, looking at flowers in the fog, is to conceal a certain truth. For example, this so-called fairy-faced wall picture is actually a erotic picture. Yi Yunyun stared at Qin Pingan for a moment, nodded and said solemnly, Master Qinshan, I have counted. It is tantamount to a chasing order. Qin Pingan got up to say goodbye, put away the scroll again and returned to Yi Yunyun, and left the pavilion with the pot of wine. Look, this is the end of telling the truth. Yi Yunyun was in a heavy mood, sighed and shook her head vigorously. She put away the picture scroll, facing the back of the blue shirt who had already walked out of the pavilion, clasped her fist and said, Thanks Mr. Qin for reminding. Qin Pingan turned his head, kept walking and waved his hand with a smile. Yi Yunyun walked down the steps quickly, followed the Qin Jianxian with double swords hanging around her waist, and asked curiously, "Why did Mr. Qin go out with a sword this time?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I didn't think there would be any chance to fight and kill when I came to Tonggishao to establish the next sect. There is Xiaomo by his side." Yi Yunyun glanced at the young monk in the yellow hat and blue shoes and smiled, "Could you ask a question, this little Mo but Jianxiu?" The man was carrying a bamboo box and holding a trekking stick. He noticed Huang Yun's sight, and immediately nodded politely and smiled in greeting. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It's Jianxiu." After Qin Pingan said he would enjoy the scenery here for a while, Yi Yunyun took the lead to leave. Xiaomo raised his head and glanced at the knight, then he stopped talking after he retracted his gaze. The ancient Beidou was an emperor's car. It was built with the main command to build 5 elements at 4 times and move the knots to determine the epochs, all of which were tied to the Beidou. Du Hanliang, who is on the golden roof, is not high in realm and not small in ambition. Qin Pingan looked at the stars elsewhere and smiled. This Zhongtulu family is very ambitious. It is estimated that he wants to imitate a flying platform. Once he succeeds, the so-called Earth Fairy in the Zhongtulu family will it's really immortal. Compared with the imitating by Yujing of the Dai dynasty, if a soaring platform can be imitated, it can be regarded as a veritable handwriting. Xiaomo thought for a while and finally gave a 3-character comment, "I want to go to heaven." Xiaomo looked up at the moon, the palace of Qingshu in the world, and the palace of Guanghan in the sky. The 2 ascending platforms in ancient times were in charge of the ascension of male and female earth immortals on the earth. One of the ascending platforms spreads to the world with the goddess Bluebird. Qin Pingan stood by the railing, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance, and exhaled a breath of mist. "Those who stop me from mending the mountains and rivers are the monks and me asking the sword, the wufu asking me the boxing, and the consequences are at your own risk." Xiaomo held a green bamboo stick in his arms, leaned on the railing, turned his head and smiled and asked, "Master, what do you want?" Qin Pingan replied with a smile, "You must practice hard." Sword of Coming Chapter 896. Sorry, I uploaded the chapter 2 hours late, 28,000 word chapters. It was a torrential rain at noon, the sky was gloomy, the roads were muddy and mud splashed everywhere. There is a cable bridge across the river. The water under the bridge is surging. There was a group of people walking along the river with an umbrella, there was a swordsman in a green shirt, and a woman in yellow clothes beside him. Behind them was a pair of young men and women, the man Yushu Linfeng, and the woman tied the ball in a bun. There were also 2 men who looked like entourage, an old man and a young man with yellow hats, blue shoes and green bamboo sticks, walking at the end. The raindrops were as big as soybeans hitting the oil paper umbrella, crackling. In the distance, a light faintly as small as a firefly's. Qin Pingan glanced at the cable bridge on the river, which was drifting in the wind, and asked, "Is this the Jilin River where the first immortal picture came into existence?" Yi Yunyun nodded and said solemnly, "It's here." At dawn today, Yi Yunyun suddenly found Qin Pingan and asked him a favor. Since she and Jindingwen Du Hanliang would definitely not be able to catch the thief and catch the stolen goods, she just wanted to see if she could follow the vines so that she could get along with him. Du Hanliang, there is a plausible reason for going up the mountain and asking for boxing. The monarch on the Tonggishao mountain, dare to be that momentary companion with himself? Yi Yunyun had to weigh it. A golden monk with a hidden head and tail, weighed by the caddy in his body, how many caddies it was in the end. As for whether Du Hanliang is now Yuaning or has sneaked into Yupu, she only needs to ask her a fist and she will come to the bottom, and then we will know Du Guanzi's golden-branched and jade-leaved immortal muscles and bones. After dismantling, in the end there are several double. Yi Yunyun has not lost her heart, and now she will definitely not go to study the so-called Fulwan soaring method of the wall map, which has been sealed up in Pushun's secret storehouse. Anyway, owing 1 favor is owing, and owing 2 is also owing. Yi Yunyun wants to pull Qin Pingan on, come to Chilinjiang to explore the truth and see if she can help her find some missing clues. The other party agreed to go down the mountain together. As expected to be Brother Embroidery Tiger, he is really thoughtful, and he is also the owner of the mountain. The difference between the 2 sides is not a little bit. People are more popular than others and they are better at calculating people. Or these scholars are better at it. In that pavilion last night, the young mountain owner is just after a few glances at Shentu, you can see through layers of confusion and help her count the secrets. Yi Yunyun began to explain in detail the origins of a fairy picture for Qin Pingan. The fairy picture went all the way, and the place where I really got my hands was a small ferry on the mountain called Shangdu, located in Yuanhua, with our feet. This Xuanhuan country is adjacent to each other. A few years ago, I heard that there was a big demon hiding in the mountains on the border of Yuan country. Not long after the country was restored, accidentally revealing clues, Xuanhuan rushed over first, according to Dafu Academy's instructions. The espionage shows that the other party is inferred to be a ghost repair monster in the nascent soul realm. I am worried that the other party has hidden the realm. The gentleman of the academy will be sent to death if he goes. Xuanhuan can't save anyone, so he went down the mountain alone, but it's a pity to stay there. After more than 10 days searching the mountain to no avail. During the period, I happened to pass by the Shangdu that Pushun rented out in the early years. At that time there was a xianxia in the lower 5 realms. The old man and a young man were setting up a stall on the side of the road together. I just glanced at it casually. Even the worthless guys, among them are the exquisitely crafted golden chambers. They are fair in appearance, but they can barely be used for decoration, so they plan to give it to Xuanji. Seeing that my eyes are stuck, the old monk began to sell and boast, saying, "This is it, an old object flowing out of Yuanhua Palace, or a clear confession from the Emperor's imperial study room?" With a glance at the goods, the door opens, and it is so close to the emperors of the Yuan dynasty, hundreds of years old. It is drenched in dragon spirit. The old monk raised his hands and offered 10 copper coins, probably because he was afraid that I would be too expensive. If he said that 8 coins, the price really couldn't be lower. Hearing this, Chao Qingqing was a little puzzled. A gold cabinet made by the imperial palace only sells for 10 cents? So she turned her head and looked at Pei Qian, who was on the side. Pei Qian laughed and explained, "Bao Fuzhai has his own set of black words saying that it is $10, but in fact it is 10 snowflake money. If someone doesn't even understand this, that Baozhai can kill pigs as much as possible." Qin Pingan asked, "In this golden chamber secreted by the Yuan State Palace, does it happen to contain that fairy picture?" Yi Yunyun said, annoyed, "This is the problem. In fact, the golden chamber was empty at the time, which made me mistakenly think that I had picked up a huge leak. When I used 8 snowflakes to buy the golden chamber, I lost it." Xiaotsai seemed to remember something and asked me if I knew how to calligraphy and painting. He still had a better-looking treasure on hand. It was definitely an orderly collection of Yuangua's heritage. The old monk raised his hand and vowed to keep it if he had cheated. There was a thunderstorm in the sky. I didn't take it seriously. I just said that I could take a look. As a result, the dull boy next to the old monk, he went straight through a sack beside his feet, checked it, took out the fairy scroll and threw it in on the stall. Qin Pingan heard the words with a smile and said, "The young and old cooperating in singing double reeds are a qualified burden." Yi Yunyun didn't hear the ridicule and continued, "As soon as I started with the scroll, I knew it was good because Dao Xang gave birth to ripples, and it was the monks who seized the opportunity of the Dao. A sign. I waited until I unfolded the picture scroll for a while, and finally stabilized my mind. At that time, I mistakenly thought that it was not long after I had been in the Jade Realm. It was the kind of mysterious gift from the mountain with the Fuyuan gift. Snow money. I bought the fairy picture. After the 2 parties agreed to leave, I left the stall a few steps, and found that the old monk had already taken the young man to roll up the bedding and ran away. I was still amused at the time, but now knowing that I was a fool. After I got the Shintu, I thought I was careful enough because I also went to the Huangshiqing in Yuan country in secret. The old one has been reduced to ruins and was newly built after the war, so there are indeed a lot of secret files scattered around. I was still in the Huangshiqing warehouse over there and found a lot of similar ancient camphor wood golden chambers. Naturally, it was not the emperor's writing room that Baozhai said. After that, I continued to look up the books and I found it. The entry about that ancient painting is indeed true. The above written record is clear. It was originally obtained from a quarrying office on the bank of the Jilin River 300 years ago by the quarrying craftsman who inadvertently salvaged it from the bottom of the river. Although the iron box was not a beautiful stone, the official office did not dare to hide privately. The iron box picture scroll and the batch of beautiful stones mined in the river were all included in the Beijing tribute. And that generation of Yuan dynasty emperor, I had a mediocre impression of the picture scroll, and I quickly lost it to the Huang Shiqing collection after seeing it, and the tin box for painting that showed the water drawing on all 6 sides, according to the file records, was nowhere to be found. I was still not at ease in the end. I personally came to the Jilin River and explored the bottom of the river for 600 miles. I didn't let go of a few tributaries. I just wanted to see if there were any Shinfu ruins, but I couldn't find any abnormalities at the beginning. Because the words of the old monk Baozhai were verified to be false. Yi Yunyun took it even more seriously. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Huangshiqing is very common with thieves, and they are all elegant thieves that are difficult to guard against. Looking at the turbulent Jilin River, Chen Pingan remembered the Longshu River in his hometown for no reason. Not long after he left his hometown, countless people moved after hearing the wind, almost every household, carrying baskets into the water to hunt for treasures just to find them. The serpentine stone that everyone would only consider as a child's plaything at home, but the people in the small town went too late and rarely gained anything. Probably this is considered the early bird has the worm? So last night at the Pushan Pavilion, Chen Pingan and Huang Yun said, the news from the mountain is the money of the gods, with full sincerity. On the way before the imperial wind came, Xuanhuan, who was knowledgeable, and Chen Pingan had already mentioned this Jilin River. Since ancient times there has not been any water hebo sitting on the town, but the river is rich in beautiful stones, and the sound is as clear as a chime and the color is like jade. The color is different, the blue color is mostly and the red is the best. The stone pattern is like red carp scales. It is extremely famous. The large one can be used as a feng shui stone for the rich and the family. The small one can also be used as a study room by the literati. Therefore, in the history of Yuan state, quarrying bureaus were set up intermittently on the riverside, mining river rocks to fill the national treasury. And whenever the imperial court abolished the government's water sealing period, there would be athletes who were proficient in water, sneaking into the river bottom to quarry, and to a large extent the wealth of the green dress crossing came from this, but merchants were chasing profits, cheating, and splicing. The methods are endless and they will deliberately cut the mountain into a thin and leaky posture. This is called the doubling of the price of the stone belt hole, and gold is made from nothing. The price of sick plums and official plums that are deliberately cut into strange shapes is much higher than that of common wild plums. Over time, the local and some surrounding fairy masters in Yuanguo were tacitly aware. Anyway, it was also a fool to deceive those people from outsiders who had a lot of money. Pushan Yunkatang's children are talented and elegant, and there will be almost 1 or 2 desk confessions carved from beautiful stones. Of course they can't be fakes. In the central area of Tonggishao, the gatekeepers of Junwang have the highest rank, and they are often divided into 6 grades according to the rules, such as Gaoyang, Huaying, and A, B, C, and D. Tonggishao is the most closed island among the Haoranjiuzhou. 1. There are too many landscaping places, rich in produce, 1 continent and many plains, all of them are the land of fish and rice, and there are countless places with abundant mountains and rivers. Otherwise, although there were not many sects in Tonggishao, there were no exceptions. They are all great immortals with profound heritage, but in the end they didn't even have a transcontinental ferry. The immortal family on the mountain, and the imperial princes and princesses at the foot of the mountain, can be described as rich and mountainous, the most arrogant. Pushan, which has a title deed to a box on the mountain, is an excellent example. It's just that the enclaves in Pushan are still well-founded. They are the ancestors of the past. They bought them with real immortal money or incense at a very low price. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, since it's said that it's hundreds of years old, it's common for rivers to change course in history and to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. When Lord Yishan came to this Jilin River to visit the immortals, did you ask have you passed the local people or carefully searched the historical geography of Yuan country, and looked through the local prefectures and counties? Yi Yunyun was dull and silent, her face full of embarrassment. I was in a hurry at the time, how could I get so much? In order to alleviate Huang Yun's embarrassing situation, Chen Pingan had to take the initiative to change the subject. On the top of the Huangshiqing secret file about the iron box, besides the 6-sided drawing of water, is there any more written record? Yi Yunyun immediately nodded and said, yes. In addition to the water map, the 6 sides are divided into the ancient seal, ups and downs, twists, turbid, squishy, deep, clear and shallow. Chen Pingan had to say something ambiguous. Master Yi Shan is still very careful. Yi Yunyun's smile was far-fetched. How did this kind words from the man next to him sound like cursing? It's just that Chen Pingan couldn't help asking more. 6-faced water map, is there a copy of the new Huangshiqing archives in Yuanguo? It stands to reason that there will definitely be related rubbings on the Huangshiqing side, and there must be no steps from the warehouse. So Yi Shanzhu continued to be silent. How did I meet a teacher who checked his schoolwork with a schoolboy? Chen Pingan was a little helpless. Forget it, anyway it's a silly account after the autumn is settled. Anyway this is the end of the matter and it is useless to say more. Pei Qian asked himself, at best he was able to think about finding rubbings more than Huang Yun, because he wanted to put the baby in a nest. For example, the diversion of the tributaries of the rivers. Pei Qian would never think of it. Xuanhuan was full of emotion in his heart. He really complied with the old saying that people should be thrown to death than people. Yunkatang still lacks a real pillar. Otherwise it will only rely on the master to support the facade, and the master will have to make decisions in all aspects. It is inevitable that there will be some errors. Pushun, if there is such a careful young sword fairy sitting on the hill, it is estimated that he can really sit back and relax. Master Xue secretly glanced at his master, then glanced at the sword immortal and Qingshan with folded knives. Huh? Is there a chance for master so that he can shout with someone? Master. I just don't know whether Qin Jianxian has a Taoist companion on the mountain now. However, with Qin Pingan's realm, identity and appearance, there must be no shortage of confidants on the mountain. Otherwise he would not become a good friend with Jiang Shangshan. Where did Qin Pingan know what Xue Fuzi was thinking? But he turned his head and smiled and chatted. Before I arrived at Pushun, I read this jiguai. In addition to the grievances between Donghai women and Qing Hongjun, there is also a dragon. How true or false is the content of the travel story of a real Hushan person in the book? Xuanhuan shook his head and said, the true and false are unpredictable, and there is no evidence to find out. It used to be based on some gossips to try to find the fairy ruins, but unfortunately I tried to find out the ruins and found nothing. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, when a celestial master of Longhushan went down to visit Tongyi's Hao, he encountered the side branch of Dadu ancient dragon palace. There were dozens of wicked dragons on the land, causing wind and waves and boundless floods. This person did not testify at that time. The Huangzi noblemen of the Tianshi mansion fought with the dragons who had caused the disaster, divided and ruled them and killed most of them. Then they nailed a dragon to the cliff with a peach and wood sword, cut off the dragon's tail and made a green bamboo sword. The mountain range was used as a dragon rope, and a celestial edict was issued with it, instructing it not to leave the mountain half a step within 1,000 years. The other Jiao fled around, desperate, and was eventually driven into a local Taoist temple by the celestial master, and had to be turned into a knocker, and promised that celestial master would protect the Taoist temple for 300 years. In the end, the celestial master personally digs an ancient well, casts an iron tree next to it, and suppresses the first evil dragon in it. Only then did the heavenly master go to Dadu Dragon Palace to question the old dragon who had no way of discipline and negligence in his duties. The old dragon cried out and had to intercede with the Lord Long, who was in charge of the entire East China Sea. It is said that this landscape lawsuit finally hit the Middle-earth Confucian Temple. Under the Howran Mountain there are many themes. The writing is full of grotesque, legendary public cases, smoked foxes, strange marriages, and you will be true. Chen Pingan smiled and said, if Master Xue has a chance in the future, he can go to the Daquan dynasty to try his luck, start with the Imperial History Church or the Ministry of Rites, and see if he can borrow the files. Xuanhuan nodded and said, just listen to Lord Chen. If there are any clues and I accidentally find out the main site of the Dadu Dragon Palace, I will definitely notify Lord Chen as soon as possible and enter the Dragon Palace to explore the treasures together. Afterwards, all the profits will be divided between Luopishan and Pushun. Yi Yunyun said in a huff, Xuanhuan, what are you dreaming about? Today is different. Howran now has Sahajan again. Even if this kind of site is lucky enough to see the sun again, it will naturally belong to the true dragon of Aquarius Island. If you dare to be greedy for the treasure of Malong Palace, you are not afraid of being landed ashore from the East China Sea. If you ask the teacher if you don't agree, you will come to flood Pushun directly? Speaking of this, Yi Yunyun asked curiously, Lord Qin, I heard that the place where the true dragon was cultivated is the Liju Cave Sky where your Luopa mountain is located. In this way, isn't she and you close at hand? Neighbors? Qin Pingan treated people with sincerity and nodded and said, it's a neighbor. Yi Yunyun asked, I also heard that the newly promoted Donghai Sea Lord is already in the Ascended Realm. Is Lord Qin Shan familiar with her? Last night the pavilion left. In addition to sulking, Yi Yunyun was actually not idle at all. She quickly reported the landscape mansion to the dead sheep to make up for it. He even made a special trip down the mountain to the water temple of Ko Shietsu, and Qingshui Jun's mansion at the mouth of the sea. Asked for a large stack of diaries related to Aquarius Island, especially Luopa Mountain. I didn't know it. I was shocked when I saw that the little cave sky that was reduced to a blessed land after falling to the ground had so many young geniuses in my mind, except for the one who became the only true dragon in the world. Women's Ascension Realm, Luopishan Chen Pingan, Longquan Jinzong Lu Xianying, Ma Kuxuan, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, and Jing Zhongzhong, a Beidasheng named Charan, and nicknamed Madman, a direct disciple. Qin Pingan had to say, the neighbor next door. Yi Yunyun couldn't understand. After all, the monks on the mountain, even if they are thousands of miles away, are not considered next door? Qin Pingan said helplessly, it means literally. Seeing that the other party seemed reluctant to talk about the real dragon, Yi Yunyun remembered another interesting incident and asked casually, how many times has Lord Qin participated in your night banquet at Piyun Mountain in Beiyue? Qin Pingan was embarrassed, not once. Yi Yunyun was a little puzzled, how did she feel that she made a mistake and got all the places back? In the heavy rain, a group of people walked along the faint light. It turned out that there was a tea shed on the shore, and the business was deserted. At the moment there was no guest sheltering from the rain. There was only an old woman in it, with a girl who was about a granddaughter sitting around. Chatting by the brazier, watching the torrential rain outside the shed together, the fire is warm, and a pot of rice wine is being burned to keep out the cold. The girl looks at the age of 14 or 5. Although her clothes are shabby, she has a snow-skinned face and her demeanor charming. Standing at the door of the tea shed, Qin Pingan turned around first, turning his back to the tea shed, shaking the rain outside. The group put away the oil paper umbrellas in their hands. But a little emo is missing. Seeing the visitor, although she was surprised, the old woman immediately got up and waited for the guests and asked the guests how many bowls of hot tea they would like. Yi Yunyun smiled and said that everyone would have a bowl first, and when she was sure that there was a real business coming, the girl got up, walked a few steps, glanced back at her, she didn't know what she saw, and she smiled. The old woman and her granddaughter brought tea to the table together, and then sat down over the brazier again. The old woman smiled and said, this is the old fish blowing waves. The guest officers don't have to make a fuss. The tea shed business is good or bad, it depends on the day. If there is a temple fair in the county town or during festivals, some people going to the fair may stop here to drink a bowl of tea soup on the way back and forth. At this moment, the old woman speaks the Mandarin of a country with a strong local accent. Unlike Aquarius, Dali Mandarin is a dialect of a continent. When traveling, unless it is a remote county in a small country, her speech is extremely smooth. And Tongis his Ijo Yayan can be regarded as the most untrue in Haranjiojo. It is often in the Mandarin of various countries and each speaks its own words. After that war, only the Daquan dynasty will spare no effort to promote Ijoya. The language and the awe-inspiring words of Zhongtu Shenzhou, and included one of the assessment content of the Jingxia plan, both up and down. In fact, within a few years from the capital to the local government, officials took the lead, and the ruling and opposition parties almost quickly became familiar with the two. Yi Yunyun helped relay the content to Qin Pingan. The old woman glanced at the man in the green shirt who was sitting next to the woman in yellow clothes, and asked with a smile, this lady, does he come here with the master to see the scenery? Looks pretty good. Yi Yunyun was a little helpless, so she didn't repeat it, shook her head and said, I'm just friends with him. The old woman smiled and said, it's a pity. Thanks to Qin Pingan's heartfelt reminder, Yi Yunyun just copied the original words and asked the old woman with a smile, old ma'am, do you know if there were any rivers, streams, etc. that had dried up earlier on the upper and lower reaches of the Jilin River? Is there any weirdness now? The old woman smiled, Ms. Hui, I have never heard of a river without water, but there are often ghosts on the riverside. I like to be charming in the day and find young people to die, not to say that it is us locals. It's the gods who pass by and there is nothing to do. The officials from the county government come here almost every year to invite people to do things. My tea shed has been open for many years, but I have seen some Taoist priests, monks and as far as the inside. Is there a legendary fairy master? How dare I ask more? Xiaomo walked into the tea shed and sat beside Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan just asked for a bowl of hot tea and handed it to Xiaomo. After Xiaomo took the tea bowl, he took out a few stones from his sleeve and placed them gently on the table. Qin Pingan picked up one of the red stones, and the lines really looked like layers of crimson fish scales. Pei Qian gathered the sound into a thread and asked, Master, are these few river stones a bit like the serpentine stones of the Longshu River? Qin Pingan nodded and said, like, but the rank is much lower. It may be that there are real descendants of the dragon who have been hiding here for a long time, invisibly turning part of the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth into the dragon energy, and the stones at the bottom of the river have been infiltrated by the Tao for thousands of years. Yanlanki is similar to a monk forming a pill or deliberately peeling off some old scales and turning them into red-colored beautiful stones that can be used by the mountain masters to refine immortal materials, like saying hello to someone, he shouted from afar, "Don't forget this place." Chen Pingon didn't gather the sound lines or heartfelt words. If the book is true, it is true that the real Long Hushan passed by here, and there have been the fairy trails of demons and demons. I think it is the remnant of the dragon, and the sin was not dead in the past. I was imprisoned here in the body of guilt. I didn't dare to leave the country without permission and crossed the Thunder Pond for half a step. I had to stay still. I could only wait for thousands of years for a real man's decree from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Seemingly unintentional. Meaningful. The old woman glanced at the green-shirt swordsman. Qin Pingon just turned his head and smiled at the old woman. The old woman looked at Yi Yunyun, pointed to the pot of rice wine and asked, "Madam, do you want a drink? It can warm your stomach better than tea soup. Homegrown brews can also be sold in tea shops, but it's not cheap. 20 cents for a pot of wine." Yi Yunyun glanced at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon received the reminder from Xiao Mo's heart, and nodded to Yi Yunyun, then grabbed the stone in his palm, got up and walked directly to the brazier and squatted, put the stone into the charcoal fire like a taro warmed up nearby, lowered his head. Rubbing his hands and smiling, "The gods are not beautiful, the wind and rain are torrential. In the big waves there is no fear or worry." It turned out that Xiao Mo just took a closer look, and by coincidence, it turned out to be an engagement shop. The person who did it was not the old woman, but the girl next to this old woman. Just now the newcomer returned to her old career and showed his feet on Xiao Mo's side, otherwise it would really be dark again. The ancient engagement shop holds the world's marriage slips, checks the books to the month, and matches the ankle, wrist and heart of men and women according to different marriages. There was once a marriage department in the old heaven, where the mistresses of Mingyue were separated, and the number of engagement shops in the jurisdiction varied. 10,000 years later, when he returned to the world, Xiao Mo didn't even mention seeing this kind of engagement shop with his own eyes. Even if he looked through the Shanshang Dibao and Xianxia Zashu, he didn't see this long-standing title. On the other hand, Yuelao said that he would lead the red line and check the marriage book, but it is countless. Marriage in the world is fixed and immutable. The old woman's avenues and feet are not rare, but just an old horn that hangs down. It is estimated that this engagement shop was built by the chance and identity of a half-baked. When Xiao Mo met him on the earth in the past, he didn't bother to take a look. Generally speaking, the other party doesn't dare to look at himself, worrying about being mistaken for a questioning sword. Therefore, even those amphibious real dragons holding the heavenly rain-walking talisman would immediately give way when they saw themselves 10,000 years ago. Back then, Xiao Mo liked to travel the world by himself, probably because of his bright attire, so he was easily identified. A Jianxiu who can chat with Bixiaodong master and can also make wine together, his temper and temperament, naturally don't have to guess. Lifting his head, Qin Pingon looked at the young girl who had moved the bench and sat beside the old woman. He stood up, raised her foot and said with a smile, "Little girl, the marriage line can't be implicated indiscriminately, please put it away." The girl was dazed, charming and innocent. Qin Pingon put his fingers together, made an understatement, and swiped lightly towards his feet, cutting off the invisible red line that drew him and Yi Yunyun's ankle on the spot. The girl suddenly narrowed a pair of almond eyes. According to Master, it is undoubtedly a sword fairy on the mountain. Without using the magic weapon or the flying sword of his life, he instantly cut off the line of marriage he set, and it was as easy as cutting tofu with a knife, so it must be a fairyland cultivation base. The old woman stared at the green-shirt swordsman. She sighed, patted the girl's head, and signaled that she would not be afraid. The old woman might know that today is destined to be bad. She lowered her head and smiled, and she found out from her sleeve a purple lens with a subtle curvature, then twisted the corners of the clothes, gently wiped. The material is similar to colored glaze but not colored glaze, and the precision of the stone work is by no means able to sharpen the craftsman of Yamashita. The old woman raised her head, restored her original voice and said hoarsely, "I never thought that I could be fortunate enough to meet such a young land sword fairy in a place so far away from ancient Shu." Qin Ping placed it on deaf ears, but he just kept his sleeves in his hands, glanced at the objects in the hands of the old woman and learned a lot. The Dragon Palace grows jade, cultivates purple glass. The texture is clear and clear, almost the secret of the Lioli Pavilion of the Baidi city of later generations. And in the Middle-earth Shenzhou, this thing still has a magical effect. It is most suitable to be used to make a kind of auxiliary telescope artifacts, some old and dim Shansha Gongqing, or young officials who hurt their eyesight noble. With this, you can restore your eyesight as you were when you were young. In addition, the Qin Tianjian of the Middle-earth countries also has a secret item made by the Lu family of the Yin and Yang family. It is rumored that the mortal son of the naked eye can also see the stars from a distance as the present thing. Looking at the stars in the sky, the context is clear, as easy as and a man looking at the mountains and rivers of the world. Qin Pingan squatted down again, warming his hands, and asked with a smile. The iron box at the bottom of the river that draws the water map is an old artifact from somewhere in the Dragon Palace. The old mother's treasured collection? 300 years ago, who was it again? From the Yuan State Palace? The old woman looked at the gentle-looking sword fairy in Xianxia, and smiled. As long as the sword fairy can help to take a talisman, the old man must know everything to say today. Otherwise, the old woman shook her head. Otherwise, even if the sun is a sword fairy on the mountain, he really dare not kill me. Qin Pingan nodded and said, a real man from the Heavenly Master's mansion's handwritten talisman is indeed not only a lei qi prohibition, but it can also be used as a life-saving talisman. The old woman glanced at the Pushen Huangyun, and then withdrew her gaze, looking at the man in the green shirt who was in front of him with a mouthful of Tonggis's mellow and elegant words, and sincerely admired, the Sun Wei is really with unique insight. Like a few treasures. 3,000 years ago, the battle of slashing the dragon killed the descendants of the world's flood dragons and thousands of aquatic races. They stagnated in the nascent soul realm. There is no ichthyosaur change in the world. Now that the ban on mountains and rivers is lifted, if the world's aquatic people are amnesty, they will gather at the Dragon Gate on the side of Baidi City. It's a pity that there is no real person from the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain to expose the forbidden talisman with the mighty heavenly power for her. It seems to have forgotten about it completely. Yi Yunyun took a sip of the tea soup, feeling dull. The heavy rain stopped outside the tea shed. Walked into a purple-clothed Taoist. The veteran Taoist is now the true guardian of Lianghua. Long Hushan is surnamed the Great Heavenly Master, Liangshuang. The old woman looked at the old real person with a strong purple zodiac, and she was familiar with it. Although she was not the young celestial master of Long Hushan back then, she was finally weighted by herself for a real person from the Heavenly Master's mansion. She looked sluggish for a moment. Suddenly his voice was sharp, his hands were like hooks, his fingers pressed against his dry cheeks, like a smile but not a smile, like crying but not crying, like crazy, almost begging, and said in a trembled voice, I implore the Heavenly Master to take away the talisman, beg for the truth. Why Kian, I know I was wrong. After the old man held his hands, he ignored the sad old woman, just smiled and said, in this world, learning to do good deeds is not so simple. If you still want to start and end well, it will be even more difficult. Liang Shuang came to the brazier, gently pressed Qin Pingan's shoulder, who wanted to get up, and squatted together. The old man picked up the pot of hot rice wine, drank it, twisted a piece of red charcoal with his fingers, and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then tossed the empty hip flask back and threw it into the Jilin River. The old true man still said to himself, just like the little friend Qin who hits me right next to me, is it not young and frivolous, easy to know the height of the sky, so I have done things of volition and sacrifice, and I have done it several times at a young age, luckily. Not dying, in the eyes of outsiders, it is natural that good luck is the end of the matter, but what is the taste here? It is not enough for outsiders to know what it is like. Qin Pingan took out 2 pots of glutinous rice, fermented rice, and put them in the charcoal fire. The old man waited for the wine to get warmer and asked casually, Xiao Qin, since I like to read miscellaneous books so much, are there some favorite legends? Let me just guess if there is Wen Qi, if so. Well, but the one by Wen Feiqing? A real person counts as a person, it's a must. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly and nodded. Among the 3 favorite legends of the younger generation, there is indeed the Do Yi. In fact, a pseudonym was used in the past. Among the alternate names in a large basket, Do Yi, who is rare in this name, actually went hand in hand with Chao Mo. Now he intends to travel with Lu Jinglong to the Divine Continent in the future, so he will use this pseudonym. The old man asked again, where is this most wonderful article? Qin Pingan replied, young Do Yi once planted trees silently for 5 years. If I want to come here, I'm the only person in the book who knows himself, I'm afraid that Wen Feiqing would not be able to empathize. The old real man threw the charcoal fire into the basin, caressed his palms and laughed and said loudly, sure enough, I have a good relationship with Qin Xiaoyu for a good reason. As the Yin of the real Liang Shuang, all happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are unfettered. Except for the 2 sides of the conversation, the rest of the people in the tea shed were all at a loss. Chao Qingqing, Xiaoma, and Pushen Shuefuzi. These scholars of course have heard of the Wen Feiqing, who is known as the Graceful Poetry School, but they really don't know what Wen Qi wrote and passed down to the world. Only then did the old real man pick up his eyes, looked at the old woman who was already on her knees and said, "Please, what is it? Is it useful?" The old man smiled. "Besides, I don't need to ask any more. I won't drink your pot of wine for nothing." The old woman was surprised to find that the celestial talisman on her body had disappeared before she knew it. The old man reminded, "Don't knock your head, be careful of my birthday, and I'll post a new talisman when you get angry. Get up quickly, it's just like opening a door to welcome guests, it's not asking or not what you want." The old woman sat on the bench, looked at the sword immortal in green shirt and said sternly, "Report to the sword immortal. A young Taoist priest who wandered here back then bought the iron box from my side. I saw that he was peaceful. Mountain Taoist priest, the other party also showed me the Jade Patriarch Hall. I checked the authenticity and agreed. It's just that the old man wanted to explain to Qin Jianxian that there was actually nothing in the iron box back then." Chen Pinggan knew clearly that it was the culprit who created the Tapingshan civil strife together with the sword-backed old ape. The other party was very well hidden, unconsciously, and was indeed one of the Tapingshan monks. The other party was one of the great monsters that had long been hidden in Tonggishao in the wild world. He went around in the final analysis, it was Wen Hai's careful plan. It seems that Zhou once had the ambition to win Pushan. The old woman looked at the expressionless Chen surnamed Jianxian, feeling distraught and subconsciously hugged the girl aside. "She is the only disciple I collect. Before, she rashly led the red line and was also instructed by me behind the scenes, begging the heavenly master. Even if you punish Chen Jianxian, don't hurt her." Chen Pinggan nodded, stood up and walked out of the tea shed together with Lao Jinren and Xuanhuan. When he reached the riverside, Chen Pinggan stopped, looked at the unknown Pushen Shuefuzi, squinted and said, "You can come out now, since the old man is here. I don't think there is any need to hide, right?" Jiang Shang really expected that there was nothing wrong with it. Inside the Pushen Yunkatang, there is indeed a backhand buried. It is this long-distance martial artist who has the best reputation in Pushen, and is the most respected direct disciple of Huang Yiyun, Xuanhuan. The purple-clothed Taoist smiled while stroking his beard, a ghost in the Yupu realm that was living in the spirit of the martial artist in a sneaky manner. He wanted to hide under his eyelids like something. Isn't it the 14th realm to bully the poor road? In a short while, the Jade Profound Realm monster race ghost was not given a chance at all. The old real man had already searched the mountain back and forth, twisting a mustard seed-sized soul between his fingers. Xuanhuan only felt his head split and the pain was like a knife, so he raised his hands and Chen Pinggan immediately stretched it out. Grabbing Xuefuzi's arm with his hand, he helped stabilize the opponent's pure innocence so that it would not overwhelm the human world, which would damage the body like a flood. After a while, Xuanhuan sweated and smiled bitterly. "Lord Qinshan, did I write the Tao earlier?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's because the other party is involuntarily calculating, let alone a ghost in the upper 5 realms who is proficient in ecstasy. In fact, Master Xue doesn't need to blame himself too much. In fact, it was Chen Pinggan's blindness, not all guessing. People who are dark under the lights are often the closest to the lights. Chen Pinggan is familiar with this kind of thing anyway. Then there are only a handful of candidates who can replace Huang Yiyun in Pushan. In addition to Xuanhuan, who is not high in seniority but extremely prestigious, there is actually Pu Shanzhang LV Tan Rong, and the Ancestors' Hall in charge of the money, Yi Yunyun's elder brother. Therefore, at the gate of the mountain, Chen Pinggan deliberately chatted with Jinshi, in order to be able to take the opportunity to chat with the old Yuanying, so that Xiao Mo could observe more in secret. There must be some people who are smarter than the bad guys so that more good people can be rewarded, so that more good people can do good deeds, and they can be completely reckless. Xuanhuan stopped talking and finally nodded and clasped his fists silently. Chen Pinggan had to clasp his fists in return. The old man smiled and said, "Master Xue, you go back to the tea shed first, I will have a few more words with Xiao Yuchen." Xuanhuan still didn't say anything. It was just that he saluted the Taoist in purple, who was definitely not just a real person from Liangguo Woguo, to thank him, straightened up, turned and walked away. After Xuanhuan returned to the tea shed, Lao Jinren and Chen Pinggan took a stroll along the riverbank after the rain. Today there are halfways between humans and ghosts. Oh, slashing demons and eliminating demons, real demons, slaying and surrendering, the real gods, come here at your fingertips, but relying on the realm of Taoism, such as the vigorous physical strength of the common folks. Sure, the eyes of the sky are opened and you can know it at a glance. It is a pity that there are endless human hearts and ghosts, and the endless fly camp in Gogo. The old real man sighed and said nothing. Difficult and difficult as the sky, easy and easy as a palm. Chen Pingan smiled and said, even if the manpower is destined to be exhausted, we must do our best first and then listen to the destiny. It is nothing more than being able to accomplish what is in front of you is one thing, and being able to contribute a point is a point. The old man nodded, yes, yes. The old Jinren was ready to return to the Taoist temple of Lianghua, and smiled before leaving, encourage each other. It means that the old man himself will stay here for many years for the matter of mending the old mountains and rivers of Tonggishao, and there will be many opportunities for the two sides to deal with each other in the future. Chen Pingan said solemnly, to encourage each other. The old man finally laughed and said, besides the previous mountain shrine, in order to test your boy's Taoism, you have to talk nonsense. Even if the boy has heard it, don't have a grudge. The young man categorically said, real people don't worry, the younger generations don't hold any grudges. After returning to the tea shed, Chen Pingan found that the 2 pots of glutinous rice wine from his hometown were warm and proper, but the old man left without drinking it and picked it up. Everyone shared the drink, and the old woman and the young girl were no exception. The smiling old woman said that she was too happy to be overjoyed. She had been sitting next to the brazier and was wiping tears from her eyes. When she saw Chen Pingan, she drank the bowl of glutinous rice wine and even shouted at her. The side stared wide-eyed, holding the wine bowl but not drinking, just looking at the sword fairy in Qingshan, very curious. It seems that the scenery in her eyes is better than wine. Yi Yunyun was also much more relaxed, although she still couldn't get any conclusive evidence from Chilinjiang, so that she could ask Du Hanliang for a fight. However, the disciple Xuanhuan lacked the weird scourge that was likely to have caused the turmoil in Pushan, and Yi Yunyun, who had always been deserted, had a somewhat smiley face. When Chen Pingan got up to leave, the old woman hurriedly got up, gave a blessing and said with gratitude, Chen Jianxian, this time I got out of trouble and I will be free again. There is no way for my old body to repay. I don't want to thank you. Chen Pingan thought for a while, since you said that you don't want to thank you, what else can I say? Originally, he wanted to ask the old woman about those Jiangzhong American stones that Xiaoma described as a considerable quantity. Can both parties make a fair price on the mountain? Taking a step back anyway, compared to the girl who was the treasurer of the engagement shop, learning the words that misunderstood her children in the book, she suddenly came up with the phrase, the son is great, the little girl promises by his body, is much better. When the young girl was about to turn around and leave, the young girl blinked suddenly. Chen Pingan turned around with lightning speed, and the girl who twisted her wrist lightly stared fiercely, and warned with a heartfelt voice, this girl, please don't take revenge. With an innocent look on her face, the young girl hiccuped her mouth and smiled. After Chen Pingan left the tea shed, he did not go to Pushan again, but made a temporary conscience. He did not return to Shindu Mountain. He took a little detour and took a trip to the water boundary called Xianxia because of his family. The wind and kite ferry crosses the mountains and rivers of 3 continents. On this continent of Tongye from north to south, there are Qingjing Shanqinghu Palace, On Shindu Mountain, Lingbai Mountain Yayandu, Dequan Dynasty Tayedu, a long river with many tributaries. And then Yuguazang and the southernmost Kashandu. In addition to Aquarius Island and Baijilu Island, there are 5 ferry stops each, making a total of 17 Xinjia ferry ports. A group of people hovered in the white clouds in the wind. Chen Pingan looked at the big river at his feet, near the water source, and there was already a prototype of the Xinjia ferry on the ground. Of course it belonged to another family. This great river of thousands of miles connected with the West China Sea has long had many forces, and they all coincided with each other. This place is very likely to become a cornucopia of feng shui treasures, because of the vast area nearby, not to mention the sect or the alternate sect even shouting. There are no Yuaning realms that can be named, only a few are busy making sacrifices to the Golden Core and Earth Immortals who are national teachers or pioneers. Therefore there are 5 or 6 immortal forces that are quite far away from their own hills, or with those nearby Xianxia dynasties and vassals that have just been restored or newly established. The incense-loving Xinjia sects formed alliances with each other, and began to build their own ferry crossings on both sides of the strait one after another, and then invited monks who were proficient in water law to come out to help, or use their own magical powers or arrange formations, gather the long river water transport, condense and stay together. Other forces are vying for the aura of heaven and earth. It's a simple truth. If you eat the same bowl of rice on a table, whoever eats more will eat less and whoever eats will be hungry. Chen Pinggan continued to drive along the big river to the middle of the river, and soon reached the destination of the trip. According to Cui Dongshan, the various forces fought over and fought a few fights, and finally the two places in Dahuanwai plus the middle section, there were only 3 hills which is considered a firm foothold. The other forces have all continued, or give up actively or passively. As a result, a riverside ferry that was abandoned halfway, can be removed and taken away, has been relocated, but there is still a rudimentary shell of the ferry, but the foundation of the ferry has been laid. Don't underestimate these geotechnical matters. Just ramming the earth will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. Just say that the mountain roots shake when the ferry landed and docked. If the ferry is not strong enough, there will be a big pit that is very involved on the spot. Therefore, the old master of the ferry here, who had lost a lot of ferry money, was really unsure of being able to make money, so he stopped in time and withdrew. The construction of a ferry on the mountain is just a job to fill a huge lake with gold and silver mountains. The risk is huge and can be regarded as a gamble. In addition to making great efforts to build landscape formations, building docks everywhere, and then gathering ore of landscapes, it is a huge expense. Otherwise, which ferry is in the brain and is willing to spend money to dock here to replenish the aura? And once the ferry is completed in the end, there were not a few ferry boats to patronize, and it would even make ends meet. Not to mention the immortal money, it would even cause the division to hang on a tree. A tasteless magic weapon can also be sold at a low price, but who would be stupid to take over this kind of unmoving mountain ferry? Moreover, the emergence of any brand new ferry is a battle for people and money for the neighboring Xianxia ferry, which is tantamount to a dispute over a great road. Because the number of ferry boats has increased or decreased in general, the new ferry port has to take a share of the same bowl. Chen Pinggan looked at the big river under his feet. After Nujiadu and Yayandu, this is the 3rd Xianjiadu crossing in the mountain. In the eyes of outsiders, the brand new and unusual remains of the ferry crossing here have been picked up for nothing by an unknown ferry master of a shameless sect. A young man in white clothes set up a stall over there not long ago to greet the heroes from all walks of life. A table with 3 bowls of wine, threatening to the outside world, 3 punches, 3 attacking techniques, sword fairy. He could only pass with 2 swords, where can the 3 swords be held? Anyway, I don't want money, so he'll die. Killed me with 3 strokes and 2 swords and reported dozens of times. If I haven't gotten up yet, this ferry is yours. Therefore, at the ferry that was only 1,000 miles away, a martial arts master with a golden figure was hired to give a punch here. The handsome boy with a mole on his eyebrows shocked all the monks who watched the battle. It's not that a teenager pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger and how to use it to reach the sky, but after being asked about a punch, he flies upside down 10 tens of feet after only a punch, rolls all over the floor, and then falls to the ground for a long time, still shaking. Weiwei raised an arm, which probably means to slowly, let me slowly, I can stand up immediately, I can definitely. After the golden-framed martial artist handed his fist, he stood there for a long time and didn't immediately make a move. Of course he asked the fist to be true. After all, he took a deposit from the immortal master fairy, but he didn't really want to kill him. What? Nowadays, Dafu Academy has strict rules. As long as there is a dispute under the mountain and the death of a genealogical teacher, he needs to report to the academy immediately. He is the most annoying to study in his life as a child, so naturally he does not want to go to Dafu Academy to make up a sum of study. When the young man stood up swayingly and patted his chest, he said something again. The result was a spurt of blood, and he almost lay on the ground to continue to rest. Therefore, the second punch of the Takeo had to be slightly retracted, and it still made the young man in white circling in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Takeo was puzzled on the spot, not to mention how lightly his punch was, but no matter what, there was definitely no spinning punch. With the third punch, Takeo almost bit the bullet and added gravity. After all, after the 3 punches, if the young man can stand up, even if he runs for nothing, he will lose half of the fairy's money. After this punch, the poor young man supported the ground with both hands several times, trying to get up, vomiting blood several times, lying down heavily, dying, and finally touched the floor with a trembling hand and raised his thumb, probably I want to say, a good punch? In this way, that golden-bodied martial artist felt a little guilty. In the end, the boy still sat up when he was about to count to 9, then staggered to his feet. Takeo hurriedly helped the boy up, supported him, or dragged the boy to the wine stall. Takeo drank 3 bowls of wine by himself, clasped his fists and said goodbye, saying that he was offended. As for the remaining half of the immortal money that can only be earned in the bag by winning the punch, this golden martial artist doesn't think much about it. He loves how to do it. Anyway, I can't get rid of that ruthless hand. That day the force that was building a ferry at the source of the Rin River immediately invited an old monk who was a bottleneck in the Golden Core realm. Two natal creatures, combined with the attacking technique, were extremely powerful. After 3 consecutive spells, almost instantly, the young man in white lay in the big pit, ragged, foaming at his mouth and convulsing. As a result, before the 10 counts were reported, he got up with difficulty, like a drunkard, and walked to the side of the wine table. Old Jindan was unable to do so, but he snorted coldly and left without drinking. In less than an hour, at the ferry at the mouth of the big river, a golden core sword was dispatched to repair the horse, and the sword arrived. As a result, the fight became even more inexplicable. The meat bun hit the dog. Somehow, the golden core swordsman seemed to have just chatted with the young man in his heart, and he turned his face and refused to recognize people. Sword repaired a few words. After a large deposit, he didn't make a mistake, but he sacrificed his life-flying sword toward the big river, and 3 swords cut through the air and finished the work. That's all. The golden core swordsman of the Dog Day, instead of the white-clothed young man, guarded the stall and threatened to change the rules, asked the fist and the sword and learned the Taoism all as usual, but he would give it back 3 times. Sword. In this way, who would dare to touch the bad? This Jindan Jianxiu is 100 years older, just 3 years old, and his name is Tao Ran. It was the native sword repairman of Tongyi's Hao, but it was always Shanzai repair. Now I was fishing by the river, occasionally catching an old turtle and stewing it in such a pot. I brought 7 or 8 kinds of condiments when I came, and I never treated myself badly. Chen Ping and fell on the river early and walked towards the simple stall. The sword repairman in the distance was dragging a fishing net to the stall on the shore, and several fish were jumping alive in the net. I just don't know how the sword fairy's craftsmanship is. The reason why Chen Pingan came here is actually another secret thing, that is, some people will establish a country near the ferry instead of rejuvenating the country, but to be precise, it can be regarded as a kind of rejuvenation by reluctance. Qingping Sword Sect in Xindu Mountain, the next ancestor master's family genealogy monk, Yuanying Realm Sword Repair Xiaopaxian, will help the maid Menglong around him, give her the surname Dugu, renamed Dugu Menglong, and he himself will continue hiding behind the scenes, accurately let the surname of Dugu from the old Zhuing dynasty, who was destined to be hopeless in the restoration of the country, refounded in Tongyi's Hao and rebuilt the Taimiao, which can be regarded as a continuation of the Guozhua but also properly separated from the old country of Aquarius. Relationship. Of course, Xiaopaxian got the instruction and support of Cui Dongshan for all this. With the character of Jun Jinqing of Zhongyue Mountain, he would definitely be on the top of his mountain. I would pay homage to the south again. The golden pill sword immortal came to the stall, threw the fishing net on the ground, pointed to the 3 bowls of wine on the table, and the group of people walking by the shore with an awkward voice, reminded the other party aloud, "I am now in Xindu Mountain, the unnamed Kuching for now." Jian Xiu Tao Ran started with the registration number, then stretched out his finger, pointed at the 3 wine bowls on the table and said, "As soon as the notice is heard, the rules have changed now, each of which will make 3 moves." As for the location of Xindu Mountain, this Jindan Jianxiu, who is an anonymous guest, is actually not clear at the moment. He only knows that in the north, it is the white-clothed boy whose surname is Cui who is in charge of the house for the time being. The reason for turning to war: once I was injured in that battle in the early years, xianxia was almost broken, daoxia was even more sparse, in fact it was a paper gold pill that I couldn't use. If you don't want to be an errand in a public door, you will never go in this life. I can't stand those people who have a different face before and after another. Otherwise, no matter how bad Tao Ran is still in the Golden Core realm or Jianxiu, how can he not show his face, earning this shameful immortal money, doing this kind of errands to use people's money to eliminate disasters? It's just that when I got here, I really couldn't beat the opponent and the strength was very different. The guy who looked like a teenager turned out to be in the nascent soul realm. Then the other party promises that one day he will officially serve as the guest of Xindu Mountain, and he will get a treasure from the mountain that can be used to repair the sword's heart and warm the soul, a magic treasure rank. It's just that he didn't take this kind of beautiful word seriously, and Yamazawa Yishio was a little good, but he knew how to recognize counsel. It's just that there is another addition which really moved his heart. It has nothing to do with money. The surname Cui said he knew a few sword repairmen from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and he could help introduce 1 or 2 in the future. Tao Ran was dubious, of course he doubted more. Because if I remember correctly, Tong Yezhou had gone to Jianqi Great Wall to practice sword repair, and it seemed that there was only one sword repair named Master Wang. Like himself, he was born in the nasty xianxia, and his opponent is the Great Wall of Jianghu in the Golden Core realm. Although it was a golden pill when he left, and a golden pill when he returned, Tao Ran was willing to admire him sincerely because he dared to go to the Great Wall of Jianghu alone and was willing to be on the battlefield. However, this guy had a brain cramp and he went to Tonggizong to serve as the Ancestors' Hall. He changed from a mountain hero to a mountain dog and it was just a mistake. Tao Ran's current situation was also a self-seeking fate. He killed a little monster of the Golden Core realm, but the opponent was too big, but was soon seriously injured by an old beast servant, and he flew with his life. The sword was wounded at that time and it was terrible to watch. When stitched up, it would definitely be a bottomless pit that would cost a lot of money. In fact, there was a lot of gunpowder back then, so where wasn't the battlefield with great disparity in strength the one-sided massacre? Countless capitals, companion capitals, prefectures and counties were swept by the monster army. This sword repairer who was born in Xianxia resisted it. It was my business. In the end, it was just because of a small matter, maybe I was cramped in my mind, anyway I finally couldn't hold it back. No way, it's a bit painful, I always don't have a long memory after eating it again and again. I've been like this bird in my life and I can't change it. Never thought, in the end, only Jiang Shangzhen, who originally disgusted him most, was considered a man. Do you need a reason to scold Jiang Shangzhen? No need. Besides, he really had several reasons. For example, the two mountain fairies he admired in his early years were both arched by the same pig. As the patriarch of the Jiang family in the blessed land of the Cloud Cave, Tao Ran cursed so happily, that is, his level is low and he can't beat the opponent, otherwise he would have to curse in person. But as the old master of Yuguizong, Tao Ran really couldn't criticize what Jiang Shangzhen did. So the master Chui, before leaving the ferry, blew a cowhide bigger than the sky with himself. It is said that as long as you become a registered guest of Shindu Mountain in your own family, you will even scold the Jiang in person in the future? The surname is G for the coffin and the coffin the hanging alpha? So Tao Ran is alone now, helping people to guard the family business. In this way he is only slightly better than Master Wang and he is a watchdog, but since Shindu Mountain has no reputation, how can he be better than that? Tonggizong is fine. As for when the construction will officially start and the construction of this ferry will continue, Master Chui Xian said that it will wait until next year, and vowed that a bunch of want to grab business and make trouble with themselves. Waiting, I merged it back. The boy in white shook his snow-white sleeves, waved his big hand and drew a big circle. When it comes to this, it will be a scene of two ferry crossings in one country. Habits are good, he's a ferry owner with a mouthful of mouthfuls. Fortunately, that nascent soul stage cultivation base is true. Qin Pingan laughed with a heartfelt voice. We are all from Shindu Mountain. Tao Ran was stunned, or half of his family. Hearing that the other party was from Shindu Mountain, Tao Ran was a little curious. This was the first Shindu Mountain clan Tao Ran had ever seen outside of Master Chui. How come you don't look like a cultivator but a pure swordsman? But it seemed that it was much more serious and normal than that Chui Xianxia. Could it be Chui Lao Yuanying's disciple and grandson? After all, the monks on the mountain tend to look at the younger the higher the realm and the older they are. The other party introduced himself with a smile. My last name is Chen, my name is Pingyan, and I am Mr. Chui Dongshan. Good guy, another one who doesn't speak well. Isn't the family not entering the house? An old fairy in the nascent soul realm? Anyway, change to a more decent title, such as Master? Preachers? Why don't you just say that you are the Qin Pingan from Aquarius? Lao Tzu really wanted to hold down the heads of these proud sons and young sword immortals in the upper 5 realms, and ask them where the real realm came from. Little Aquarius Island, a big place, a land of one continent. Unexpectedly within a short jiazi, 3 kendo wizards appeared one after another, Fengshui Temple Wei and Jin Longquan Jinzong Lu Xianyang Luopashenchen Pingan. It seems they are all in the Yupu realm in their 40s. Damn, when I was 2 years old, these young sword fairies were still playing in the mud in open crotch pants. The green shirt is in front of him with double knives on one side of his waist. Either a pure martial artist. Either these 2 narrow knives are magic knives cast by the mountain immortal master. Qin Pingan sat at the table, picked up a bowl of wine, took a sip and smiled. I heard from my student that your name is Tao Ran, you are a golden sword immortal. Tao Ran squatted aside busy stewing fish and said casually, it's just in the golden core realm, it's a sword immortal. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, could you ask how did you hurt your natal Feijin? Tao Ran said in a huff, put yourself on the ground, will you answer? Qin Pingan smiled and nodded and said, it makes sense. In the future we will look for opportunities to drink a few more drinks and we will talk later. Tao Ran sneered and said, "Don't come to this set. I'm not familiar with you. I'm eating rice with you in Shindu Mountain. I can't urinate in a pot with a pure martial artist." Chen Pingan smiled and turned his head to look at the big river. According to the Master Zu's interpretation and explanation of characters, Lao Huai made a fire, condensing fat into smelt. Tao Ran saw that the guy seemed to be waiting for a free meal of stewed fish. Jianxia's expression became more unhappy, frowned and said dully, "It's okay to drink, don't think about eating." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Tao Jianxian doesn't seem to have been born in a casual cultivator at all." Tao Ran turned his head and said, "Can you shut up?" Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl in his hand, of course. Xiao Mo asked with a smile, "Tao Jianxian, would you like me to help?" Tao Ran said impatiently, "Climb away." Xiao Mo smiled and nodded, and his son also lifted the wine bowl in his hand. "All right." Tao Ran looked at the group of people from the corner of his eye, annoying, and his temper was okay. If you look back, go to Mr. Chui to file a complaint, put on small shoes for yourself and chew your tongue behind your back. I won't be a shit. In the end, Tao Ran, who was cooking rice and stewed fish, squatted not far away and started eating by himself. Chen Pingan put down the empty wine bowl and said, "Tao Jianxian, these a little less and the cinnamon is a little too much." Tao Ran grinned, a bit interesting. This sentence is fairly easy to hear. Chen Pingan didn't plan to wait here to meet Xiao Poxian and Meng Long's master and servant. Standing up to say goodbye, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Looking back on the side of Shindu Mountain, I would like you to have a real fish stew." Tao Ran rolled his eyes. Seeing the guy who claimed to be Chen Pingan said to leave, the sword repairman hesitated and asked, "Which Chen Pingan can't be the one from Aquarius Island, Luapa Mountain, right?" I never thought that the swordsman in the green shirt would even smile and nod his head. "If there is no accident, I will be it." Tao Ran was dull and speechless, then tugged at the corner of his mouth, turned his head and snorted. Fortunately, the group of people turned away in a flash. Returning all the way north, I stopped in the Daquan dynasty on the way, and stayed at the Xinjia and named Taoyuan by at Tayedu in the land of Jianghu. After spending Chen Pingan's 2 small summer dollars, this is still only the 2 smallest houses, which is only slightly better than a single room. In the inn, there are also some Fulu beauties in the old Shuyi building Yin Zhai, that were bought by immortals outside of Yezigang. They are now one of the golden signs of Taoyuan's other businesses. Moreover, according to Master Fuyin's gossip, the proprietress behind this Taoyuan business is still one of the vice critics of the Rouge list, and the ranking is not low. Guests staying here will give away a gift box for free when they leave the inn, which contains a peach symbol, several peach blossom papers and a peach blossom fan. In fact, when added together, it will be more than a dozen snowflakes. Money, but the meaning is not small. Spend a lot of money, have lived in Taoyuan, and it's always hard to yell at others so you fall behind, but when you go out you may have a peach charm hanging from your waist, or you will be holding a peach blossom fan. At the time, write on the peach blossom paper. When outsiders saw it, they all understood. It is indeed a rich man who has lived in Taoyuan. If you are staying in a single-family house, there are 2 pocket peachwood swords to be given away, which can be used for more purposes. It can be used as a delicate pendant for the peach blossom fan, and the female fairy can also be used as a hairpin for a bun. For example, Mr. Yuan on the Peijiang cruise ship was such a rich man. In Beipingzu you must have drunk fermented from Changchun Palace, and Tongis Hao must have lived in Taoyuan. This is the real business. The reason for being so lavish is that Chen Pingan asked Chui Dongshan to help make an appointment with someone who would meet here in secret. The chief of Jindingwan worships the reed eagle. Lu Ying mistakenly thought him as a savage co-owner. This veteran infant who has mastered a kind of tasteless, ancient divine Taoist art, is also an individual talent. It can be compared with the fairy Yunya in the Jiozhen Immortal Hall. One who firmly believes that everyone is drunk and I wake up alone, and regards him as the lord of Baidi City. One was determined, thinking that Chen Pingan was the incarnation of the wild world. They are all mountain wizards who are difficult to find with lanterns. In Chen Pingan's mind, they are only slightly inferior to Xinjiang Mountain's conscientious and conscientious genius brother. Chen Pingan looked at the freshly released Zhongtadi newspaper and sighed. Does the Shanhaizong of the Middle-earth divine continent have any hatred with him? It is worthy of Taoyuan's other career, and the news is more well-informed than the average sect candidate Hilltop. That's right, the native monks of Tongis Hao, how can they have the spare money and idle time, go to collect the divine reports of the divine continent of the earth, at most, understand the movement of the mountains in Aquarius and Beiju Luzhou. What's more, everyone knows what Tongis His wind is now, Why bother to blame yourself and spend money to buy it? I turned to look at several Xianxia mansion newspapers on local hills. The most extensive one is the Washington Rouge list in Yunkus Blessed Land, with 2 comments on it. First, the deputy, the commentary women, there are Dequan Empress Yao Jingji, Beilongdong Cave Master Su Qingzhu, and the daughter of the Wanyao sect master of Sanshan Fudi Han Jiangshu. On the vice comment, there is Xianxia Linghu Banana Fish, a female crown at Jindingwen, the princess of the Yu dynasty, and a female heroine from the rivers and lakes. Regrettably, the women who have not been selected for the positive review have nothing to do with themselves, but the men who admire them will definitely have to spend their money, and they must also compete for the top rankings for their favorite women in the sub-evaluation. For example, one of the Shanshuidi newspapers specifically wrote about a romantic affair. There is a new dynasty that is very upright. A young official in the household department, who is not an ordinary brave small 5-rank official, dare to embezzle the treasury privately, and he converts all 3 million taels of silver into it. The immortal money was thrown to the sacred mountain of flowers in the blessed land of Jiang's cloud cave. For this reason I lost the official and I almost lost my head. The reason was that the family smashed the pot and sold the iron. The father, who was a scholar of the criminal ministry and a late son, then borrowed money from friends and credited the bank. Anyway, it can be used. All the methods have been used and all the favors that can be owed are owed, and this has made up most of the deficit. The young man was fine, with a few entourages, riding in a carriage, with a seal carved by himself hanging from his waist, and the bottom of the seal carved 3 characters, a household. There is no place to stay here, but there is a place to keep him, so I can go for a tour of mountains and rivers. On the way to the Qingping Peak together, Shui Dongshan talked to her husband about this interesting event. He also said that he was taking a break and watched a good show over there. It turned out that the young man's father couldn't stop life and death. His face was blue with anger, his lips trembled, and he threw his teacup on the spot in the study, taking a mouthful of improper son, rebellious son, evil son. The ears didn't hurt even after being scolded. The young man still left home and went out of Beijing. Anyway, he wouldn't go to the fairy that he liked, so he didn't have to meet him. Just ask for justice in the matter of throwing money. This is called celebrity romance. The picture is greedy, but it is indecent. It's definitely not what my generation is romantic and handsome. Besides, one's own appearance, whether you follow your father or your mother, is really stunned. It is estimated that if you go to see the fairy, you will have to shut your door. Why bother? It's better to leave a good thought for yourself. It didn't take long for him to leave the capital, and he returned to Beijing. He made a fortune, made up for the deficit in the treasury, and was promoted to become a minister of the Ministry of Industry. It turned out that I met a congenial fellow on the way. The other party claimed to have a surname Zhou. He was a foreigner from Aquarius Island. He was a half-hearted monk who was not worth mentioning. It didn't take long for Yi Zhou. Unexpectedly, it was as if he was immediately slapped in the head. He was disoriented and dizzy. After seeing his feet, he suddenly changed his impression of Tong Yezhou. In the end, 3 immortal coins that had never been seen before were left. The young man returned to Beijing and asked about it again, only to realize that it was the most valuable Guyuqian in the legend. Brother Zhou also left a letter with sincere words. It wasn't that a friend couldn't say such a thing. In the past 20 years, how insignificant he was, and how foolish he was, would he praise him for his handsome appearance? This letter is different. Instead, it allows him to be an official and show his fists in his official career. Anyway, he is not greedy for money. It is better to be an upright official, lying down with his ancestors' merit book and enjoying the blessing. Do you still need to learn to have fun? Need someone to teach you a lot of money? On the contrary, if it is done for you, it is the work that suffers from hardship, and then it can be regarded as the first-class romantic boy in the world. The young man saw it all at once, and it was much more useful than his father's whispering in his ears for more than 20 years. When he was a noble but not serious servant of the Ministry of Rights, he was a fart for the benefit of the party, and if he wanted to, he was a worker of the Ministry of Industry, so his father began to yell at the wicked son and the wicked son. As a result, he really went to the Ministry of Industry as an errand, only to know that if he didn't go secretly fishing for oil and water, his life would be so harsh and his official duties would be heavy. In addition, he had a hot mind and took the initiative to live up his body. He took a trip to the local state and county. With calluses on his hands and feet, every day I fall asleep when I'm tired. What else do I miss? I was so tired that I didn't even have a spring dream. The young people only feel that the good days of more than 2 decades have even returned their profits. As a result, when he returned to the capital, His old father waited for a long time at the door with a clear eye. He really waited for his son to return home from the Ministry of Industry's yamen. The scholar of Xianxia saw the carriage and immediately went back to the study, sat down tightly and waited until the old man watched. The son who lost a lot of weight without seeing him for a month, he didn't throw the teacup again. He was silent for a long time, and when he spoke he was still the old tune, evil son. In fact, the young man felt extremely bitter. Originally when he returned to Beijing this time he wanted to retreat. If you go to the Ministry of Rights or return to the Ministry of Households, you can be a Lang official. The servant of the Ministry of Industry is really not a personal job. Only when the day was over, the young attendant looked at the father in the distance. He was obviously gray-haired and croaked, but he was full of breath, laughing loudly with his colleagues. The young servant told himself silently, why would he have to spend another year and a half in the Ministry of Engineering? This shows that Sovereign Shui is busy, and he is also free when he is free. The reason why Qin Pingan would have said from the bottom of his heart with Liang Shuang, the phoenix tree is really unwilling to thank you, and the number of leaves is still audible. In addition to talking about the young sword repairman of Tonggizong, it is also talking about such young people under the mountain. A house in Taoyuan. Some people are desperate right now. If the opponent doesn't come, it's like a sword hanging over his head and it will not fall, but the opponent is really coming and he doesn't know how to deal with it. It always feels like he can't compete with his own scheming. Having to be alone, fidgeting, the old monk lamented. Again without knowing it number of ways. Someone appeared behind Lu Ying, stretched out a hand and gently pressed the old Yuan Ying's shoulder. Chief Lu, meet again. As for the doorway, it was the young woman with a ball in a bun, arms around her chest, leaning against the door. The man behind him smiled and said, Chief Lu, so uneasy, isn't he going to take my head and go to the Chinese temple of Confucianism to claim credit? Frightened Lu Ying jumped up and said with a wry smile, Fearin' sword fairy, don't scare me anymore. I am from Shanzai, and I am not as courageous as a master of genealogy. Lu Ying suddenly realized that he had failed, and slapped himself severely, changed his name and said with a flattering smile, I have seen Chao Keqing. Qin Pingan moved a chair and sat on the opposite side of the reed eagle. He raised his palm, pressed twice, raised Erlang's legs and took out the dry tobacco rod and pipe. Lu Ying asked cautiously, Chao Keqing, is there any order to summon the younger one this time? Last time I met, this guy in front of me reported a series of identity names. What is the second-class worship of the Jiang family in Yunku, the second-class guest of Yuguzhang Jiaifeng, and the third-class guest of Shenzhufeng Zushiteng? The name is there is only one Chao Mo. However, when they met again today, in addition to 2 more narrow knives around their waist, they also smoked dry smoke. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Lu Jifeng chose to go out at noon this time, right? Lu Ying's face was embarrassed. Last time it was the woman at the door who helped break the secret. Lu Ying realized that there was something in the words, otherwise, something happened sooner or later. Qin Pingan asked, isn't it superfluous? Although the other party's words were dark and unclear, Lu Ying immediately understood. The old Yuan Ying said that he did not boast, and his disposition and behavior were cautious. He was still a bit higher than Yuan Ying's realm. Although he stood up, he had already bent down hard. The old monk said cautiously, Chao Keqing just put 100 hearts on it, and absolutely will not do anything superfluous. In that golden roof view, a chief enshrines what should be seen, and he doesn't fall a glance what shouldn't be said, nothing is said. Did not say. Qin Pingan smiled, sit down and chat. Tell a smart person a certain truth, the other party will be suspicious, far better than let the smart person want to understand the truth, come to believe it firmly. Lu Ying was ordered to take a seat, just sitting on pins and needles. The earth immortals who were born in Shanzai, even if they are just golden cores, are all accustomed to the wind and rain. The tenacity of the Taoist heart and the goodwill, maybe even more than those who were born as a genealogist. It is good. Fortunately, the other party quickly stepped into the subject. When will your Lord Du Guan enter the Yupu realm? Or is it already Yupu? Lu Ying was puzzled. Returning to Chao Keqing for questioning, I returned to Jinding Temple this time, and Du Hanliang has not shown signs of retreat. From Yuanying to Yupu, the movement will not be small. Without thinking about that Firen, he nodded and said, it's probably Yupu already. Lu Ying thought about it a little and admired it. It was indeed the wild co-owner who had been bold enough to take a slant, but has not been found by the Confucian temple so far. Amazing. Lu Ying didn't care about the shock and quickly made up for it. Before going down the mountain, I had a drink with Yi Miaofeng and didn't say anything about it, but it seems that, with some clues from the Taoist treasury, his disciple xuanhuan is very likely to be right away. Retreat and the certainty of becoming a Yuanying is not small. Yin Miafeng's master is Yin Miaofeng, who is named the Taoist of Baozhen. Both the master and the apprentice were once the royal consecrations of the Dequan dynasty, and they were responsible for helping the Lu imperial court at that time supervise the Yaojiabian army. Qin Pingan nodded, then suddenly squinted his eyes and asked, "Really not superfluous? Chief Lu, how do I think you are designing me?" Lu Ying suppressed the ups and downs of Dao's heart, shrunk his sleeves in one hand, and clenched a jade pendant in his hand and said with heart, "Qing Shancheng, don't take the net at this time. When will you wait?" Xiao Mo, who was sitting in the courtyard, couldn't help but was taken care of by his son, and this person was still saved. As far as Lu Ying is concerned, once the Dongchuang incident occurs and the matter is revealed, he is colluding with the wild world. Not to mention the Middle-earth Confucian Temple, the skills of the Shuigong Academy today are very different from the past, that is, the native monk of Tonggizong. When he learns this, he will be alive and deprived. Therefore, before coming to Tayedu, Lu Ying made up his mind to watch Du Hanliang without the knowledge of Jinding, at a Xinjia ferry, and sent a letter to Fei Jin secretly. Just wait for that brilliant to throw himself into the net. With bad luck, you can also get rid of the relationship between Firen and the wild world. Good luck, that's a great accomplishment. Regardless of whether it is the incarnation of the Yin god or some messy means, as long as you are caught by the Confucian Temple, you may be able to obtain the permission of the Confucian Temple and start a sect. If the snail-shell Taoist mansion of Huanggeji was parted last time, there would be no intersection between the two sides. The big deal is that I will walk my single-plank bridge and continue to walk on your Yanghuan road. If you ignore my reed eagle, I will just assume that I have never seen you. Anyway, I didn't do anything about lying. I just babbled a lot of nonsense with you in the Yunku Fudi. Even if Dafu Academy and Zhongtu Confucian Temple were held accountable afterwards, the big deal would be to be arrested in that meritorious forest and red sages for several years. Maybe I can still see that Lu Cha. It's just that the jade medal of Academy in the sleeve, there is no slight movement, my heart and words are like a mud cow into the sea. The reed eagle instantly fell into an ice cave. Fuck. There was no response from Dafu Academy and Qinglongzhou. Is it possible to cross the river and demolish the bridge? Are you planning to smash yourself with Firen first? To smash an egg in death is a death. Lao Tzu is a tattered nascent infant, who hurt the other side the slightest. You scholars of dog days, full of sage's doctrine, turned out to have a bad stomach, which is worse than the casual cultivation of our wild dogs. Is it just a flash of inspiration, or is it that Qinglongzhou, who was born in the old Jiao Academy, is actually a wonderful dark chess in front of him? Lu Ying was in a complicated mood for a while, dull and speechless, except that he would definitely not be able to eat. Could it be that the seemingly looking continents of mountains and rivers in your hometown will repeat the same mistakes sooner or later? Lu Ying felt that his current life as a cultivator was actually not bad. Although he kept bumping and bumping, he could always avoid some catastrophes. In any case, this hard-won world is peaceful. Pretty good. Is it going to be gone again? Qin Pingan smiled and said, whether it is because of the enthusiasm to be a hero or because of selfishness just wanting to protect and save oneself, Monk Lu Ying from Tonggizhou, after all, did something. Xiao Mo, who was sitting on the courtyard steps, said with a heartfelt smile, this old monk is a little sad. Pei Qian gathered the sound into a thread and said to the master, Lu Ying's heart is in love, there is a moment of sight, and there is a woman with a fuzzy face. On the way here, Qin Pingan had already passed the sword house of the Fengyuan ferry. Fei Jin sent a letter, and said 3 things to Dafu Academy. Luapa Mountain will establish its next sect in the beginning of next year. It will invite Xiyuanshan Chongqing Dragon Boat to watch the ceremony. Then it will ask Zhong Kuei's method of passing letters. Finally, if Jindingwen enshrines the Reed Eagle, it will secretly pass on Dafu College, saying that he is a wonderful college. You can record this incident as usual, but you don't need to mobilize people to come to Tayedu to encircle and suppress it. Lu Ying was confused. He is a kind person, but now that he is older and has a higher realm, he wants to be stable. For example, just saying that after becoming the chief consecration of Jinding Temple, traveling abroad, willingly recommending herself as a female nun on the pillow seat, or wanting to change Menting to recognize him as a master, or even a godfather, they can't count them. But for so many years, the 2 women who wanted the most, one was Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, a young mad woman. And the ancestor of the woman in Yezigang who caused the catastrophe, and now the entire Tonggishao is scolding a dead person to death. It's just that instead of scolding her, Lu Ying made a special trip to the Yezigang site, squatting and drinking among the ruins over there, muttering to herself. Because you are a master of genealogy, you are a master of genealogy, you are a little stupid, so stupid, but you are a good person. After smashing a pot of wine to the ground, this infamous old Yuan Ying finally squeezed out an unscrupulous smile. He laughed. Back then, he wanted to take advantage of most of Yezigang's grandparents to go to Yugui. Zong participated in a grand opening ceremony. Wei Ying entered the Lord God Seal Peak, a big deal. Lu Ying planned to come to Shi Tower here to steal some talismans, but as a result, Before the old Yuan Ying left the ruins, he said one last thing. Unexpected joy, I accidentally peeked at your beauty out of the bath, but I missed it, and I missed my neck, and I found my whereabouts, otherwise I will remember you now a bit more real. Ripples and water mist rose, and an elegant old man with a high crown and a botanical belt appeared out of thin air. It was the mountain leader Qing Longzhou of the Dafu Academy, the former Huang Tingguo Old Jiao, and the deputy mountain leader of the Piyun Mountain Linlu Academy. Qin Pingan put away the dry tobacco rod, got up and bowed to the head of the college. Qing Longzhou returned the gift. If Qin Pingan is just the young mountain owner of Luapa Mountain and receives the secret letter from Lu Ying, even if Qin Pings is still Wen Sheng's close disciple, Qing Longzhou still dare not take it lightly, but this young sword fairy still has an identity, so Qing Longzhou just came alone this time. However, the academy will still record the matter secretly, as Qin Pingan said in the letter, and Qing Longzhou has also sent a letter to the Chinese Civil Confucian Temple in the first place, and reported the matter 1510. Seeing the old man with a high crown belt and a jade pendant hanging from his waist, Lu Ying was completely confused. What was it going on? Qing Longzhou laughed and said, "Smartness is wronged by cleverness. The Chao Mo in front of you is not so impressive at all. Of course you can continue to misunderstand. For example, I'm from a monster clan, so I have been in collusion with this Fei Ran. You shouldn't do it forever, and you shouldn't send a letter to Dafu Academy." Lu Ying's face was embarrassed. Even if I can't believe in myself, I can still trust the eyes of the Chinese Temple of Confucius. There are the most holy masters, and there are holy saints with courtesy saints, not to mention that there is a new literary saint now. Qing Longzhou lost a copy of Xuanhuan Mansion and reported it to Lu Ying. Look at it for yourself, the answer is on the top. Lu Ying tossed over and over again for fear of missing a word, only read it twice and didn't want to understand what the master of the academy, what is it for Lao Tzu to see? There is nothing to say about Chao Mo. If you say that Chao Mo is a pseudonym, what is it, not from the savage world but from Yu Gizong's great sword immortal Wei Ying? That's why I walked side by side with Kong Sangjin? Otherwise, it's the outsider from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan? Interrupted the fairy hairpin city in the wild world, dragged down the river with the throne great demon Fei Fei, then evacuated Toyue Mountain, and finally killed an ascending sword repairer Toyue Mountain great ancestor? So. I immediately knelt down and knocked his head a few times. Anyway, it was a good talk. Qing Longzhou said, although Chao Mo is not brilliant, but you did not choose to collude with what you mistakenly thought of as wild and brilliant. Instead, you were involved in danger and revealing the secret. Dafu Academy will record it in the book and will not publish it to the public. You will only need this credit in the future. At that time, for example, it can be used to make up for the demerits, but the ugly words are at the front, and there are some mistakes, and it is certain that the merits and demerits cannot be offset. Lu Ying hurriedly pretended to be polite and thanked Qing Shanchang. Qin Pingan accompanied Qing Longzhou to the courtyard, and the head of the academy was in a mixed mood. When the two parties met for the first time that year, the other party was still a young man holding a hatchet and wearing straw sandals. He looked like a piece of black charcoal, but although the young man looked thin, he gave a sense of strength and sharpness, which can be regarded as the outer circle and the inner square. Qing Longzhou smiled and said, "It's really not easy to get to this day." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's all the same." The old man spread out his palms, and the old scholar who was no longer Wen Sheng gave a golden text. It's like a riddle. Full. The dormant state is also the current state of the Dafu Academy. Qin Pingan asked, Yang Pu of Dafu Academy is not a sage now? At the Taiping Mountain site, Yang Pu, a scholar of the academy, stayed at the gate of the mountain for 3 full years. Not to mention the fact that he was blinded, it was tantamount to enmity with multiple mountain forces. Moreover, Yang Pu didn't get the instruction of the academy, it was just a brainstorm. I didn't care about it and went to the Taiping Mountain to watch the door. At that time, the head of the Dafu Academy was still vacant. Chen Longzhou took office only after Yang Pu stayed there for a while, and then the academy really began to support Yang Pu. At the gate of Taiping Mountain, Qin Pingan confronted a golden pill, a yuanying, a jade and a fairy one after another. The disciple of Tuyueshan Grand Ancestor's Gate was Liz Hen, and the fairy Han Yushu of Wanyao sect of Sanshan Fudi. These two are both first-class rich men. These two matches were also the most rewarding after Qin Pingan finished the fight. Not to mention that, half of the boxing score. Because that sect Master Han had received a punch from the 11th realm martial artist. It's already. Qin Longzhou said with a smile. This stinky boy just became a sage, so he began to ask me how to be a gentleman. The reason is very good. It is said that Sovereign Jiang once promised something personally. One day when he becomes a gentleman it will be fine. I made an appointment with Lord Qinshan for a drink, and I made an appointment at Dafu Academy. Qin Pingan smiled and said, this is the truth. Qin Longzhou said, I have already contacted Zhong Kuei and asked him to go directly to Xindu Mountain to find you. Qin Pingan folded his fists and thanked him. Qin Longzhou waved his hand with a smile and disappeared in a flash. After confirming that Qing Shanchang had left, Lu Ying dared to leave the house. I was really afraid that this unfavorable fellow would come to settle accounts after an autumn. The opponent is not brilliant but better than brilliant. It's no wonder that at the beginning, one bite of the grandson of greatness. Those who dare to say such things in the world and those who are suitable to say, are looking for them. Really there is only the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, right? Seeing the back of the green shirt, he was sitting on the steps and began to vomit again. Lu Ying had no choice but to step forward, landing directly at the bottom of the steps and then seated again. Qin Pingan took out the dry tobacco rod and knocked it, replaced it with tobacco and asked, have you been to Yezigang? Lu Ying was surprised and then just nodded silently. There are so many beauties in the world I never thought of it but still thinking of the woman who was just a glimpse of it. Naturally I can't talk about how much I like it. Earlier it was just a man who was greedy, but now it is just a touch of melancholy, lingering, hard to let go, and it seems that there is no reason to say. Qin Pingan asked, Lu Ying, what do you think about it? Lu Ying said without hesitation, if I were the monk of the Zushitang in Yezigang and if she was there again when she was so obsessed with the door to accept refugees, I would definitely slap her directly on her face. Lao Tzu would not wake her up. Can't you wake her up? Qin Pingan smiled and said, if I remember correctly she is Yupu realm and Chief Lu is just a Yuanying. It's hard to say who beats who. Lu Ying nodded, that's right. When the Andi was alive she was very fierce. Of course, compared to the young female champion sword repairer in Taiping Shen, she was still a bit better. Two pairs became silent. Lu Ying asked tentatively, Qin Jianxian, are you really that hidden official? This kind of thing, no matter how true it is, still makes people feel incredible. A foreigner from Aquarius, according to the calculation when he arrived at the Great Wall of Jianxi, the man next to him was still a young man at the time. How could he become such a big official of the Great Wall of Jianxi? Qin Pingan smiled and said, otherwise? Lu Ying began to formulate his words and slowly said, his master, before I came to Tayedu, I was on the Jindingwan side. Not long ago, I turned to a Shanshuidi newspaper from Aizhao and said that the two printed books are correct. It's from the handwriting of Master Hermit, so, can you give me a printed sheet? Of course if it's a seal it would be even better. I must cherish it and become a family heirloom, although I haven't had an official mountain Taoist companion so far. There are no children for the time being, but this kind of thing a little harder after all, it is not difficult. Lu Ying rushed to join Huang Ting as a Taoist companion, but it turned out to be better, almost hacking himself to death. The problem is that the little lady who is not authentic, does not say that she is from Taiping Mountain before the fight and during the fight. If he had known the other party's identity, Lu Ying would not provoke Huang Ting and would leave when he saw her. If he walked slowly he would treat him as a brainless. At that time, Tong Yezhou was recognized as a person who should not provoke the monks of Taiping Mountain. Although the descendants of the immortal family born by the Taoist priest in the mountains may not necessarily be successful, as long as they can practice independently without the money of the gods, they are often qualified beyond ordinary people. For example, the Linghu banana fish of Xianxia, the direct disciple Ma Linshur of Su Qingzhu and Beilongdong, and their grandson Yochi, who is the master of the law, all have excellent cultivating aptitudes. As a result, while speaking, Lu Ying found Lord Hidden Officer squinting her eyes. Lu Ying shut up immediately. Got it, flattering hooves. Isn't this a flattery trying to find a tricky angle? With the distinguished status of this hidden official, Would he be short of those ordinary skills? Seems that I was wrong. After receiving Xiao Mo's heartfelt words, Qin Pingan stood up, lifted the dry tobacco rod in his hand, pointed in the air with the smoke, and condensed the 12 characters. I think it is for you. It turned out that Lord Fuyin Yao Xianji came here again. At the Qin Pingan's house, Yao Xianji smiled when he met. Your Majesty has already agreed. We de Quan dynasty can partner with Xian Dushan for the sale of Chicken Distance Pen. In fact, it was not said at the beginning. In the early morning of one morning after retiring from the court, His Majesty went out of the palace. When she arrived at Yao Mansion after talking to her grandfather, she found Yao Xianji who was waiting at the door. In fact, His Majesty, when she heard about it, she refused it without hesitation, and her face was not so pretty, but for some reason before returning to the palace, she changed her words and said it was feasible. His Majesty rubbed his eyebrows and added another sentence, saying that the treasury was short of money. But for these family matters, Yao Xianji won't say much to Mr. Chen. His Majesty the Emperor is a woman after all, and a woman's heart is a needle in the sea. He is a rough man, how guess he is not Mr. Chen. As for the reed eagle in the house elsewhere, he read the text of smoke that gradually dissipated and read it twice. The old monk felt meaningful from the bottom of his heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly slapped his knees and exclaimed, Jingxi respects things to be alert to the world, and ceases to cultivate to the cultivation of the Tao. After returning to Xindu Mountain, Qin Pingan continued to travel north, leaving Chao Sunny with only Pei Qian and Xiao Mo as a guest. Xiao Longqiu. Xianqiu is not far from Xindu Mountain, and can barely be regarded as a neighbor on the mountain. Distant relatives are not as good as neighbors, how can we not have a familiar face? Huang Ting, the crowned female champion of Taiping Mountain, who met for the first time in the blessed land of lotus roots, is now cultivating on the edge of the ancestor hall of another family. In fact, there is a mountain friend on the side of Xiao Longqiu who has never met. It was Zhang Luzhu, one of the two gods at the gate of Taiping Mountain, Xiao Longqiu's chief guest. Lao Yuanying is proficient in water law, obviously quite arrogant about it as can be seen from his Taoist name, Narcissus. Like Lu Ying, he was born in Yeshio, did not take refuge to the colorful world, but changed his body and followed Lu Ying's climbing way, becoming a genealogical immortal master. According to Chief Zhou, all kinds of goods can now run up the mountain. From the early days of the mountain, who was shouting and screaming for death, Shanzhou Yeshio has become the mainstay, backbone, and top pillar of a continent. When the two sides fought against each other, the old Yuanying almost missed the enemy's face and was split in half. Later he was detained and taken to the gate of the mountain, where his soul was stripped out and hung above his head, with waves of pain that slapped Daoxing like a tide. Moreover, that unfamiliar mountain monk had a temperament. It was hard to say a word. Just like that, he lifted his foot and stepped a female cultivator of Yupu realm who was the arrogant girl of heaven, cursing, and then stepping on a big hole, and the woman's head was gone. Unlike the Jindan Dixian from the Yu dynasty, this old Yuanying, who is now extremely noble, was sent away by Jiang Shangzhen from the Taiping Mountain at that time. A nightmare. After making the old Yuanying return to Xianqiu, he didn't dare to say what happened there, but was vague, saying that he would fight against others, he was invincible, and he was injured. Huang Ting is easy to find, she is at the wishful tip of Xiaolongqiuzu Mountain. Qin Pingan walked into that simple hut, the young female crown was eating corn, and there was still a lot in the brazier. You're welcome. Qin Pingan sat on a stool, bent down to pick up a corn and said straight to the point, Huang Ting, do you need fairy money? We have a lot of surplus in the Luapa Mountain treasury. Here is the Xindu Mountain Xiazong. You won't ask for money from Luapashan so you won't delay doing business. Anyway, it's like a figure lying on your account book. If you really feel sorry for it, we can count interest. Taiping Shan ruins, the mountains and rivers are broken, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, the aura is as thin as the wind fluttering in the wind, the reconstruction of the matter, in addition to the money or the money, it is hard to rely on the god's money to supplement the lack of aura in the world. Before this, it is necessary to establish a large formation, and to attract a large number of landscape gods to build golden statues, build temples, fill in the vacancies and help gather the spiritual energy, so that it will not be dissipated rapidly, otherwise it will only be a wedding dress for others. According to Jiang Shangzhen's rough estimation, if a new Taiping Mountain wants to restore the landscape and climate to 30% of the scale of the former Zhongmen Peak in 200 to 300 years, at least 3,000 to 4,000 grains of grain will be needed. In addition, all kinds of messy human relations, the relationship between neighbors on the mountain, and the business dealings of the dynasty under the mountain, arranged dozens of landscape temples and temples at the fastest speed to help the various gods in the jurisdiction to obtain the imperial court. Qin Pingan knows the hardships here. Especially in Taiping Mountain, now only Huang Ting is left. Unlike her own Luapa Mountain, even in the early days of its founding, there was Zhu Lian as the chief steward in the mountain. Besides, next door was the unreliable mountain monarch Weibo, and there was a Piyun Mountain that was almost equivalent to wearing a pair of trousers with Luapa Mountain. Huang Ting shook his head and said, I don't need it for the time being. I still have some possessions which can be converted into a lot of fairy money. If I am really short of money someday, I won't be polite to you, the rich man. Qin Pingan nodded. I cultivated myself in the Taiping Mountains, and the Patriarch Church continued the incense. Previously there, Qin Pingan planned to defend the Taiping Mountain for the Taiping Mountain within 80 years. The Xianxia at the feet of both parties is the next sect of Dalankyu in the Middle-earth Divine Continent, which is actually down the mountain to be precise. In fact, it wasn't just the two aquatic spirits who were professed to be great saints and kings who migrated back then. They just learned the same way as the master Xianxia. However, King Jingshanqinghu Palace moved to Aquarius Island, where he still made contributions, while Xianxia crossed the sea to cross the sea and claimed to have found a mysterious landscape. Moving was relatively fast back then, but it was not too slow to go home later. Then I hit the Tapingshan site and planned to move to the ancestral hall after entering the sect, and then cast an ancient moon mirror that imitated the Tapingshan. And the great dragon Chiu of the Middle-earth sect is a well-deserved ancestor head immortal family. The ancestors of the ancestor of the ancestor are all mirror workers on the mountain. The mirrors cast by the immortal masters, of which the two highest rank mirrors, are named respectively Stop the Moon and Stop the Water, magical and mysterious, have always been rare and valuable treasures with no market. The cultivators traveled through mountains and rivers, and most of them carried a few similar objects, a picture of the mountain search, a mirror of the demon, and a stack of landscape-breaking charms. It's just like the people in the rivers and lakes rushing outside, there must be gold and silver, and the fire is similar. While in the process of refining the mirror under heaven, there are 6 channels with a clear division of labor. Dalong Qiu Jinggong monopolizes one of them. Casting the mirror can best defeat the waterborne spirits, and the mirror in the same vein as chasing the mountain. In the mountains, the demand is the most, so Dalankia's financial resources are so abundant that it is difficult not to make money. Hauran monks from all walks of life in the world put on a pole to give money. In other continents, the sects that partnered with Dalankyu to buy and sell treasure mirrors included Tianyu Dongtian in Luxiazu and Kaiyonglinzong in Luzhou and Beiju. It's just that the precious mirrors sold by the former are of high rank and expensive, and they will be discouraged if they are not a monk or a direct disciple of the sect. Qiong Linzong only peddled the most introductory Dragon Qiuzhao demon mirror, even if it is in the lower 5 realms, and gritted his teeth. He can start with a treasure mirror. Different from Pushun and Beilongdong, Xianxia, who is also a candidate for the sect, did not participate in the huge Peach and Leaf alliance. Huang Ting was silent for a moment, smiling and jokingly said, I saw Ning Yao, his realm is very high. If he is higher, it would really be a bit unreasonable. Pretty? That's it. Qin Pingan smiled, nibbling on the corn, and said straightforwardly, Ning Yao is the best looking in my eyes anyway. Huang Ting said, Is there anything else? Qin Pingan nodded and said vaguely, I plan to invite you to serve as the guest of the next sect. If you have another idea, it depends on what you mean. Huang Ting said, Talk about it. Qin Pingan said, I want to serve as your worship to Taiping Mountain by name. Huang Ting laughed and said, What's embarrassing about this? That's all, but I have to be the chief guest of your next clan. Qin Pingan nodded, No problem. This is the second time that Qin Pingan has served in another mountain in addition to serving as the anonymous guest of the Lu family in Aiaizhou. Rather, it is directly worshipped, not even a named guest. Qin Pingan suddenly said, If you are not suitable for Shuang Express Sword, I can kill him, and I must be unaware of it. Huang Ting looked at the man in the blue shirt, expressionless and indifferent, and he had a calm expression. Huang Ting stared at the guy in a daze. She shook her head for a long time and said softly, Farewell anyway. Qin Pingan gave a hum and then continued to gnaw corn. After eating the corn in his hand, Qin Pingan got up and said goodbye, saying that he would go and visit Xianxia casually. Huang Ting smiled and said, I won't give it away. It is Kuqing and worshipped. There are more opportunities to meet. He wore a green shirt and his back was gone. Huang Ting turned her head and glanced at the sword on the wall. She frowned slightly. Strange, I am not afraid of him. You are a sword, what are you afraid of? Back to Qingping Peak of Shindu Mountain again. Chen Pingan found Cui Dongshan, first sacrificed a caged bird, and then asked Cui Dongshan to open the unknown little cave sky that he got from Tianhuan, and then followed Cui Dongshan with only Xiaomao into it. In the small cave, Qin Pingan even asked Cui Dongshan to set up another golden thunder pond. At the same time, let Xiaomo pay attention to whether there are outsiders spying on this place. Cui Dongshan's expression became solemn. This may be the first time for the husband to be so exciting. At the beginning he joined forces to deal with that Wu Shuangjiang in the night ship. The husband may not be as good as today. Qin Pingan sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain with his arms folded. After Cui Dongshan sat down, he asked in his heart, how to deceive the sky by self-deception? Cui Dongshan asked in a deep voice, Sir, do you want it? Qin Pingan said something that made Cui Dongshan feel like falling into the clouds and then shaking his heart. I myself have forgotten, I only know that I must consult you about this method again. The Dali Queen Mother Nanzhan also had similar methods, but it could only be regarded as the most inferior and least influential. Compared with the sky-reaching method Qin Pingan wanted, it was 1,000 miles away. Cui Dongshan remained silent. Qin Pingan began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Cui Dongshan stood up, paced around in a circle, and suddenly shook his two snow-white sleeves, bowed his head and looked at it, sighing and sighing. Finally stand still and look into the distance. Back then in the Yuan family ancestor house in Lizhu Cave, the young Cui Yang, reunited with Qi Jingchun and his brothers. Qi Jingchun once asked, intentionally or unintentionally, why you fell from the 12th realm to the nascent soul realm. Half of Cui Yang at that time and Cui Dongshan in the future, thoughts and explanations were not concealed, they were true. Because according to his own understanding, it is Qi Jingchun's learning, which comes from the line of literary sages but can make a difference, but he and that old have been implicated too much. Old scholars' knowledge was banned, and the status of the idols dropped again and again, and they were even moved out of the Confucian temple, smashed to pieces. In Cui Dongshan's view it was because Qi Jingchun had gone ashore, but he, the head of the literary saint Cui Yang, it must be broken and then stand, completely abandoning the tradition of inheritance, and relying on the knowledge of utility, to make a comeback in the land of a continent, return to the immortal, and even enter the ascension realm. Qi Jingchun had another question at the time. That day you and Cui Minghuang were acting out for Wu Yuan to watch, but they were actually showing it to me. Are you tired? Fart your fart, tired of a hammer. It's right for you two to be tired from watching the joke. Because in fact this Qi Jingchun, why didn't he cooperate with his brother Cui Yang to act for the future, senior nephew Cui Dongshan? The key is that the two brothers didn't have any verbal communication, and they didn't even need to meet each other. It's just a kind of tacit understanding. Both sides relied on their chess strength, seemingly tit for tat everywhere, and the moves were all true, but in fact they ended up playing the same game on the chessboard. Cui Dongshan is so young not because Cui Dongshan pretends but Cui Yang's deliberately. This is only the first level and there is still a second level. Cui Yang has set himself a lot of restrictions and barriers. It is like he is clearly himself. Why is this old richer, even more knowledgeable and more powerful? Stronger? Than the 3 words not tired back then. Probably it was Qi Jingchun, who was a fellow apprentice, who had a unique word of relief to her fellow apprentice Xiuhu. In that conversation, Qi Jingchun looked sad at last, with the softly 3 words as if it were the finale. Brother Cui. When Sheng's lineage at that time was still the weird reunion of big brothers and younger brothers. Junior brother Qi Jingchun opened the article with the phrase, isn't tired, and ended with a cry of senior brother Cui. At this moment Cui Dongshan put away his thoughts, and again raised 2 snow-white sleeves. On the large sleeves of the robe, there is a string of small letters with small letters, which are like water plants and undulating like piaoping. The bird in the cage of the sun and the moon, the heaven and the earth are on the water. Cui Dongshan turned to look at his husband. Qin Pingan opened his eyes with a gentle expression and smiled and said, Mr. Student, you and I have the same mood in all seasons. Sword of Coming Chapter 897. Cui Dongshan, alone, took the lead out of the forbidden area of the thunder pond created with golden sword aura. Xiaomo said, there are no faults. Cui Dongshan nodded and smiled, Mr. needs to retreat for a while, we just wait. The white-clothed boy held the back of his head with his hands, and the little Mo in the yellow hat and blue shoes held a green bamboo stick in his arms. Cui Dongshan said in his heart, "Except for the most important thing, Mr. Will refining the Jing Zhongyue, a little bit to see if they can visualize the maze of heaven and earth, which may be the Shindu mountain outside. It may be the summer palace that does not exist anymore, or it may be the Liju cave before the fall in his hometown. The more subtle you understand the maze, the closer you will be to the truth. So if this matter is done, the husband will be equal to letting this natal flying sword is in addition to the quantity, and has mastered the second kind of evolution supernatural power, and it can be more foolproof when combined with the caged sparrow that has become a small world." Xiao Mo was a little confused and asked, "Dare to ask Sect Master Cui, why didn't the sun use Jing Zhongyue to cooperate with the caged bird?" Cui Dongshan laughed blankly. "Everything is difficult at the beginning, from 0 to 1, and from 1 to 10 the former is always more difficult to think of and achieve. Besides, I said, the Sir's pursuit is the truth, not an illusion, so it's already very difficult to make the people, things and things evolved from Jing Zhongyue nearly real." Xiao Mo knew it, nodded and said, "In this way, it is indeed tantamount to climbing the sky." Qin Pinggan's inspiration came from the discussions in the Qin Turkish Confucian temple, and Li Baoping's gestures. Tao begets one, one lives two, three begets everything. And later asked the sword with the culprit of Tuition, the dense corridor created by the latter. Qin Pinggan was next to the waterless pond behind the Luapa mountain bamboo tower, and remembered the Buddhist saying, "Like a lotus without water, and like the sun and the moon." Finally, Qin Pinggan remembered the prison in the Great Wall of Jianghu. The self-built hanging pavilion in the house. That's why I asked Xiaoma to help protect the road at the Wangxing Flower Hall of the Dequan dynasty. Qin Pinggan had 2 attempts. One was with the many rubbings of the Xinhu bookstore and Mitua Tuition. There are thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the boundary, 1 flower and 1 grass, 1 mountain and 1 house, all of which are all delicate, just trying to flower, the success of failing. At that time, after receiving the reminder from the small moor outside the house, Qin Pinggan was no longer greedy for big things, just the road. It manifested the growth of a purple lotus seed, but it still gave up on its own initiative before the flowers bloomed. Xiao Mo's eyes lit up, but he stopped talking. Cui Dongshan seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking and nodded. "You have thought of it, and I also thought of it, so the Sir must have thought of it earlier. It's just that this is too costly, and it is not the 3 kinds of fairy money. It's the extremely scarce gold and copper coins. Besides, the husband has fallen again. The imminent thing is to heal his injuries and restore his state, so it is mostly because the husband deliberately put it on hold. The 4 walls of the house are cosmic, and the extreme coverage of the Zhouyu is also called the universe." Cui Dongshan raised his head to look at the sky, stomped on the ground, put his hands away, shook his sleeves and muttered, "The 4 directions are called the universe, and the ancient times are called the universe. The number of flying swords in the moon in a well is directly related to the level of the realm. For example, when Qin Pinggan and Lu Qin borrowed the 14 realms of Taoism, the questioning sword with the first disciple of Tuition once evolved in 1 effort. There are nearly 500,000 flying swords. In fact, this is because Qin Pinggan intentionally or unintentionally hidden clumsy. If he did not hesitate to lose his spirit, he would let go of his hands and feet and exert all his strength to show that the rank was close to the peak and close to perfection at the time. Jing Bianyue, or even the moon in the sky, the number of flying swords is estimated to reach an astonishing 800,000. As for the bird in the cage, Qin Pinggan indeed, as Cui Dongshan had expected, had long figured out the possibility of the second kind of natal supernatural power, which was related to the long river of time. This is why Qin Pinggan traveled recently and learned that Old Man Yang smoked a dry smoke, and even if he didn't adapt, he still bites his scalp and vomits. Every time Old Man Yang is in the backyard of the pharmacy, he smokes dry cigarettes. With this, the roots of the avenue are only to confuse and disturb the long river of time. Unless you are the patriarch of the 3 sects, you will be a great monk who is proficient in the 14 realms. For example, the old masters of Guandao Temple can never try to find any clues by going upstream along a long river of time. It's just that the mists and mists are the incense in the world that only gods can control. Or, to take a step back, the second-class authentic works like calligraphy and painting are gold fine copper coins. Therefore, Qin Pinggan quietly asked Changming for a few bags of gold and copper while on the Fengyuan ferry, and of course he would keep accounts. In Cui Dongshan's view, once Jing Zhongyue can evolve into heaven and earth, it is almost the truth. Coupled with the caged finches, you can control the flow of time in a small world. Outsiders are in it and the fate can be imagined. Xiaomo suddenly said with guilt. I knew that this was the case, I promised fellow Taoist Ling Chun. Cui Dongshan turned his head, smiled and asked, how to say? It turned out that it was the long life of the former master of the Taoist Ling Chun. She was on the Fengyuan ferry before, and she wanted to buy a few good swordsmanships that had been lost from Xiaoma for the newly acquired disciple Nailan Jade. The price was arbitrary. Xiaomo ding she could exchange bags of gold, fine and bronze coins. Xiaomo felt that he had been honored by the name of the last sect, so I was so embarrassed to collect money to teach Nailan Ye swordsmanship. It was a trivial matter. No matter how to refuse it, Xiaomo had to make a ruthless word. Money will not be given to Jianpu. As a result, he really didn't need swordsmanship because of his long life. Anyway, she spent money on swordsmanship, she was casting a net. Cui Dongshan joked, Xiaoma, you are too honest and straightforward. How can this kind of thing be rigid? Ask Changming's sister for a bag and a half of gold essence and copper money. Swordsmanship is also given favor. There is also the best of both worlds. Xiaomo was taught within humility and nodded, I still haven't been able to really follow the customs. Cui Dongshan said, I have a suggestion. At the foot of the mountain's Jianshan Peak, isn't there a Tsinjiai River and a Luobao Beach? When I turn back, I will give it to you as a place for cultivating. You can build a hut or something. Preach over there regularly. Xiaomo was a little embarrassed. Xiaomo can only say that the realm is acceptable, but this is a matter of great importance. It is really shallow, and it is estimated that it will only laugh generously. There is also the son and the master of Cui Zhuyu. Xiaomo not dare to be a teacher. In ancient times, regardless of the origin of Taoist, the word preacher was so heavy that it was unimaginable. Cultivation, preaching, gaining, preaching. One of the four is indispensable to be a true Taoist. Therefore, at the other side of Taoyuan, the son of his own family and the Yuaning monk named Lu Ying gave the 12 characters free of charge. Jingxi respects things and guards the world, and ceases to cultivate to the cultivation of the Tao. It's simply talking about Xiaomo's heart. A cultivator needs to be mindful and considerate, respect everything in the world, and at the same time be vigilant about the world, so don't easily say that you have built a great road. Still a long way to go. Cui Dongshan raised his hands, clenched his fists, and finally held his palms facing each other, clapped his palms gently and smiled. Have you ever told you that you should not be arrogant, despised, belittle others, nor be arrogant and have no self in your heart? Underestimate yourself. Only if you don't go to extremes can you be considered a gentleman and a righteous person. Xiaomo nodded and said, it's reasonable. In fact, Cui Dongshan didn't say much about it. The old master of this place is Xuanhuan, so her brother Zhou Zi must have walked through the cave ruins. Once the husband can walk in the long river of time he can find a chance to have a game with Zhou Zi Wenjian in the future. Although it may not be possible, it is not impossible. Thousands of mountains and rivers are unstoppable, no match for the pair of straw sandals on Mr. S' feet. Xiaomo said, after I leave here when the Fengyuan ferry returns to Xindu Mountain, I will go to Taoist Ling Chun and ask for a few bags of gold, fine copper. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, it is not easy to buy golden body fragments nowadays. There is no need to think about it on Aquarius Island. There will be nothing left by the Dei court. Even if someone sells it, it will be at a sky-high price. Tong on Yizhou's side plus the Fuyaozhou, maybe there is still a chance. After the golden bodies of the gods of mountains and rivers are broken, they may not have all been raided by the wild army tents, but they can only be regarded as small leaks to pick up. After all these years he's recuperating and regenerating, the mountains have all eased, one by one ghosts and ghosts. Dressed in a green shirt, walked out of the thunderpool restriction. Cui Dongshan is in a complicated mood, deceiving the sky by self-deception. It's not a cover-up. Someone listened to the sky. The husband wanted to salute him in court. When the group came to the foot of the mountain, Cui Dongshan introduced, this mountain is called Qisong Mountain. It is an unexpected joy to succeed. In fact, at the beginning, Chief Zhou and I tried our best to prevent Xuanhuan from leaving Aquarius, going to the sky with the famous cicada. This historically unknown cave site is not among the 36 small caves. It is now named Changchundongtian by Cui Dongshan. Tianwan, Zufeng, Xinjiang Mountain, Shilongfeng's genius brother in charge of spying. Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan looked at each other. Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously, this matter is feasible. Chen Pingan shook his head, this kind of temporary intention is inappropriate and inappropriate. Cui Dongshan's eyes motioned, sir, you have to ask what Xiaoma means, otherwise it's a kind of alternative utterance unlike the sir. Chen Pingan still shook his head. Faced with the members of Luapa Mountain and Shindu Mountain, Xiaomo would set up barriers on his own. He would not check his heartstrings, let alone talk about his son and sect master Cui, so he only vaguely realized that this matter was related to him, and said tentatively, "The sun is on Xiaomo's side. If there is anything else embarrassing, it is Xiaomo's dereliction of duty." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with your husband. I want to add a burden to Xiaomo. Can you manage the spy on the Luapa Mountain?" Unfortunately, Mr. refused. Xiaomo thought about it and said, "I can fight first and help me aside. If it turns out that Xiaomo is quite comfortable, of course I am willing to worry a little bit for the sun." Qin Pingan joked, "Xiaomo, you are a sword repairman at the peak of the Ascension realm, and you go to deal with the spy house every day. Don't you feel that you are down?" Xiaomo shook his head and said, "It's just like reading books without spending money. Reading like this is the most interesting thing in the world." Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously, "Reasonable, just like wine that doesn't cost money to drink. It's the best wine in the world." Qin Pingan slapped Cui Dongshan's head, "I opened my own shop to make wine. What does it cost to drink?" Cui Dongshan went on to introduce, "This small cave sky, the boundary between mountains and rivers is not big, but a radius of 100 miles, but the aura of heaven and earth is so abundant that it will not lose to Tonggizong's Wudong Xiadongshan. The total difference is at most 20 to 30%. This is the reason why I didn't pour the gods' money into it." Cui Dongshan shook his snow-white sleeves triumphantly, "Ha, who made me recognize a half-sister who has been separated for many years?" Qin Pingan hesitated, "The vulgar man in the world looks at the sky. The blue sky is like a mirror, and the cultivator looks down on the mountains and rivers on the mountain. In fact, it is also a mirror, just relatively potholes. If he is not careful, the monk is like seeing the abyss on the mountain. See you all kinds of people again." Cui Dongshan nodded, knowing that her husband was reminding himself not to play with people's hearts. At the foot of the mountain, there is a stream with gurgling water. The stream is reddish, just like the cinnabar carefully refined by the fairy family, and the weight of the flowing water is far beyond ordinary. In his hometown of Liju Dongtian, the reason why Huan Qiong built a blacksmith shop and a sword forging furnace on the riverside was because of the gloomy water of the Longshu River, suitable for sword making. Qin Pingan squatted by the stream with a handful of water in his hand, with beautiful jade luster. Cui Dongshan squatted aside and explained, "The reason why the stream has this vision is that the ancient pines on the mountain are thousands of years old, and the flowers of the immortal family are naturally withered and flourished. The characters have been strengthened. Naturally, it is an excellent talisman material. Looking back, we can use this to do business with you Lauer or Longhushan. According to my estimation, if we take 3,000 kilograms of water a year, it will knot the foundation of the avenue that affects the cave sky. But at least within Jiazi, Cui Dongshan didn't plan to make money from this cave. It would be of great use. In Chisong Mountain, the exotic flowers and weeds including chisum and poria have been marked and recorded by Cui Dongshan one by one." On the way to the mountain, Qin Pingan asked casually, "Do you have an account book?" Cui Dongshan said, "I do have them here, but I don't have them on the cultivator side yet. These strange flowers and weeds are numerous in the mountains. 100 years of age is a small hurdle. There are 216 trees. 100 years is a hurdle. Those who are over 300 years old have 70, and 1,000 years is a big hurdle. Similar to the life and death of a monk, there are 16 people who have survived this tribulation. In addition, the unique red pine in the mountain totals 3. 160 trees are more age-old than flowers and plants. There are 195 trees that survive the age of a 1,000-year-old tree, and there are 19 trees over 3,000 years old. Overall, the number is extremely impressive." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "A veritable Jinshan and Yinshan. In addition, on the top of the mountain, there is also a Jianghu immortal mansion with a vast sea of clouds." Qin Pingan came to a dead old pine that collapsed on the ground. The annual rings were extremely fine. After a glance, it was about 4,000 years old. Qin Pingan broke off a large piece of golden pine resin and started very heavy. Whether it is used for medicine or refining ink to make incense, Qin Pingan looked around. This mountain is really full of gods and money. As long as you climb the mountain, you can pick it up. For no reason, I remembered the victory of my visit in Beiju Luzhou. Obviously, it was going to be much harder. So the next sect of Luapa Mountain, the Shindu Mountain built by Cui Dongshan, is not short of money, and lack of people is only temporary. No wonder Cui Dongshan, the sect master of the lower sect, can be so hard-hearted, and of course he spared no effort to dig up the walls of the upper sect. Qin Pingan didn't put the pine resin in his sleeve, but casually placed it on the decayed pine branch. Xiaomo found Sect Master Chui on the side as if eagerly looking forward to it. His eyes were full of expectation. When he saw his son put the resin back on, he looked a little disappointed. Qin Pingan clapped his hands, continued climbing, and asked casually, "The cicada has disappeared for a long time, but it has not been removed. It is still one of the 36 small caves. Is there any talk here?" Chui Dongshan nodded and said, "The cicada sheds the cave sky. It is the most important site in the ancient Shu realm. It is not one of them because it is rumored that there have been several ancient sword immortals, where the cicadas escaped and soared. The cicadas slew. The ruins of later generations like Dadu and the River Dragon Palace are incomparable. Because every sword immortal remains and the rhyme remains, it may carry one or even several kinds of ancient swordsmanship." Qin Pingan asked curiously, "How did the cicadas disappear from Aquarius Island back then?" Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "This was the place where the master Zheng Juzhong was proving the way. This guy has a high swordsmanship and a strong temper. He belonged to a foreigner who traveled across the continents to Aquarius Island. But this greatest opportunity was still won by him. It was in this small cave sky that made him ascend to the Ascendant Realm. Later, somehow, this guy provoked the anger of the public and was surrounded by dozens of local and Biejo sword immortals. The two sides made a big fight. The land was broken and the casualties were heavy. There were 8 upper 5-level sword repairs and 6 yuaning sword repairs, a total of 14 people. None of them ran away and they were all killed by that guy. Because it was a sword repair battle, the two sides just before handing over their swords. The state of life and death was established, and the battlefield was within the cicada's cave, so the innocent under the mountain was never harmed, and the Chinese temple of Confucius didn't care much. Xiao Mo praised him. No wonder he was able to become the later dragon slayer. Even if you don't talk about the level of swordsmanship, just talk about your temper and you have a good appetite. Qin Pingan said, "The kendo chi fortune of Aquarius Island began to weaken from that time?" Chui Dongshan nodded and said, "Among the sword immortals who died in battle, most of them were local sword repairmen in Aquarius, like a wealthy family, as if their home was ransacked overnight, and the situation naturally took a turn for the worse. It was still devastated, and later Tianhuan and Baichang secretly joined forces to make trouble from it, so it was not until the rise of you that you had recovered a bit of vitality. The sequelae of Wenjian is extremely serious. For Aquarius Island, it is not just that the sword celestial beings have fallen into the cicada's cave, and many kendo celestial families have been affected. This cut off the incense of teacher inheritance, and all the swordsmanship that the sword cultivation bears. Fortune, are all banned within the cicada's cavern sky, and there is something more troublesome, just like the entire Aquarius continent of swordsmanship, which is equivalent to being completely suppressed by a foreigner sword repairman." Chui Dongshan finally said with a hippie smile, "After all, it is Zheng Juzhong's preacher, so he is still a little bit too weak." Qin Pingan asked, "Why hasn't there been an enchanting and refining mountain spirit in the Akamatsu mountain so far?" Chui Dongshan sighed, "The old master here must be an ancient immortal with vast magical powers. He is probably a veritable secluded mountain man. He has a pure heart and lacks desires. The mountain's law, even if it is a few thousand years later, the plants and flowers in the mountains will still not be able to bloom. Even if he left here, he still did not untie the prohibition on mountains and waters." Qin Pingan couldn't help sighing, strange people and strange things. According to Tianhuan's statement at the time, the cicada was not on her. She didn't lie, but to be precise, she didn't know where it was. It used a higher level ban on mountain closure than that of the Queen Mother Nanzhan, and it must have been the handwriting of Tianhuan's senior brother Zhou Zi. At the beginning, Chui Dongshan searched the mountains for inspections, only looking for the mountain gate in Tianhuan's soul. Almost let Chui Dongshan talk, capsized the ship in the gutter. Now Tianhuan only has a key to open the mountain. She speculated that she was taken to the sky of Lizhu Cave by her senior. But no matter how Chui Dongshan fortunes and deduces afterwards, he could not find a clue. Approaching the top of the mountain, Chui Dongshan suggested in a low voice, "Sir, you can concentrate on cultivating here before you go to the Qingming world. In this mountain, the gentleman can study swordsmanship with peace of mind, practice avenues, and cast all his lifelong learning and miscellaneous arts into a furnace, and finally he will rise. At the same time, this means that the husband can stay in the next clan for a long time. As for the Shangzong's Luapa Mountain, Mr. is used to being a shopkeeper anyway, and there are old cooks who are in charge of affairs. You also have a wealthy chief Zhou, Mr. Xiao, a sword repairman in the Ascension Realm, who is to be honored by name. The Ascension Realm's Wawawation demon is now a handyman. Are you embarrassed to him from me? Qin Pingan declined the matter and instead suggested, "I'll leave it alone. It's better to let the three children Chai Wu, Bai Xian and King Sun Chun come here to practice." Today Chai Wu, who was given by Xiao as a gift, has successfully made it a life item, and she can barely be regarded as a swordsman. Qin Pingan was a bit worried before. On the way to the south, Feijin sent a letter to Xindu Mountain on the side of Yayandu and Lingbai Mountain. In addition to sending Cui Dongshan a personally witnessed and hand-drawn picture along the way in the picture of the situation in the mountains and rivers, the letter also specifically asked about Chai with sword-making matters, and I got a reply from there that the little girl's sword-making thing went smoothly. In general mountain sects, even in large sects, how to deal with the handful of cultivating qualifications worthy of the word stunning is always a big problem. Either it is easy to develop a habit of arrogance, or it is too old-fashioned to behave and only know how to practice, which is not at all familiar with the world. For example, Ma Linshur of Bailong Cave, as a direct disciple of Su Qingzhu, the master of the cave, has a high generation and good talents, and is also a fairy descendant of the Taoist couple on the mountain, who is loved by thousands of people. Up to now, Luapa Mountain can be said to be extraordinary in this matter. It is very different from the general world conditions on the mountain, and it is simply unique. With this style, Qin Pingan could not do it alone. At most, he followed Ruan Xiong and Huolong in the same way, and almost copied some unwritten rules of Longquan Jianzong and Patafeng. Among the third-generation children of Luapa Mountain Chai Wu, King Sun Chun Bai Xian. These three children are undoubtedly the best cultivators. Qin Pingan and Luapa Shan, naturally, would not deliberately pursue the so-called perfect balance. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Massive little girls and dead fish eye girls, the qualifications are so good I will definitely take it with me and preach for them carefully, but now they have a clear teacher biography, I can only do some icing on the cake. It's a matter of fact, at most it is to pass down a few side door methods for them, and then teach some swordsmanship. For example, Chai Wu, I strive to neither pull out the seedlings to encourage her, nor waste her cultivation aptitude and see if I can help her ascend to the sky directly from the Lujin realm to the Yupu realm. From the current point of view, I have some certainty. Yes, of course, luck still needs some. In short, I can look forward to it a bit." Qin Pingan had to take out a jug of wine and was shocked by the drink. It's just this kind of shocking wine, Qin Pingan doesn't mind drinking a few more times. Wuxialover. There is also the talented female cultivator in Qingming World, who is among the 10 young candidates. As well as a certain reincarnation of Li Lu, he directly entered the upper 5 realms from the Lujin realm. Even if there are some omissions, there are still a few well-deserved ones. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a once-in-millennium encounter in a world. Cui Dongshan said sternly, "The three of Chai and Wu, whether they come here to practice or not, there is actually not much difference. Even if they do, they are not in a rush. So I still stick to the previous statement and hope that my husband can practice alone here." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "So that I can retreat here and take up this one? A small cave with a closed mountain can just support a cultivator to enter the Ascension realm here." Xiao was stunned. No wonder sect master Cui waited eagerly for the sun to put away the inconspicuous piece of resin. Cui Dongshan was very angry and did not deny the matter. Qin Pingan thought for a while and said, "When I travel the Middle-earth divine continent with Lu Jinglong, and then return here, I will give you an exact answer. If you really want to retreat here by then, you have to promise me one condition." Cui Dongshan understood and nodded. The student union will first step down as the next suzerain, and then follow the husband to travel through the Qingming world. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "The former doesn't matter, you discuss with Chao Qingqing, but the latter must be counted, and no appointment is allowed to be missed." When he reached the top of the mountain, Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers, and the cloud disappeared, his vision suddenly opened up, the vermilion gate slowly opened, and the shadow wall inside the gate was actually a huge stone monument. After crossing the threshold, Qin Pingan raised his head. Looking at the ancient words, they roughly explain the origin of the mountain, but the contents of the words are obscure and unclear. In short, the words can be recognized and the meanings are mostly do not understand. Daoshan Jianghu Xianxing 10,000 miles xuanhuan. The road is struggling to cross, the front is first, the jade and the stone are burned. The spirit is rotten with the body and hate the yellow spring. Selling Feng Dai to cast a golden body, is it a weak world and thin world? After bypassing the steel, there is an empty hall with 12 statues of golden statues, but their faces are all blurred. Xiaomo said, "It's the 12 high-level gods who used to be high in the sky." Qin Pingan felt inwardly, hesitated, and took out the narrow knife to execute, leaned the knife in both hands and the narrow knife hit the ground. In an instant, the mist of one of the idols cleared, revealing his true face, and slowly opened his eyes, as if looking at each other with Qin Pingan. The narrow sword held by Qin Ping's palm came from a sword-bearer, one of the 5 highest in the past, and was named the Executor by later generations. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "Xiaomo, let's withdraw." Xiaomo nodded and followed the white-clothed boy back the same way. When they stood outside the door again, the door suddenly closed. Except for this executioner, sleeping near the Great Wall of Jianghu. There is also the high-ranking deity Single-Eyed Man, who has been dormant in the colorful world for thousands of years and was killed by Ning Yao with a sword. The high-ranking who appeared in Tonghizhou from the outside world once walked across the earth, mountains and rivers to the old dragon city of Aquarius Island, but was blocked by 2 senior brothers of Qin Pingan from landing. His name was the Echoes. The ancestor of the man Earth Immortal, the old man Yang in the backyard of the drugstore as the young boy Tianjun. The ancestor of the female Earth Immortal, was also a human monk, and she was the co-master of the sky and the moon in the ancient heaven. The 2 sides are in charge of an ascending platform that leads the earth to climb to become a god. And these 2 treat the earth as their hometown, always repaying kindness. They and the earliest master of the Taoist hairpin in Xianxia City, as well as the old master who was the master of Bixiadong Cave in Luobao Beach in the early years, are considered to be cultivators of the same generation. Xiaomo was a little bit later in cultivation and younger than these. Wang Mei is the master of dreams, so that all spiritual beings other than gods, especially monks who start climbing, can easily fall into upside-down dreams, and then give birth to demons. The wordless possesses a magical power of stopping speech, so it is also known as the one with the voice of the heart. According to legend, this is the source of the voices and words of the cultivators, and the purely converging sounds of the martial artist. Re-engravers created countless copies of the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, so they are also known as imaginers or casters. The Lord of Leibu Divisions. The layout person, under the command of Vulcan, is responsible for the placement of all the corpses of the gods. The Chaoser, under the command of the god of water, is in charge of the orderly flow of the long river of time. Finally, there is a high-ranking god, whether it is the Middle-earth Confucian Temple, the Western Buddhist Kingdom, the Baiyujing under the Qingming world, or the Summer Palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There is no record in later generations, and no title is used, just like a kind of remote respect. The Ancient Five is the highest. The Heavenly Court is the Master, the Sword-bearer, the Armored Person, the of Fire, and the of Water. After that is the 12th High. In addition to the Only and Signed, there are the Executioner, the One-Eyed, the Slumber, the Voice of the Heart, the Engraver, the Echoer, the Lord of the Leibu Divisions, the Arranger, the Messenger, and the ancestors of the last 2 men and women. In addition, Ant Feng, one of the ancient wind gods. You sure that hometown kiln worker. As for the old coachman in Dalijing City, his deity is slightly lower, which is similar to the difference between Liubu Shirlang and Longguan in the former, but although the latter has a slightly lower official status, he has a prominent priesthood and great authority, because the old coachman is the chief official of one of the divisions of the Thunder Department of the Old Heavenly Court. 2 times Qin Pingan twisted 3 sticks of incense from his sleeves and worshipped the 2 gods. One of them has great merit in beings who have spirits in heaven and earth. The other one, Yu Qin Pingan, has a great kindness himself. The old saying goes that suffering is a blessing, it is to teach people to be good. To endure hardship is to endure hardship, but the more you eat, the harder you get. There are some unspeakable sufferings. When a person has finally survived, he can just accept it silently. Don't say anything lightly to others who are suffering. It is a monster. Go out of the main hall, go around the steel and open the gate. The eyes are clear, the field of vision is broad, and the sky is clear and clear. This year in Tonghizhou during the light snow season, there have been a few heavy snowfalls with goose feathers, and the weather is extremely cold. Every house in the fairy mansion on the mountain is covered with snow. The thick snow is everywhere in the world, and the sound of broken jade is one after another. I didn't expect to really wait until the heavy snow season, but it was just a perfunctory sleet. The 2 peaks of Shindu Mountain, Qingping and Xianxian, stand side by side. As the ancestral mountain and the main peak, Qingping Peak, the summit of Fuyoping, is also the site of the Xiazongzu Shirtang. As for the second peak, the Xianfeng, there is a Tsingyi River at the foot of the mountain, and there is a Luobao Beach on the bank. It has no relationship with the old master's Bixiao Cave and Luobao Beach. Cui Dongshan just used it to win a favor, hope for the future monks of the next sect, whether they enter the mountain to visit the immortals, or go down the mountain to experience, the treasures are like rain and one after another is in peace. The flower-sweeping platform on the top of this peak has already been photographed by Sui Wright, and she has opened up a place for cultivating Taoism. In addition, Xindu Mountain has a slightly lower branch mountain, which is named Mixifeng by Cui Dongshan. The cliffs are very exposed and all are jade white. There will be 50 or 60 mansions built on the mountain. There is only one house at present, barely looking like a fairy house. Cui Dongshan specially prepared for his husband. No one else has this treatment. Chao Sunny and Pei Qian belonged to Zhangguang and lived in the east and west wings separately. In the early morning of this day, Qin Pingan retired from the small world of the human body with a grain of mind. After getting out of bed, he was about to put on his cloth shoes, looked up at the light rain outside the window and changed his boots. After walking out of the house, he found Pei Qian sitting under the eaves and watching the rain. After seeing the master, Pei Qian said that Chao Sunny and Mr. Xiao Mo had both gone to help the little brother. As for Pei Qian herself, of course she has to stay here to take care of master's diet and daily life. She first asked master if she would like to have breakfast. After Qin Pingan nodded, Pei Qian asked master to wait and go to the stove to be busy for a while. The food was served soon. Qin Pingan sat at the table with his arms folded, squinting and smiling. A bowl of warm millet porridge, 2 plates of pickles and a cage of crab noodle soup on the table? Qin Pingan picked up his chopsticks, drank porridge and ate vegetables, and then put a crab noodle soup bag, smiled and nodded. Good craftsmanship, nourish the stomach and nourish people. From now on. I wanted to say that in the future, if Pei Qian married someone, whoever marries and enters the door will be blessed, but when he thought of this kind of thing, Qin Ping's awkward mentality of being a master and father again began to cause trouble and stopped talking. After finally raising my daughter, why is the water thrown out by the married daughter? How could there be such a in the world? But Pei Qian will really meet her favorite person in the future, so just marry someone. It's just that kid, don't want to see a good face on your side, don't be covered in a sack, just burn it. Pei Qian found that master's expression changed, which was extremely rare, and couldn't help asking, Master, is there something on your mind? Qin Pingan smiled and said, it's okay. But after holding back for a long time, Qin Pingan was cautious and deliberately asked in an understatement, seemingly casually, in those years master was not around, you traveled by yourself and traveled such a long way. Meet a better peer or a young handsome man on the mountain. Pei Qian thought for a while, nodded and said, seeing some, I am quite capable. Qin Pingan smiled, is there someone who impressed me the most? What's his name? After the master traveled to the Middle-earth continent, he had to meet him for a while. Pei Qian looked weird and finally began to notice something was wrong. Master, what about it? Qin Pingan said solemnly, it's just small talk. Pei Qian complained, Master, don't think about it, I don't have those children who are long and afflicted in the book. Just practicing martial arts and boxing is enough. Qin Pingan smiled and said, I saw 2 pairs of master and apprentice on a weird mountain top. Pei Qian was at a loss. Qin Pingan ridiculed, there is a little black charcoal among them who is dazed and still in a daze when he sees the master. He goes down with a chestnut, holding his head and screaming. Pei Qian grinned. In Tongyi's Hao, Qin Pingan ranked among the 10 martial artists with the strongest status today, but found that the martial arts gifts were less than expected. But soon Qin Pingan knew the answer. It turned out that martial arts was invisible. It was 2, and then it was as if someone was forcibly dragged to an unfamiliar world, where there were 11 people standing on the weird mountain top. In a big world, the martial arts are thick and watery, and 11 pure martial arts are surrounded by a circle, so there is no difference in rank, and they are all the strongest martial arts in a certain realm for 10,000 years, no one has been before. Among them are 2 pairs of mentor and apprentice. Zhongtu Daduan Dynasty, Pei Cup, Chao Ci. Aquarius Chao Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingan, Pei Qian. And Chao Ci, this guy, even occupies 4 positions on the top of the mountain alone. Qin Pingan was worried that practicing boxing would be too hard. When she was a child, Pei Qian, who was most afraid of pain, would she give up halfway through. Now I am worried that Pei Qian's hard training in boxing will feel unworthy, because the practice of martial arts belongs to the fact that you will retreat if you don't advance against the current. with a pure chi like an iron horse patrolling the mountains and rivers. Unlike a monk just refining with the destiny, opening up residences is like building a city, dividing troops to occupy the dangerous pass, knowing the mountains and rivers of their own, and then step by step to learn the aura of the world, or dig a mountain or fill a lake and continue to add to the family. Qin Pingan finished eating early, put down his chopsticks and asked nonchalantly, "Pei Qian, master asked you what happened to the martial arts summit?" Pushing the bamboo drawer on the table towards Pei Qian, he smiled and said, "Don't answer in a hurry, you won't be too late after eating." Pei Qian clipped the last crab noodle soup bag and said vaguely, "Except for master, there is no one in front of him." "Not enough." Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled, "Answer again." Pei Qian looked surprised. "Huh?" She quickly swallowed the soup bag and wiped her mouth. "Isn't that enough?" Seeing that the master was still waiting for the answer, Pei Qian had to bite the bullet and whispered, "Only one level lower than the master?" Qin Pingan glared. Pei Qian scratched his face, "Then dare to be at the same level as master?" Qin Pingan laughed angrily, put his fingers together and tapped on the table like chestnut. "Be serious." Pei Qian only feels anxious, so master still wants to be serious about himself. Qin Pingan thought about changing his terms. He suddenly looked solemn and asked in his heart, "Pei Qian, you got the word strongest several times, so you haven't met any strange people or strange things?" The key is that Pei Qian is also on the top of the mountain. She has a place. Pei Qian began to check his memory, then remembered something and nodded and said, "Master, it's barely possible. When I was a child, I seemed to have a dream and then I saw a weird man who couldn't remember who it was. He took me with me, not climbing. Instead, I went down the mountain and the other party asked me what I did to learn boxing. When I was young and ignorant, I honestly answered what I thought at the time. Obviously it is starting to pave the way. At that time, I was young and ignorant. I liked nonsense. Master, don't take it seriously. You can't settle accounts after autumn." Qin Ping waited quietly. Pei Qian became more guilty, but didn't dare to hide anything. Yuiishi and master talked about the process in detail. It turned out that Pei Qian felt that he was dreaming anyway, so he was afraid of a hammer, and absent-mindedly said to learn a hammer boxing. As the master's pioneering disciple, he just learned something well from the master, otherwise he would be so miserable when practicing boxing. Why bother? On his way down the mountain, Xiao Heitan was bouncing and screaming like the big white goose, while handing a fist to the very tall guy next to him, asking him if he was afraid. When Qin Pingan heard this, he couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. Not surprisingly, it is what Xiao Heitan can say and do. Then Pei Qian's next sentence made Qin Ping an angry laugh, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Don't be afraid, are you? Then you wait, when my master comes you have to kneel down and bang your head, believe it or not, do you believe it?" Qin Pingan kept smiling and hooked his palms. "Come here. Fortunately, master has accepted you as a pioneering disciple. Come on, I haven't eaten enough, there are enough chestnut tubes." Pei Qian smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, I cleaned up the dishes and ran away." In rainy and snowy weather, Qin Pingan went for a walk alone under an umbrella, along a Panyu mountain road, to the simple hut where Cui Dongshan was located, to discuss the selection of candidates for the ceremony. It's a pity that there are no cliff carvings for the time being. In fact, if the next clan is really willing to let Julien catch a knife, it can be fake. It is estimated that in a few days, countless famous cliff carvings will appear. Of course Cui Dongshan can do it himself. Wearing a green shirt, gently rotating the umbrella handle in the misty drizzle. Now that a specific date has been set, the next sect's founding celebration will be the day of the beginning of spring next year. Then the Shangzong's Luapa Mountain and a newly built sword house in Xindu Mountain have started to get busy, and Feijin sends a letter to invite all guests to observe the guests. It's just that, compared to the celebration that Luapa Mountain founded the sect, fewer people watched the ceremony, and even on the side of Luapa Mountain not everyone would come. For example, Qin Pingan only invited Lu Jinglong, Zhong Kuei, and Huang Ting, who is equal to one person in two sections. In today's Wuxia world, a Jindan monk can start a sect, and Zhongtu Confucian Temple will not care anymore. In addition, there are Lu Yong of the Green Tiger Palace, Yi Yunyun of Pushan Thatched Cottage, Lu Ro, the of water buried in the Bio Palace of the Daquan Dynasty, and a pair of landscape gods, Zheng Su, the of Jinhuang Mansion, and Lu Yorong, the of Songjin Lake. Whether it is the number of people present or the scale of the celebration, it may not be as good as a golden pill opening ceremony. At the door of the hut, Qin Pingan closed the oil paper umbrella, leaned against the wall outside the door and stepped into it. There was a large bookcase filled with hand-painted draft drawings of Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan took a step back and saluted his husband through the bookcase. Chen Pingan waved his hand and motioned him to keep busy with himself. Sitting on the bench, he picked up a manuscript made of earth and wood that was still glowing with ink. The 4 treasures of the study on the table are all extremely shabby. I used my own green bamboo in the mountains as a pen holder, and randomly placed a bundle of Daquan Dynasty chicken pens. The rest of the cooked rice paper and pine smoke ink were purchased from the market. Chen Pingan put down the drawing and raised his head and asked, although he lent Lin Shou 100 grains of rain money, there are still a lot of surpluses of the gods' money in the Luopishan treasury. How can they get 500 or 600 grains of rain money? It's really unnecessary? Since all the products of that Changchundongtian can't be turned into immortal money for the time being, we have to forget it. On the side of Luopa Mountain, the skeletal beach of Luzhou and Beiju, the Pai Ma Zong and Chunlapu commerce routes, almost included the treasures of heaven and material in the southeast coastal area of the continent. Later, Yunshang City and Deyuan Dynasty were added. Pingjian Lake has allowed Luopa Mountain to make a lot of money these years. Cui Dongshan shook his head and smiled, Sir, it really doesn't cost much. Chen Pingan nodded and talked about the list of guests he invited. Cui Dongshan was a little helpless. No matter what the next sect is, he is still my husband, and even the upper sect lord, this little matter what to discuss. Chen Pingan found that there was Fang's private seal on the table. In the cold season, the pond dries up, the lotus leaves are exhausted, the dead branches slanting, and there is no more rain cover, so the fish are scattered. Chen Pingan gently put the seal back to its original position, knowing that Cui Dongshan was talking about the change in Lizhu Cave. The 8-character Zhuan base paragraph, the insects and birds are like a heavenly script, the scriptures of the sky and the meaning of the earth, explaining the words. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, I was a guest at Saiji Mountain at the top of the Nanyuechujun Mountain. I and the innocent person in Zhuhai Dongtian, I was idle, I had some grievances and I had feelings. It's down. If you like it, take it, you can barely use it as a collection of books. Chen Pingan shook his head and declined the matter and asked, Do you need help with the relocation of the remaining 2 mountains? Cui Dongshan said, No, it's not as light as this Shindu mountain, the 2 auxiliary hills, it's much lighter, 2 trips back and forth, walk faster, it will last for a month and a half. Chen Pingan roughly talked about the process of the trip to Pushan. Cui Dongshan said, In fact, to be careful, Huang Yiyun should hand over this immortal picture to the Zhongtu Confucian Temple. Otherwise it may be a big hidden danger if it stays in Pushan. For example. Forget it, there is nothing like it. Cui Dongshan is afraid of his crow's mouth. I really want to say it. For Pushan, it is a shocking change that does not lose the catastrophe of Taiping Mountain such as a fairy picture because it is a layered array. Once at a certain moment by the master behind the scenes, using cunning means to open the prohibition remotely, move his hands and feet on the formation hub, and instantly explode, at least equivalent to the self-destructing Jindan, nascent soul and skin pouch soul of a fairyland monk. It's so big and powerful, it's about the equivalent of a sword repair in the Ascension realm. It is estimated that there will be half of Pushan left, and it is all lucky. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Yi Yunyun knows the importance of it and is very easy to discuss, so the original immortal picture has actually been secretly put in the sleeve by Xiaomo. It can be regarded as helping Pushan to keep it for a few days. As for Pushan's secret library inside, there was only a fake. Yi Yunyun didn't even say xuanhuan, and then it's up to see if he can catch an extra big fish. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, xuanhuan may only be the first layer of blindfold. On Pushan's side, if one is not paying attention, he will hide behind him. With a careful acting style, since Pushan's long-term plan has failed, he will never show mercy. Chen Pingan said, For example, Yi Yunyun's brother, after the war ended, he has been running around outside the mountain for these years and has not been in Yunkatang. Just like this time Chen Pingan visited Pushan Yunkatang, he could not see each other. Not afraid to speculate on others with the greatest malice, and willing to give the greatest kindness to others, the two are just seeming contradictions. In fact, the 2 sides are not in conflict. After hearing a trip on the Jilin River, Cui Dongshan's eyes lit up and he curiously said, It turned out to be an engagement shop? Obviously, Cui Dongshan had heard of the engagement shop, but he probably never saw it personally. He rubbed his hands and said, Sir, the old women and girls who opened the tea shed by the Jilin River, are you willing to serve as our worship to Shindu Mountain? Not only are they enshrined, but it's okay to be 2 guest officials, either by name or by name you can follow them. Chen Pingan angrily smiled and said, now you start to call Mr. We? The old real person Liang Shuang, now a great celestial master of Long Hushan, let him uncover the talisman without any problems. After the old woman regained her freedom and the girl who likes to mess with the mandarin ducks, where did the master and the apprentice go from now on? Qin Pingan didn't ask at that time. Qin Pingan said, if you really want to try to attract them, you can send a letter to Pushan from Feijin, and ask Yi Yunyun or Shuai to help. Cui Dongshan chuckled and said, just wait for Mr. S. words. Qin Pingan smiled. Cui Dongshan couldn't help laughing. The 9 sword fairy embryos brought back by Qin Pingan from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Yu Qingzhang and He Xiangting have followed Yue to another place, and there are 7 children left, of which Qing Chaolu has now followed Sui right to practice swords at the Huatai. Yu Xihui is considered Zhanglu Tsuiwei as his master by pinching his nose. Higus master is Mi De Jiangxian, who will serve as the chief priest of the next sect. If you add the Nalan Jade on the Fengyuan fairy, he will be abducted by the next clan. 4 came. If you add King Sunchun, there are 5. Only Bai Xian and Yao Xiaoyan remained, staying in Luapa Mountain and Baijiantai. Bai Xian's fear of the big white goose was only a small part of the reason. Yao Xiaoyan fell in love with the new master who was as tall as both parties. It's just that since Qingping Jianzong is a swordsmanship sect, so when student Cui Dongshan dug the foot of the wall like this, Qin Pingan also recognized it. But in the end, Cui Dongshan, the lower sect master, is a bit omnipotent, even he has to dig the foot of the wall and come to the lower sect. After all, once you choose to retreat in Changchundongtian, no matter if you are from Yupu in the future, the bottleneck becomes immortal, or higher, is not something that can be solved in a few months, it takes several years or even longer. Qin Pingan said, I'm hesitant to invite Li Fuyu from Zhenjingzong. After all, this Yuaning in Vishio is still a guest of Luapa Mountain. As for the suzerain Lu Laoqing of Zhenjingzong and the chief worshipper Lu Jimao, forget it. Except for the 3-color jade bracelet of Fu, Lu and Shou in one glance, Qin Pingan cheeky and asked for a robe with Xiao Mo, intending to send the 2 together to Zhou Caijin of the True Realm sect of Aquarius. Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, it doesn't make much sense. The next sect should save the next robe. Qin Pingan asked, what do you mean? Cui Dongshan held back a smile and said, Sir, Xiao Mo has discussed with me. Before the next sect holds the celebration, he will give me some robes, and strive to make the members of the Patriarch Hall of the next sect, the direct disciple and worship the Kuchin. Anyway, there are not many. Then there is one hand and everyone who sees it has a share. As for the guests who come to Qingping Peak to observe the ceremony, they are a little bit overwhelmed. The next school is not good at favoring one another and it hurts feelings. Then no one will give it away. Qin Pingan said helplessly, this little stranger. I just said that I would accompany myself as a guest at Piyun Mountain for the first time. When Xiaomo gave it away, he would directly give out 2 pieces of semi-fairy ranked treasures, and they were extremely popular because the pair looked at the pockets and cute little weapons, big usefulness especially in the hands of a Wuxia mountain monarch, who can make the best use of everything. A sapphire axe can be used to open the mountains, and Huang Yue is used to suppress water transport. Now Wei Shanjun guesses that he can laugh out loud in his dreams. Weibo can't wait for Xiao Mo to visit Beiyue again every day by breaking his fingers? Cui Dongshan called out, Sir. Qin Pingan was a little puzzled. Ha! Cui Dongshan smiled brightly, although Mr. does not carry the sword now. Qin Pingan categorically said, stop it. Cui Dongshan still opened the mouth and said, the qi swallows the mountains and rivers and the sword is Qiuqiu. Qin Pingan stood up and muttered, the evil spirit of Luapa Mountain is your starting point. Cui Dongshan looked aggrieved. Sir, after thinking about it, I have finally determined who is the number 1 contributor to our downfall. Qin Pingan was curious, who is it? Cui Dongshan lowered his voice and said, it's a little treasure bottle. Qin Pingan was stunned, sat back to the original position, rubbed his chin, but quickly scolded Cui Dongshan, you should not sue little treasure bottle here for the tricky things that you didn't shoot. Cui Dongshan rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. If it is said that the younger sister Guizhuzhio may be the only bitter hand of Pei Qian, and Pei Qian is the bitter hand of many people. So Cui Dongshan's side, of course, is the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket back then. It's just that not many people know about it. Cui Dongshan said, Sir, do it first if you have anything. However, Qin Pingan just turned around and continued to sit, then looked at the drizzle outside the door and laughed softly, it's not busy. Shindu Mountain, the top of the side branch of the Xianfeng Mountain, sweeping the flower platform. Sui right and disciple Ching Chaolu taught swordsmanship and boxing, so she went to the Qingyi River at the foot of the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Wuxia returned to the gap between sword practice, walked here to relax halfway through the rain, holding the closed oiled paper umbrella, playing as a sword all the way. The masters of the two sword fairy embryos are both Yuanying realm sword repairers, but now one is an official and the other is an improper official. Xianhui put the oil paper umbrella on the railing beside the cliff, with his toes touching the ground, and sitting on the railing, watching the little cook practice his fist and walk the pile, seeing that he was quite stance. When Ching Chaolu finished practicing and came to Yu Zaihui's side, the little cook hesitated for a long time, but was still embarrassed to speak. Yu slanted his arms around his chest, shook his legs and said, "If you have a fart, let it go." Ching Chaolu whispered, "Let's rest, although I don't like Chui Wei very much, but..." Before Ching Chaolu finished speaking, Wuxia turned back a bit unwilling, grabbed the conversation and was out of anger. "Chui Wei is the next ruler anyway, this guy is small-minded, you should pay attention when you speak." "I don't like Chui Wei, why are you? Are you a little cook or a sword repairer in the lower 5 realms? Rest for a while, this is the nickname Bai Xian gave to Yu Xianhui, and Ching Careless Little Cook, Nalan Yes Little Abacus, but it's better than Sun Chun's Dead Fish Eye. Insufficiency is more than the following," and Yu Xian returned to them one by one and tacitly agreed. Of course there is also the self-proclaimed little hermit of Bai Xian, but no one admits it. It seems that the last time I met the little hidden official, Qin Li, Bai Xian was still deflated at the time. Cheng Chaolu habitually rubbed her fat cheeks and let out a cry. Among the 9 children who traveled far away, Fatty is the one with the best temper. However, last time in Yunku Fudi, Ching Chaolu asked a fist for the first time in her life, and she won simply and neatly. It seemed that the other party was still a monk in the Dragon Gate realm. Although it was the big white goose that secretly moved his hands and feet, it has already made the children look at him with admiration. They didn't say anything, but they all had a steelyard in their hearts. At that time, even Chui Dongshan had a small surprise, but he was still a bad temper and he was unambiguous when he started. After all, he was born in a place like the Great Wall of Jianxi and he was more important than his surname. The high school students on Taishan Street and Yuhu Street, it is okay if they are not sword repairers. If they are sword repairers, they can make soft swords on the battlefield. They can't earn real combat merits, which is most despised. Ching Chaolu cautiously said, "Have a rest anyway, I have seen it out, Master Hermit did not look down on your master at all." "No, I look down on it very much. As for why, I don't understand. Anyway, there is such a thing." When Wuxia went back to school, Master Hermit put his hands in his sleeves and nodded sternly. The little cook finally said something decent. "If you look down on him, can that Chui Wei settle down in Luapa Mountain for worship? The ranking is not low. Now it is the rule of the next sect. If you are not very dear, can you drink at the same table with Lord Hermit and Big White Goose?" He could see it very clearly and remember clearly that Chui Wei ranked second in the number of toasts that the hermits and others took the initiative to toast. Ching Chaolu said, "I don't know where Yu Qingzhang and He Bookcase are now." Wuxia replied with no good air, "I care where the two have no conscience." Ching Chaolu whispered, "Is it considered that everyone has their own ambitions?" Yu Xiaohui sneered, non-committal. Wuxia glanced back in the distance. The right Sui, who saw no one's smiling face, had already walked a long way. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Little cook, tell me the truth, huh?" "What? Your master with our hidden officer, eh?" Ching Chaolu was confused. "What do you mean?" Wuxian stretched his hand out of his sleeves, patted the little fat man on the shoulder, learned the movements of the hidden official, and then learned the tone of the hidden official. "Chaolu, you are a fool and a blessing. I heard that there is an unwritten rule on the table of the liquor store at the Great Wall of Jianxi, calling someone's name without which means that they are not close. They are outsiders and they are by no means trusting." Ching Chaolu smiled. "Stupid people have silly blessings, these words love to hear very much." Yu Xianhui suddenly jumped off the railing. Ching Chaolu turned her head to see. It turned out that it was the hidden officer who came. Wuxia reminded, "Don't say anything that shouldn't be said." Ching Chaolu nodded vigorously. "I know." Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "What shouldn't you say?" Wuxia sighed back. "Little cook secretly likes Nalan Jade card." Ching Chaolu was stunned for an instant. Qin Pingan gave a cry, pretending to be surprised. "I thought Ching Chaolu liked Yao Xiaoyan." Picking up the oil paper umbrella in his hands and slapped his palms, Qin Pingan nodded and said, Yes, it's no wonder that he would spend money to buy books with Nalan Jade card. It turned out to be close to the book on purpose. Xianxia, you kid, okay, little with this kind of savvy at a young age, I will not worry about finding a wife in the future. Xianxia blushed, it was not the case at all. Nailin Yu Zhao, a small wealth fan, does have a good habit. She would transcribe all the golden and good words that Mrs. Hermit said one by one. Xianxia was worried that she would miss the rules, so she needed to borrow files from her frequently. Every time you read a page you have to spend money. In fact, there are not many words on a page and often there is only one sentence. Nailin Yubi even made up an account book for Xianxia specifically to calculate interest. You slanted back to the side and laughed. After smiling back at the angle, you said in a low voice, "His Lord Hidden Officer, I can assure you that I will definitely enter the cave realm soon, not much slower than King Sun Chun and Bai Xian." Xianxia had issued a military order when she saw Sierre, so she had to say, "My lord, I want get the bottom." In fact, if you want to say it to your heart, anyway, among the 9 peers, how can there be a bottom and I am not bad? Besides, Master Hermit has already said that stupid people can practice stupidly. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "The hardest learning in the world is hard work, and the simplest learning in the world is the result." You diagonally nodded. Then Qin Pingan blinked and turned around to tease the little fat man. "Remember to tell Nalanyu to listen to this sentence when you look back. There will be no chance to chat with her, don't thank me." Xuanhui started to laugh again. Xianxia sighed, if Nalanyu knew about it she would be beaten to death. Qin Pingan took out 4 books from his sleeve, 2 for each. 2 of the swordsmanship, and 1 shaking mountain boxing book, are of course hand-copied copies. The boxing book is for Xianxia, and there is also a booklet for Yu Xianlong, and Qin Pingan does not have it. With heartfelt words he smiled and said, "Yu Xianhui, this booklet, remember to keep it. Don't let outsiders read it easily, the content of the book may not be useful, you should read it as a miscellaneous book." Yu Xianhui's natal flying sword happened to be called Pazi Ling. Because of the night ship at the Confucian Temple, Qin Pingan specifically turned through some books about this, and if he had some experience he chose the content and recorded it in a book. After taking the book with both hands solemnly, the 2 children thanked Master Hermit. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and touched the heads of the 2 children. After Yu Xiaohui put the 2 books in his arms, he suddenly whispered, "His Master Hermit, I heard that you have met many confidants on the rivers and lakes." Qin Pingan's heart tightened, his face remained unchanged and he smiled and asked, "Who told you?" Yuxia replied, "Bai Xian, who else can it be? He has a nose and eyes and Xianxia can testify." The little fat man began to pretend to be a fool. Except for King Sun Chun, everyone is a little bit confused. Previously on the side of the vassal hill of Luapa Mountain worshipping the sword stand, Uncle Bai Xian was really careless about sword practice, but he practiced boxing harder than Xianxia and often said a catchphrase, "My Uncle Bai Xian still needs sword practice? Did you come here to be a fairy with the hermit?" "Of course not. I came here to learn boxing. I didn't want to confuse it. I said that I was a sword cultivator and bullied them with their spears and clubs." But Bai Xian's practice is extremely exhausted and lazy, but his sword-making speed is extremely fast, so I like to walk around the house every day after holding his hands with his hands, to be a good teacher, and to guide others in practice. The problem is that Bai Xian's 3 words, often in one sentence, really useful. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have a good chat with Bai Xian when I look back." In the end, the young and the young 3 Jianxiu looked at the distant scenery by the railing together. The weather is fine after the rain and the weather is new. The earth and rivers are like things without a master. After the rain the country looks like made of gold and iron. On the Fengyuan ferry, apart from the energetic second-in-charge Jia Sheng, every day he only knows that Zhang Jiajin, the accountant who is immersed in the accounts, and the innocent in long life, but her direct disciple, the small abacus Nalan Yubi, is really capable in the accountant. Help, give Zhang Jiajin a hand, keep the accounts and settle the accounts knowingly. Of course the most boring one must be Mi Dajian, who escorted the Fengyuan ferry in name. After going back and forth, Miyu is very familiar with the little girl Chai Wu. She seems to love the ferry life in the clouds and fog. Instead of setting foot on Shindu Mountain, she stayed on the ferry all the time. Just lie on the windowsill to look at the scenery or walk a few times around the bow and stern. The little girl drinks alone, she is very demeanor. Like her practice, no one taught it, it was born. With a squeak, nodded, twisted a grain of salted peanuts, a plate of cucumbers and a plate of sauced meat. The master is right, it's good to be a god, you spend money on meat instead of spending money. Therefore we must practice hard, and we must not be driven off the boat by Lord Xianxia, and strive to be a direct disciple. Chai Wu is a little worried. The master of the mountain, who was said by the master that the amount of alcohol is the same as that of him, seems to feel that he is stupid and not suitable for spiritual practice. It is estimated that the master of the mountain does have a lot of things at hand, and he is not happy anyway. I taught my knowledge myself, and later I let Mr. Xiaomo go out. Chen Pingan asked me to help the little girl defend the way a bit recently. After all, among the Qi practitioners, Jianxiu and Fu Lu had notoriously high thresholds. The ferry went all the way south and took a trip to the southernmost mountain crossing. On the top of a hill in the mountain crossing, there is a guest Qing from Ia's Hao Lu who is stationed there, nominally helping to pick up some intercontinental ferry boats, but there is actually nothing to do. This Su Hao, known as Su Jun, was only 200 years old and was a great sword fairy. In his hometown of Jinjiazu, Su Hao used a sword to block Wanyan Laojing's defiance. Before that, Su Hao had not been famous until the turbulent times came and he was born. Wang Ji, who played chess with Su Hao on the top of the mountain, was enshrined by the ancestor of Yugui, and he was nicknamed as a superintendent. Wang Ji and Chong Qiu are both scholars. When they met, they took the time to play a few chess games. As for Mi Yu and Su Hao, who watched the game, there was nothing to talk about between the two sides. They just looked at each other and there was nothing to follow. On the side of Yuguazong's by Chengdu and Fengyuan ferry, I learned about the fact that Shen's Hufeng, which has been suspended for many years, has just had a new owner, and Yuguazong Patriarch Hall has no objections, and is dedicated to this sword repair. By making an exception, he was able to enter the Lord God Seal Peak in advance without having to join the Golden Corps. Because that kid is only 9 years old now, a sword repairman in the Longmen realm. I heard that I have 3 natal flying swords. It seems that apart from the proud Son of Heaven came into being, there is no reason to explain it. And Yuguazong is now a private ferry that can accommodate several transcontinental ferries at the same time. Excluding the Zhenjingzong of the next sect of Aquarius, there are as many as 3. In addition to Bai Chengdu, there are also Adversity Ferry and Xuanhuan Ferry. Shandu, the latter two are both built on the top of the Vassal Mountain. Afterwards, the ferry returned north and stayed in the air near the Rin River during the period. Zhongqiu and Miyu went to the stall by the river together. Tao Ran is quite polite on the teacher's side. He has met several times and has a good impression. The Golden Corps swordsman said that he had come to call people earlier, claiming to be also from Shindu Mountain, and one of the swordsmen in Qingshan was also Cui Xianxi's husband, whose name was Chen Pingan. This person drank a bowl of wine here and didn't make any trouble, but this person couldn't speak well, saying that he was the Chen Jianxian from Aquarius Island. Since the words are so humorous, why not go to the storytelling under the overpass to make a lot of money? Miyu looked compassionate and stretched out his hand, wanting to pat the Golden Corps sword immortal's shoulder to show comfort. If Tao Ran heard these words by Pei Qian, Tao Ran tilted his shoulder, avoiding the claw. He was not familiar with this guy who claimed to be Yumi, and he was dressed in white on both occasions. Think of yourself as Qi Tingji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or at the same table with Qi Lao Jianxian. Have you ever had a drink? Besides, Tao Ran looked at this man's appearance and demeanor. It was like Jiang Shangzhen's romantic fetus, which was very eye-catching. Miyu put his hand away, picked up a bowl of wine on the table, took a sip, and drank me de Jiangxian, frowning, right? Today Tao Ran really doesn't know anything about it. In the past, the Great Wall of Jianqi, almost every time it was Qi Tingji's turn to inspect the city, he would take the initiative to find Miyu for a drink among the clouds. Although the ages of the two sides are very different, and the realm of swordsmanship is also very different, they are all beautiful men recognized by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Zhongqiu smiled and didn't explain anything, but told Tao Ran some precautions. Tao Ran didn't have any impatience and noted them one by one. After the Fengyuan ferry docked at his own Shindu mountain, Miyu could not see the hidden officer. Chao Qingqing said that her husband was practicing, but Miyu got a message that the hidden officer asked him to return to Nujiadu, Beipingzi this time. Be sure to bring Bai Xian. Miyu was a little gloating. After passing by Qingjing Shanqinghu Palace, the old Lu Yong personally handed a porcelain vase to Zhongqiu, and asked Master Zhong to transfer it to Lord Qin Shan. It is said that it is the latest successful refining of Ziawang Dan, but unfortunately there are not many, only 3. Kind of Chiu clasped his fist to thank you. Miyu has only one sentence, whether the old Lu has enemies. Lu Yong laughed and waved his hands again and again. After the ferry left the land of Tonggishao and entered the sea, Miyu was free and panicked, so he jumped off the Fengyuan ferry and traveled north with the sword, Baihong swept the sky. Qingping Peak within the small cave of Changchun. Qin Pingan chose the highest point of an attic among the deep valleys of the road, with the doors and windows closed. There is a futon, a table and an incense burner in the room. There are several books on the table: Shaking Mountain Boxing Book, Pill Book Authentic, Swordsmanship, Leju written and edited by myself, and a book from Beiju Lazuna, the Broken Book of Xuanhuan for Ruins. There are also a lot of bamboo slips with inscriptions. Qin Pingan sat on the futon with his palms facing up, folded on his abdomen, closed his eyes and focused, breathing slowly. Like an old monk entering concentration, like a true monarch sitting and forgetting, like sitting on a corpse of An man. To the north of the central part of Tonggishao, there is a small country under the jurisdiction of the vassal. As dusk approached, a young man with a Confucian shirt was carrying a fat man, lightning flashed and the heavy rain was rushing. The two stopped at a market ferry, and the shabby scholar ordered 2 bowls of rock sugar lotus root noodles. The fat man raised his head, raised the bowl high and shook it vigorously. There was really no lotus root noodles left. Then he put down the bowl and complained, "Brother Zhong, since we are on the road, it would be better to take a Xinjia ferry. The celebration will be on the day of the beginning of spring next year, so there is no time for it." Zhong Kuei said, "If you are willing to settle the bill today, I will pay you to take the ferry." The fat man said without hesitation, "The scenery on the boat is the same, it's not very interesting. It's better to drive on 2 legs. The mountains and rivers encountered are more familiar. Just like now, there will be no big or small new things." The fat man pointed to the waterside outside the shop. It turned out that a salt merchant hired a big boat to anchor under the ancient temple, watching the tide grow in wind and rain. This torrential rain came suddenly and walked fast. When the rain stopped, there was a woman who was fishing at the water window of the building. She was fishing with a rod and wrapped her arms around her, making her arms as white and tender as her sleeves. Ouch, Fatty is a person who came here. He knew the reason why thinness is not as thin as he was. After a few glances at the woman, he lost his soul and couldn't move her eyes. Every time she took a pole and threw it, Fatty trembled a little with her heart. It's a pity that the woman is married as a woman by looking at the style of the woman spun. If it is a girl in a boudoir, the fat man will board the ship and go to recognize the father-in-law. As for the other party is a beautiful ghost with a disguised face, the fat guy really doesn't care. It's not vulgar to care about this. Zhong Kuei just glanced at Lu Chuan from the corner of his eye and said, "Don't provoke me. You're a lover who has a hard time," and he left after paying his favor. The fat man whispered, "With you here, who would I dare to provoke? I was in that small county town god's temple before. When I entered the door, good fellow, you have official status, but Lao Tzu is a lonely ghost, almost being handcuffed on the spot. On the shackles, do you see what I said? Brother Zhong, honestly, before and after his death, he has never suffered such a shame." And another bowl of rock sugar lotus root noodles. Zhong Kuei beckoned with the shop assistant, ordered 2 more bowls of lotus root noodles and smiled. "Master Xuanhuan didn't apologize to you afterwards?" Hugh said that the sky is high without ears and eyes, and the dark room is wandering in the dark room. The fat man who named himself Gusu had already eaten a bowl of lotus root noodles again, and glanced at the bowl that Zhong Kuei hadn't moved his spoon before. Zhong Kuei pushed the white bowl to the fat man. And the fishing woman on that boat obviously also noticed the scholar and the fat man at the shore shop, but her cultivation is shallow, and she can't see their identity in realm. She can only confirm one thing. "Is it hell?" The fat man asked in his heart. "This river is not short, right? There is no water and river woman? There are no city temples on both sides of the way? This female ghost is so courageous." Zhong Kuei said, "That arm shining is a token of the water mansion. There is a big lake 300 miles away upstream. The Lord of Water God Mansion likes to pretend to be a boatman, sell lotus roots for wine and drink, and is the same as the one who once put memorial poems in the water. The salt merchant in the year is an old acquaintance." The fat man frowned and said, "How do you see it?" Zhong Kuei said, "Use your eyes." The fat man asked when Zhong Kuei was paying for the check. "When I arrived at the Shindu mountain, you said that with my cultivation base except for Qin Pingan, is it invincible? Even if he fell, he was still a fairy." Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "I'll know when you arrive." The fat man asked tentatively, "Then I'm asking Brother Qin for a chief consecration, Kaching or something. It's not Luopashan, it's just the next clan. It's not too much, right?" Zhong Kuei glanced at the fat man. "Ask yourself, I want stop." The fat man smiled and lifted the empty bowl in his hand, turning his wrist over. It must be easy. After that, the fat man followed the Uncle Zhong, who didn't know how to enjoy the blessings, trekking through the mountains and rivers, eating and sleeping all the way, and the pitiful autumn fat that he had finally raised had to be reduced. At the time of the new year they came to the Shindu mountain boundary, the mansion on the mountain, the ferry below the mountain, and the construction was everywhere. The dust was everywhere. The fat man waved his hand and frowned slightly. I have to say, at the ferry crossing, I saw a group of people gathered around the table, making gestures to the manuscript paper. At the table stood a young man in white clothes with a mole on his eyebrows, a young woman with a ball in a bun, and a young monk with a yellow hat and blue shoes. The fat man was amazed. Hee little girl, at first glance she looked pretty handsome. Pei Chen saw Zhong Kuei coming for a walk. She walked quickly, smiling brightly, and said with a fist in a distance, Zhong clerk. The two sides stopped. Zhong Kuei stretched out his hand and gestured for a moment, then smiled and asked, Little Heighten? Pei Chen nodded, squinted and smiled. Zhong Kuei joked, Have you married yet? Pei Chen smiled and said, Marry a hammer, don't marry? Zhong Kuei laughed, That's right, except Chen Pingan, who can control you. Back in those days, at a young age, 2 hunters in Fox Town would be able to go round and round. The little black charcoal at that moment was really hard to describe in a word. Cui Dongshan and Xiaomo came here. Zhong Kuei clasped his fist and said, My name is Zhong Kuei. I just laughed. Cui Dongshan said, Cui Dongshan, the descendant of the Luapa mountain, has met Mr. Zhong. Xiaomo also said, I worship Xiaomo. I have seen Mr. Zhong. Xiaomo glanced sideways at the fat man of the fairyland ghost. Was there something wrong with the trick? This guy was all on Pei Chen's side. How could Mr. Zhong have such an unreliable close follower? The fat man asked in his heart, Xiaomo enshrines, what am I doing? Xiaomo replied with a smile, The visitor is a guest, why not do it? The fat man heard the implication and he couldn't stop it. Oh hey, I was almost scared to death. No, it scared me alive. It's the guest, or else we have to make a point. Practice? Xiaomo smiled and said, Don't dare, neither Luapa Mountain nor Shindu Mountain has such a way of hospitality. The fat man looked terrified. Brother Xiaoma, is this a grudge? Xiaomo's smile remained unchanged. How dare you be a brother to an immortal? Cui Dongshan glanced at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei smiled and shook his head. Let's just leave this fat man who likes to die. On the Qingping Peak side, he appeared in a green shirt, and in an instant his figure fell on the side of the ferry. There is no slight ripple of qi machine, nor the slightest bit of jian qi. But this person's sword intent, or the weight of qi, caused the fat man to subconsciously move a step towards Zhong Kuei. Chen Pingan and Zhong Kuei each raised their hands and gave them heavy hands. Then Chen Pingan looked aside, smiled and asked, Zhong Kuei, who is this senior? Zhong Kuei was still the same. Yenner was bad, and he immediately exposed the fat man around him. It's the underwater senior who was chopped off by his sister-in-law. The fat man suddenly felt bad. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Hello, my name is Chen Pingan, I am Ning Yao's man. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.